Iced Coffee Corruption, Killer Coffee Mysteries, Book 15. Written by Tonya Kappas. Narrated by Christina Sagnameni. Tonya Kappas Weekly Newsletter. Want a behind-the-scenes journey of me as a writer? The ups and downs, new deals, book sales, giveaways, and more? I share it all. Join the exclusive Southern Sleuths private group today. Go to www.patreon.com/Tonya Kappas Books. As a special thank you for joining, you'll get an exclusive copy of my crossover short story, A Charming Blend. Go to TonyaKappas.com and click on subscribe at the top of the home page. Chapter 1. There aren't going to be too many mornings like this, I thought. As I pedaled my bicycle across the curvy, quiet road that led from my little cabin straight to the boardwalk and the Bean Hive, I sucked in a deep breath of the cold, early morning breeze that skittered along Lake Honey Springs. Pepper, my schnauzer and trusty companion, looked back at me from his perch in the bicycle seat. His big, dark eyes looked at me from underneath his salt and pepper brows. "You always know what I'm thinking, don't you?" I asked him, though I didn't expect a response. He let out a little yip, telling me he, too, knew these bike rides to the Bean Hive were about to come to an end as the fall turned into winter. Soon we'd be huddled in the car, dreaming of mornings like this. By the calendar, winter didn't even start here until early January, but in Kentucky, Mother Nature liked to show up like an uninvited guest around November. As good Southerners, we welcomed her by lighting our fireplaces and warming up with a hot cup of coffee, a cozy blanket, and a good book. The forecast was already calling for a Thanksgiving snow. The thought of that sent a chill right to my bones. I shivered and gripped the handlebars as we slowly took the last curve that would put us on the straightaway to the pier. The closer we got to the boardwalk, the colder it got, thanks to the wind coming off Lake Honey Springs. Even the leaves along the wooded area between the road and the lake told the story of what was coming. The farther away you got from the lake, the more trees there were still full with the colors of fall. The burnt oranges, yellows, and pops of red still painted the landscape of our tourist town, which made for a gorgeous getaway spot, even as Mother Nature started to knock on our door. "It won't be long until the trees are bare and outstretch their arms," I told Pepper, thinking about the cold winter mornings when the temperatures were below freezing and we still had to get up well before dawn to open the Bean Hive. But luckily, we have a lot of good seasoned firewood. The thought of a roaring fire, couches, and coffee made me smile. The little things like these were what made the coffee house so inviting to our neighbors and tourists. And today was all about baking and cooking ahead, which I loved to do. Through the sparse trees on the right side of the road, I could see the faint lights of the Cocoon Hotel starting to grow brighter. It was a sure sign I was getting closer and would soon be able to see the entire historic hotel that sat on the banks of the lake. The hotel was in a perfect spot, which the City Council had chosen for this year's annual Friendsgiving Harvest Fest. The Cocoon Hotel emerged from the pre-dawn shadows, the charming home-turned-hotel illuminated by the soft glow of strategically placed lights. The moon's gentle beams gave a dew-kissed appearance to the lawn. The hotel, with its stately columns and wraparound porch, made a grand statement against the backdrop of the still, dark waters of Lake Honey Springs. My eyes were drawn to the centerpiece of festive decorations, a huge scarecrow standing proudly on the side lawn between the hotel and the end of the boardwalk. Even in the dim light, the scarecrow was a magnificent creation, towering over the grounds with an aura of whimsical guardianship. The scarecrow was dressed in a patchwork of flannel shirts and denim overalls, its head a large pumpkin with a friendly hand-painted expression. Straw poked out from the cuffs of its sleeves and pant legs, giving it an endearing rustic look. Around its neck hung a garland of colorful leaves and small gourds, adding to the festive spirit. A wide-brim hat perched atop its head, slightly askew, gave it a jaunty air. The scarecrow's outstretched arms seemed to welcome the dawn as much as they would welcome the townsfolk who would go to the tent beside the scarecrow later in the day to get the week-long festival's brochure. The sight of the scarecrow, coupled with the gentle illumination of the Cocoon Hotel, filled me with a sense of anticipation. Even in the quiet stillness of the early morning, the Friendsgiving Harvest Fest promised to be a memorable event that would bring the whole community together in a celebration of friendship, gratitude, and the bountiful harvest of the season with a small number of tourists. Pepper popped up from his snuggly blanket in the basket as soon as he heard the rhythmic thumping of the pier's wooden planks underneath the bike's tires. The fog was still thick over the lake and wispy on the boardwalk, shrouding the sight of the water. However, the gentle lapping of the water against the shore was a whispered reminder of the lake's presence, even though we couldn't see it until the sun decided to join us and burn off the fog. "Just a minute," I told Pepper when he tried to stand up in the basket. I hopped off the bike and walked it to the rack located just outside the coffee house door. The familiar thud of my shoes on the wooden planks echoed in the quiet morning. Even though the morning routine was always the same, it was still exciting, and I loved it. It was a far cry from my scramble to get into the big city office when I was a lawyer. Boy, that sure did seem like a lifetime ago. Sometimes it didn't even feel like I'd lived that life, now that I was happily married to Patrick Kane, my teenage summer crush, and living in an adorable cabin here in Honey Springs with our 2 dogs, Pepper and Sassy. I picked Pepper up out of the basket and set him down on the boardwalk. He immediately started to the coffee house door, his little tail wagging in anticipation. The fog swirled around his legs as he moved. "You must be hungry," I told him, taking out my keys from my pocket and unlocking the door. Pepper darted in before I could even slide my hand through the doorway to flip on the lights. In fact, he was already sitting patiently by his bowl next to the L-shaped counter located against the back wall of the coffee house. "I love it here," I sighed, taking a moment to look around. The comforting familiarity of the shop wrapped around me like a favorite blanket, reminding me of just how far I'd come. The hustle and bustle of my former life as a lawyer seemed like a distant memory compared to the tranquil, fulfilling routine I had found here in Honey Springs. The Bean Hive was not just a coffee house, but a sanctuary, a place where I could connect with the community and savor the simple pleasures of life. The coffee house was nestled in the heart of the boardwalk, directly across from the pier. This location was prime, and I was ecstatic about the cafe's charming interior, complete with exposed brick walls and wooden ceiling beams that required no alterations. Fortunately, Aunt Maxie owned the building. Although the rent was a bit high, I had made the necessary repairs to pass inspection, relying on the instructions from a few YouTube videos. The DIY shiplap wall, which I'd crafted out of plywood and painted white to mimic real shiplap, was a source of pride. Instead of splurging on a fancy menu or even wall-mounted menu boards, I opted for 4 large chalkboards that hung from the ceiling over the L-shaped glass countertop. The first chalkboard menu, positioned above the pie counter, displayed the selection of pies and cookies and their prices. The second menu, above the torts and quiches, added a touch of elegance. The third menu, located at the curb of the L-shaped counter, listed breakfast casseroles and drinks. Finally, the fourth chalkboard, above the other counter, detailed the lunch options, including soups and added catering information. Drink stations flanked each side of the counter. The coffee bar featured 6 industrial thermoses filled with various specialty coffee blends, along with one dedicated to decaffeinated coffee, something I had never quite understood. However, Aunt Maxie ensured I knew that some people preferred the unleaded version. The coffee bar was equipped with everything necessary for a quick self-serve experience, including an honor system for payments. On the opposite end of the counter, the coffee bar offered a delightful array of hot and cold teas. There was a fine selection of gourmet and loose-leaf options, along with antique teapots from Wild and Whimsy Antique Shop, the first shop on the boardwalk. Customers could either have a pot of hot tea prepared for them or make their own to suit their tastes. Inside, a few cafe tables stood scattered around, providing spots for patrons to settle. Additionally, 2 long window tables with stools flanked the front door, offering the perfect vantage point to enjoy a beautiful view of Lake Honey Springs while sipping on a favorite beverage. The atmosphere was inviting and made the Bean Hive a beloved spot for both locals and tourists. Yip, yip! Pepper stood beside the counter, his eyes wide and expectant as he stared at his empty bowl. "I'm coming," I called out, weaving my way around the tables and chairs. I couldn't help but reposition a few of the mismatched salt and pepper shakers I'd scored from the Wild and Whimsy. Each shaker, with its unique charm, added to the eclectic feel of the Bean Hive. "Why are you so hungry this morning?" I asked him, giving him a pat on the head before circling around the counter. I reached into the bag of kibble, scooped out a generous portion, and poured it into his bowl with a satisfying clatter. "There you go," I said, watching Pepper dive into his breakfast with gusto. Turning back to my morning routine, I flipped on several industrial coffee pots. "Let me get the ovens turned on, and I'll take you out," I told Pepper as I unzipped my jacket, which I hung up on the coat tree beside the counter and replaced with an apron sporting the Bean Hive logo. With the apron tied securely around my waist, I was just about to push through the door separating the kitchen and bean roasting area from the shop when the bell above the door jangled. "Morning!" Bunny Bowowski's voice rang out, cheerful and brisk. She began removing the bobby pins from her pillbox hat, and her neatly brushed and sprayed gray chin-length hair sprang free. "Don't look so stunned," she warned with a twinkle in her eye, peeling off her matching shawl as she proceeded to the coat rack to hang it up in place of an apron. "Hello there, Pepper," she greeted, bending slightly. Pepper paused from his meal to wag his tail in acknowledgement before diving back into his bowl. "Is the time wrong?" I glanced over my shoulder at the clock above the industrial coffee pots, half expecting a time warp. "Or are you just really early?" I asked, reaching underneath the counter to retrieve a couple of pitchers. I also made sure to prepare a few pitchers of our house blend iced coffee. Even with the cool morning breeze, I knew the iced coffee loyalists would appreciate having their favorite drink ready. Bunny scooted behind me, her brown pocketbook dangling from the crook of her elbow. She stashed her purse under the counter with practiced ease. "I reckon I needed to get in here and help you get ready for today," she said, removing the lid from the jar of homemade animal treats and extracting one for Pepper. She moved back around me, bent down to give Pepper a treat, and then started to walk through the swinging door. "You and I both know today is going to be busier than a moth in a mitten," Bunny said, her southern charm shining through her unique expressions. I snickered, following her into the working kitchen. Despite her humor, I couldn't shake my unease at her early arrival. Bunny, in her elderly season of life, worked here more for companionship than out of necessity. Her name on the employee schedule was accompanied by the phrase, "when I feel like it," written in her elegant script. Seeing her here before 5 a.m. was a definite shock. Bunny moved with purpose, her experienced hands already prepping ingredients and setting up the day's supplies.
"You know, Roxy, this Friendsgiving Harvest Fest is going to be the talk of the town,"
she said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I nodded, appreciating her dedication. "Thanks for coming in so early, Bunny. I couldn't do this without you." "And I've got to get some of these cookies decorated," I said, and let Bunny move around the kitchen to turn the ovens on before she headed into the walk-in freezer. She needed to go there to get the pre-made items I'd been baking on my Sundays off to prepare for this week's festival.
"Lordy be, Roxanne Bloom Kane!"
Bunny used my full name, letting me know how she felt without directly commenting on all the frozen items she was seeing.
"What do you want me to stick in the oven?"
"How about the pumpkin spice muffins, cranberry orange scones, apple cinnamon bread, and the maple pecan bars?" My mouth watered just saying the names of the delicious treats that would pair excellently with the Harvest Harmony blend coffee I had roasted to perfection just for the Friendsgiving Harvest Fest. Oh, also the sweet potato biscuits.
"You've outdone yourself,"
Bunny said. We both knew about the sweet potato biscuits with a dash of Jean Hill's honey. The combination was a fall favorite of Bunny's. "And I just bought a whole lot of Jean's fresh honey," I told her, and pointed at the nondescript bag on the dry ingredients shelf. Before I grabbed a cookie sheet from the cooling rack where I'd left a bunch of sugar cookies I'd baked last night, I took a moment to admire them. The cookies, cut into the shapes of leaves, pumpkins, acorns, and scarecrows, were perfectly golden and ready for the final touch of icing which would bring them to life. I set up my decorating station on the large steel table in the center of the kitchen. The bowls of vibrant icing I'd made last night were lined up, each color reminiscent of autumn. Rich orange, deep red, golden yellow, earthy brown, and a vibrant green. A piping bag in hand, I started with a pumpkin-shaped cookie. Carefully, I outlined the plump shape with the orange icing, then filled the cookie in and smoothed the surface with gentle strokes. A delicate brown stem at the top completed the look. Next, I moved to a leaf-shaped cookie and traced its jagged edges with red icing. I added veining details to mimic the intricate patterns found in nature. The acorns were next. I adorned their tops with a textured pattern of brown icing to resemble the nuts' real rough caps, and filled the rest with a smooth, creamy beige. Each cookie seemed to tell a story of the season, capturing the essence of fall in every detail. My favorite cookies to decorate, however, were the ones shaped like scarecrows. Each one was a unique character, its hat and overalls bursting with autumnal colors. I piped tiny patches onto the scarecrow cookies' clothing and added cheerful faces with carefully placed dots of icing. Their straw hands and feet, created with quick flicks of the piping bag, gave them a whimsical touch. These were going to sell the fastest for sure, since the scarecrow scavenger hunt would be underway as soon as the festival opened. As I worked, the kitchen filled with the sweet scents of sugar and vanilla, mingling with the rich scent of freshly brewed coffee. Bunny peeked in from the front, her curiosity piqued by the colorful array of cookies laid across the table.
"Those look amazing, Roxy!"
she exclaimed, stepping closer to get a better look.
You've outdone yourself this year.
Thanks, Bunny, I replied, a smile spreading across my face. I wanted to make something special for the Friendsgiving Harvest Fest. Everyone loves a good cookie, especially when they look as festive as these.
I'll get platters for the display case,
Bunny said, and headed over to the closet where we kept various platters, display tiers, and more for the counter out in the shop. You plate them, and I'll head on down to the Cocoon Hotel, I told her. I wiped my hands down my apron to remove the icing before I untied it from around my waist. On my way out of the kitchen swing-through door, I tossed the dirty apron in the laundry basket. "Are you ready to go potty?" I asked Pepper. Part of our routine was for Pepper to go potty while I took the complimentary coffee to the hospitality room of the Cocoon Hotel. He popped up from the dog bed near the fireplace and ran toward the door. I didn't need to put a leash on him this early in the morning, but I did put one on him during daytime walks while the boardwalk was open and busy. With my coat zipped up and the industrial thermoses in hand, I headed out the door with Pepper. Ding, ding! The sound of a bicycle bell echoed down the boardwalk from the opposite direction Pepper and I were walking in. I turned to see Aunt Maxie pedaling toward us, her bike adorned with a basket filled with colorful knitting supplies and a small, well-worn radio playing festive tunes. "Aunt Maxie!" I called out, watching her face light up with joy as she approached.
"You've got a good nose,"
she said, parking her bike and hopping to her feet with surprising agility. Her oversized coat flapped around her like a cape, and the big scarf twisted around her neck nearly hid the beaming smile on her face. She wore a knit cap pulled down over her ears, and her cross-body purse was strapped securely across her chest. As she stuffed her gloves into the front pocket, she noticed Pepper yipping and yapping with excitement.
"Why, hello there, sweet boy," she cooed,
bending down and giving Pepper a scratch behind the ears. When she straightened up, she tugged off her knit cap, revealing her hair, which was now dyed a vibrant shade of orange and adorned with streaks of yellow and red, perfectly matching the fall theme of Friendsgiving Harvest Fest. "Aunt Maxie," I said with a chuckle, "your hair is perfect for the festival."
"Thank you, darling. I thought I'd get into the spirit,"
she replied, giving her hair a playful toss.
"Now, what's on the agenda for today?"
"I'm taking the complimentary coffee to the Cocoon Hotel's hospitality room," I said, lifting the industrial thermoses. "And Pepper here needs his morning walk."
"I'll just bebop inside the coffee house and start getting things ready."
Aunt Maxie started toward the door. "Be nice to Bunny," I told Aunt Maxie as she reached for the door handle and then pulled her hand back. "Bunny is early today." I had to warn her, because she and Bunny didn't really see eye to eye, which made situations between them sticky at times.
"Then I'll take the coffee to Kami,"
she said, referring to Kami Montgomery, the owner of the Cocoon Hotel.
"And Pepper, too."
I handed her the thermoses. "Thank you, Aunt Maxie." After giving me a reassuring smile, she started down the boardwalk, the morning fog still lingering around her. Pepper trotted happily beside her, his tail wagging in rhythm with her steps. Aunt Maxie had started to whistle a happy tune as she proceeded to the Cocoon Hotel. As I watched her walk away, her vibrant hair catching the soft morning light, I couldn't help but shake my head and smile. Aunt Maxie always brought me a touch of chaos and joy, and I couldn't imagine starting my day any other way. But I also wondered what I could do this Friendsgiving to get Aunt Maxie and Bunny to be nicer to each other. With a deep breath, I turned and headed back to the Bean Hive, ready to tackle the preparations for the busy day ahead. The sound of the festive tunes from Aunt Maxie's radio faded into the distance as she disappeared down the empty boardwalk with Pepper in tow. The thought of creating harmony between the two older women stayed with me as I stepped inside, determined to make this Friendsgiving the best one yet. Chapter 2. Looky here! Looky here! Loretta Beebe hurried into the coffee house, waving something above her head. Her bracelets, which covered the skin on her arm from her elbow to her wrist, jingled with each sway of the item. The morning light filtered through the windows, shining a spotlight on the pumpkin centerpieces and the autumnal garlands that I had used to decorate the coffee house. Freshly brewed coffee and baked goods filled the air, mingling with the chatter of the early bird customers. The scent of cinnamon and nutmeg lingered, adding to the festive atmosphere. "Does Loretta think she's in some beauty contest?" Aunt Maxie asked sarcastically, as she used her hip to push off the edge of the counter she'd planted herself on since the Bean Hive opened a couple of hours ago. The soft hum of conversations blended with the occasional clatter of cups and spoons, creating the background noise that I loved so much. "She's got the whole wrist-elbow technique they teach you in those beauty school classes down." Aunt Maxie wouldn't let it go. I sucked in a deep breath, preparing myself to stop an argument between them, as Aunt Maxie did a horrible impression with her other hand and arm, the ones that weren't holding the cups full of coffee. Her exaggerated motions drew a few amused glances from nearby patrons. "Shut up, Maxine!" Loretta's southern accent drew out one-syllable words into two syllables. "It's Loretta," she corrected, her voice cutting through the soft murmur of the cafe. "That's what I said," said Aunt Maxie matter-of-factly. "Loretta." "That's not how I say it," Loretta spat, her upper lip curling with each word. "Anyways, it doesn't matter because of the brochures that Loretta." This time she exaggerated not only her pronunciation, but the width of her open mouth, forming her lips into an obvious O shape. "And not you, Maxine Bloom, came up with." The conversation in the coffee house quieted momentarily, as a few curious customers glanced over at Loretta and Aunt Maxie, intrigued by the lively exchange. The sun's rays danced across the colorful autumn leaves that adorned the windows, creating playful shadows on the walls. The fall was my favorite time of year, adding the little autumnal details to the Bean Hive, especially since I was pairing them with the eclectic mix of furniture that I'd gotten from the tea gardens at the Wild and Whimsy, made the coffee house the perfect spot for the community to gather and enjoy the season's delights. "I see you've been tanning lately," Aunt Maxie remarked, noticing the very distinct dark to white lines between Loretta's fingers as they splayed over what I could now see was the Scarecrow scavenger hunt map. "I declare, Maxie, what crawled up your butt and died?" Loretta retorted, turning to Aunt Maxie and crossing her arms across her chest, the fringe on her shawl swaying with the movement. "Always piss and vinegar." "Come on, Loretta." Aunt Maxie finally relented in her exaggerated pronunciation of Loretta's name. "It's all in good fun." As she took a sip of her coffee, her eyes twinkled with mischief over the rim of her cup. "Okay, you two, break it up," I interjected, wiping my hands down my apron. From the other side of the counter, I reached across it and picked up the brochure. The rustic wood of the counter felt smooth under my fingers. The brochure was a delightful piece of work, colorful and brimming with whimsical illustrations of scarecrows scattered throughout Honey Springs. The text promised a day of fun and adventure, with prizes for the person who found the most scarecrows. "This looks fantastic, Loretta," I said, genuinely impressed. "The kids are going to love this." Loretta beamed, her earlier annoyance with Aunt Maxie apparently forgotten. "I thought it would be a great way to get everyone involved in the Friendsgiving Harvest Fest. And it's not just for kids. Everyone can join in on the fun." "You did a great job," I assured her, glancing up and seeing Aunt Maxie making a playful face behind Loretta's back, mimicking the scarecrow illustrations. I stifled a laugh, shaking my head at her antics. The door chimed, and a few more customers trickled in, bringing with them a gust of crisp fall air. The scene outside was picturesque, with the leaves turning brilliant shades of orange and red, fluttering down and carpeting the boardwalk. Loretta just couldn't let the matter go. "If Maxine's design was chosen, those cute little scarecrows that I had them put on the exact locations would have been X's." Loretta leaned far over the counter, her bracelets jingling wildly as she pointed the scarecrows out on the map, as if I didn't understand what she was telling me. I wanted to really look and listen, but Aunt Maxie's voice was in my head like one of those earworms that you couldn't shake loose. You know the kind, a song that gets in your mind in the morning and stays there playing over and over like a broken record? Yeah, that was Aunt Maxie's commentary about Loretta's tan, looping endlessly in my brain. Aunt Maxie's pointed observation was so vivid. Poor Loretta couldn't deny that her tan didn't come from the sun. The woman was brown all year round. She claimed she was Cherokee, which she might have been, but the lines between her fingers and on her neck when she lifted her chin showed an altogether different shade of skin that told me she was 90% tanning bed. Almost everything on Loretta Beebe was fake, down to the color of her coal-black hair, which came from a store-bought box. But despite all that, she was awfully kind to me in the Bean Hive. Plus, her granddaughter, Bertie, whom I loved like a little sister, worked for the Bean Hive. "Loretta," I said gently, trying to steer the conversation back to calmer waters, "those scarecrows are adorable, and they add so much charm to the map. I'm sure everyone will love them."
"Adorable?"
Aunt Maxie scoffed, unable to resist getting in one last jab.
"They look like they're ready for a scarecrow fashion show, not a scavenger hunt."
"Oh, hush, Maxine," Loretta shot back, rolling her eyes dramatically. "You wouldn't know good design if it hit you in the face. Obviously, since your design wasn't chosen."
"Why, Loretta, I'm surprised your head fit through the door,"
Aunt Maxie quipped from behind her coffee mug. She barely suppressed a smirk as she took a sip. Loretta's bracelets jangled as she crossed her arms, her lips pursing tightly. "Well, bless your heart, Maxine," she drawled, her words dripping with Southern charm. "Don't say nothing unless you've got something nice to say."
"Don't you be blessing my heart because I'm blessing your heart,"
Aunt Maxie retorted. Her voice carried a sharp edge that made Bunny Bowowski gasp from way across the counter, where she was taking a customer's light lunch order. "We do not need a bless-your-heart showdown, you two," I said, sliding open the glass display counter and using the tongs to plate 2 sweet potato biscuits. The rich scent of cinnamon and butter wafted through the air. "Here." I slid one plate across the counter to Loretta and set another down in front of Aunt Maxie. "Keep your mouths busy with these delicious biscuits." "Do you mind if I stick some of these right here?" Loretta asked me, pulling a handful of brochures from her purse. "Not at all," I said, removing some older brochures from an acrylic stand so she could replace them with the new ones. I glanced behind her and addressed the next customer in line. "What can I get you?" "Can I get a cup of that special coffee I've been hearing about?" they asked. "Sure. Would you like it hot or iced?" I replied, already reaching for the chilled pitcher of our autumn harvest iced coffee blend and watching Aunt Maxie be kind to Loretta. "Come on now, Loretta. Let's grab a seat by the window bar and go talk about someone else," Aunt Maxie snickered, picking up her plate and leading Loretta across the coffee house. They settled at the window bar, a perfect spot to watch all the goings-on along the boardwalk, as everyone geared up for the mayor's ceremonial announcement that would officially open the Friendsgiving Harvest Fest. There was a steady line of customers, each one eager to sample the Bean Hive's delights. The air filled with voices, the clinking of cups, and the occasional hiss of the espresso machine. In the midst of this bustling scene, Louise Carleton appeared, being dragged through the coffee house by what looked to be an adult hound dog. He had his nose to the floor, not caring a bit that he was dragging the middle-aged, silver-haired woman behind him. Just like Loretta, Louise wore bangles around her wrist, and her silver bob and blunt bangs were always neatly combed. But this dog had surely done a number on them. Louise's stray hairs stuck out at odd angles, and her usually pristine outfit was slightly askew. "Whoa there, Louise!" I called out, stepping around the counter to help. "Who's this energetic fellow?" "This is Deputy," Louise said while panting, trying to regain her composure. "He's got a nose for trouble and an appetite to match." Aunt Maxie and Loretta turned their attention from the window to Louise, amusement dancing in their eyes as they watched the spectacle.
"Looks like Deputy's ready for the Friendsgiving scavenger hunt,"
Bunny quipped, receiving a chuckle from the surrounding customers.
"Well, he's certainly ready for something,"
Louise replied, finally managing to get Deputy to sit. She adjusted her bangles and smoothed down her hair, flashing me a grateful smile. "And that's a family." "Louise." I didn't mean for my tone to sound negative, but it did. "You can't possibly think Deputy would be a good fit for us." "He would be. He just needs a little training." Louise pulled out the very familiar-looking folder she brought with all the animals from Pet Palace she intended to be fostered in the Bean Hive until they were adopted. Pet Palace was Honey Springs' take on a local SPCA. Not all small towns in Kentucky had animal shelters, and Pet Palace was run solely on volunteers and donated money. Louise never turned away an animal of any kind. Every Monday night, I volunteered to clean cages, feed the animals, and help get them adopted. The Bean Hive served as a temporary foster home for animals, allowing people to see them in a natural environment rather than in the shelter. The animals I fostered had a 100% adoption rate, but Deputy looked like he was going to ruin my perfect score. "Roxy, you've got the magic touch," Louise insisted, her eyes pleading. "Just give him a chance." Pepper hurried over, his tail wagging furiously as he sniffed at Deputy. The two dogs exchanged a few tentative sniffs before Pepper gave Deputy a friendly nudge and wagged his tail even faster. It was a good sign. Pepper's instincts about other dogs were usually spot on. Louise beamed and handed me the folder. "Thank you, Roxy. You won't regret it." As I took the folder, I couldn't help but feel a mix of apprehension and determination. Deputy might be a challenge, but I was willing to do what Louise said and give him a chance. After all, the Bean Hive had become known for helping both people and pets find their place in the world. With Pepper's approval, I felt a little more confident that Deputy would find his forever home, too. The door swung open, and along with dry leaves that swept inside, came a blood-curdling scream that got not only human attention, but also Deputy's. In an instant, Deputy jerked free from Louise's grip on his leash and darted out the door. He paused briefly and visibly sniffed the air before he took off down the boardwalk, his hound instincts in full gear.
"Deputy, no!"
Louise shouted, but it was too late. The dog was already bolting down the boardwalk, people jumping out of his way as he barreled forward. Pepper tried to take off after him, but I called out, "Pepper, stay!" Like the good dog he was, Pepper froze in place, though his eyes were fixed anxiously on Deputy's retreating form. I bolted out the door after Deputy, the crisp fall air hitting me as I ran. Aunt Maxie and Loretta, not people to be left behind, scrambled after me. The sight of them fumbling over people, nearly tripping over a baby stroller, and apologizing profusely to a man holding a hot coffee would have been funny if the situation weren't so dire.
"Out of the way, folks!"
Aunt Maxie hollered, waving her arms dramatically.
"Deputy on the loose!"
"Coming through, y'all!" Loretta added, her bracelets jingling wildly as she struggled to keep up, her scarf flapping like a banner behind her. People were diving out of the way, some staring in confusion and others in mild amusement as our chaotic trio chased the runaway hound. We reached the marina. Deputy was already at the edge of the boat dock, his nose to the wood, sniffing frantically. My heart pounding, I pushed forward as a boat roared to life, shot out of the no-wake zone at full throttle, and disappeared before I could get a good view of the vessel. Deputy stood at the edge of the dock, howling toward the boat, his mournful cries echoing over the water. The sound was haunting, a mix of desperation and determination. "Deputy!" I called, breathless, as I finally reached him. I bent down and wrapped my arms around his neck to calm him. "Good boy, it's okay." Aunt Maxie and Loretta stumbled up behind me, panting and slightly disheveled. Aunt Maxie's hat was askew, and Loretta's hair looked like it had been through a wind tunnel.
"What in tarnation was that all about?"
Aunt Maxie asked, adjusting her hat.
"I reckon Deputy's got himself a nose for trouble,"
Loretta said, trying to catch her breath. Big Bib, the owner of the marina, ran up, his face pale.
"Did you see that? Someone took off in that boat like a bat out of—"
He stopped shy of saying the curse word. "I saw," I said, holding on to Deputy, who was now panting, but calmer than he had been. "Did you get a look at who it was?"
"No, it all happened so fast,"
Big Bib replied.
"One minute everything was quiet, and the next that boat was gone."
I looked out over the lake, my mind racing with questions. Whoever it was, they had something to hide, and Deputy had picked up on it. This Friendsgiving Harvest was turning out to be far more eventful than I'd anticipated. Chapter 3.
"Deputy!"
Apparently, the chase wasn't over. Deputy had taken off again, only this time he went back the way he came.
"What is wrong with that dog?"
Big Bib turned his attention to me. He was a big, burly man, wearing a pair of jeans, a pair of red suspenders clipped to the waist of those jeans, and a sleeveless Metallica shirt.
"He's got some kind of headworm or something."
Big Bib shook his head, but I didn't wait around to hear what else he had to say about Deputy. The chase to get the crazy mutt was on, and Aunt Maxie, Loretta, and I were the fools running after him. We were all flailing our arms, screaming, "Deputy!" like we needed a real deputy. The tourists and folks on the boardwalk parted like the Red Sea when they heard the thunderous paws of the hound dog coming toward them, echoing along Lake Honey Springs and the forested island across it. The boardwalk was adorned with festive decorations for the Friendsgiving Harvest Fest. Carriage lights lined the path. Flags flapped in the breeze. Each one was attached to a dowel rod, proudly displaying the festival's name. Large planters overflowing with vibrant fall flowers, mums, marigolds, and ornamental kale, added splashes of autumn color along the path. "No, no, no!" I yelled as Deputy darted down the pier toward the bait and tackle, just hoping I didn't have to take a swim in the lake. Not only was the water cold, but I didn't feel like getting all wet. People rushed out of the way, startled by the sight of the runaway hound and our frantic pursuit. The air was filled with the scents of roasted nuts and hot cider from nearby festival stalls as the vendors prepared for the festival opening ceremony. Deputy was a blur of fur and determination, weaving through the crowd with a single-minded focus. On what, I had no idea, but he knew. Or at least, he knew we were chasing him, and he was enjoying it. Aunt Maxie and Loretta stumbled behind me, dodging people and planters, their breaths coming in short, exasperated puffs. "Get that dog!" someone shouted, adding to the chaos. As we neared the pier, the fluttering flags of the twinkling carriage lights reflected off the water, creating a scene that, though picturesque, was anything but peaceful. Deputy, unfazed by the commotion he was causing, continued his mad dash toward the bait and tackle. "Please don't jump in the lake," I pleaded, more to myself than Deputy. Finally, Deputy skidded to a halt at the end of the pier, right behind the shop where the owners had erected their contribution to the scavenger hunt in the form of a scarecrow. His nose twitched as he sniffed the air. He stood there, wagging his tail furiously, seemingly satisfied with his chase.
"Did someone say you need a deputy?"
Gloria Day, an employee of the sheriff's department and now a deputy, strolled up behind us, candy apple in hand. She had asked her question around a mouthful of the festival treat. Breathless and frazzled, I reached for Deputy. Aunt Maxie and Loretta weren't far behind, both looking equally disheveled but relieved when they stopped next to Gloria. "Gotcha," I said, grabbing Deputy's leash. Though he didn't appear to budge from the foot of the scarecrow, his eyes rose. "What were you thinking, you silly dog?" I glanced over my shoulder at Gloria. "Nah, his name is Deputy, and he's the Pet Palace dog, the Bean Hive." I stopped talking as my eyes shifted to the scarecrow. It wasn't a scarecrow. It was a person disguised as one. Chapter 4. The Bean Hive was awake with its usual energy. Not too many patrons had realized what had happened yet. Mostly, that was because the bait and tackle shop had not opened for the day, and the pier past it was usually remote, so any sort of activity that far down was hard to see from the top of the pier. But I knew this place would soon be buzzing, and with more than just caffeine running through the customers' veins. That was the thing about being the only coffee house in town that served gossip as hot as the coffee. The Bean Hive seemed to be the place to get both, especially when something big, like a murder, happened. With all that said, it seemed to be a couple of hours before Sheriff Spencer Shepherd came in to get any sort of statement from Aunt Maxie, Loretta, and me. Of course, Loretta insisted she go first, since we were already nearing the 4 p.m. ribbon-cutting ceremony meant to start the Friendsgiving Harvest Fest. But Spencer wasn't having any of her tomfoolery. Sheriff Spencer Shepherd exuded an air of authority and rugged charm that seemed to draw the attention of nearly every woman in the coffee house, all of whom appeared to be rubbernecking to see why he was there. Bunny Bowowski was especially attentive. bustling around him with a tray of food and a fresh pot of coffee. No doubt she was trying to get an earful so she could go tell her best friend, Maybelle Donovan, who eerily looked like Bunny but shorter.
"Here you go, Sheriff,"
Bunny said, her voice dripping with Southern hospitality as she set a plate of pumpkin spice muffins and a steaming cup of coffee in front of him. She lingered just a bit too long, clearly trying to overhear the conversation.
"Thank you, Bunny,"
Sheriff Shepherd said, his tone polite but distracted. His deep green gaze swept across the table, and his jaw set as he turned his piercing gaze back to me.
"Now, Roxy, I need you to walk me through everything that happened this morning."
I took a deep breath, trying to organize my thoughts. Well, it all started when Deputy here, I gestured to the hound dog sitting obediently by Sheriff Shepherd's feet and not mine, heard a scream and took off running. We chased him down the boardwalk, and he led us straight to the pier behind the bait and tackle shop. That's when we found the, scarecrow.
"Scarecrow?"
Bunny interjected, leaning in a bit too close.
"You mean one of them for the scavenger hunt?"
"Yes, Bunny," I said, giving her a look. "But it wasn't a scarecrow. It was a person disguised as a scarecrow." Bunny's eyes widened, and she clutched the tray to her chest.
"Lord have mercy!"
Sheriff Shepherd cleared his throat, directing my attention back to him.
"Did you recognize the person, Roxy?"
I shook my head. No, I didn't get a good look. Everything happened so fast. Gloria Day was there, and she called it in right away. Then she moved us down the pier so she could secure the scene. "Don't forget about the boat," Aunt Maxie interjected, her finger in the air.
"The boat?"
Spencer asked, jotting something down in that little notebook he carried in the front pocket of his sheriff uniform.
"Listen,"
Loretta piped up and tapped her fake fingernail on the face of her watch.
"Can I just tell you I saw nothing? Not a thing. I've got to get down to the ribbon-cutting ceremony at the Cocoon Hotel before 4 p.m.
"Lucky for you, it's 3 o'clock, and it takes 5 minutes, tops, to walk down there,"
he said, and motioned for her to sit.
5 minutes? Bunny scoffed. I'm old, and it only takes me about a minute, and that's because I got arthritis in my hips.
Spencer let out an exhausted sigh. Everything in his sigh conveyed exactly how I felt at the moment.
"Let's start over, Roxy. And do not leave out the boat."
He leaned back in the chair, and its legs groaned under his weight. I blinked a few times, trying to recover all the memories and replay them in my head. Louise brought Deputy in here, and when he heard a scream, I stopped talking when the sheriff lifted his hand, the ink pen in between his fingers as he shuffled back a few pages in his notebook.
"Who screamed?"
he asked. You know, I have no idea. I couldn't answer his very good question, and I'd not thought about it since we heard it. I looked over at Aunt Maxie and Loretta to see if they had any answers, but they both just shrugged.
We were too busy trying to catch that dumb dog.
Aunt Maxie looked at Deputy and stuck her tongue out like she was a 10-year-old.
He made me sweat, and I do not like to sweat or run.
"Definitely didn't like the running,"
Loretta chimed in.
"Ladies, can we please stick to the facts?"
Spencer looked at each of us separately from underneath his furrowed brows. I can pretty much say for all three of us that we didn't see who screamed. Again, we were trying to catch Deputy because he'd gotten loose from Louise. I told him the basic facts, but I was already trying to figure out how to discover who was screaming. Not that it was my place to stick my nose into whatever looked very much like a murder, But my lawyer side felt an itch that could only be scratched by pursuing a lot of unanswered questions that didn't have a thing to do with Deputy. But it wasn't the scream that caught Deputy's attention, I said, as a curl crept along the edge of my mouth. He must have caught the scent of the man who was running down the boardwalk, who jumped into that boat.
Man?
Spencer asked. I'm not sure if it was a man or a woman, I stated. Really, I didn't see the person.
Nope, we just saw the back end of that dog,
Aunt Maxie growled, looking at Deputy.
The boat.
Spencer was putting us back on track. Yes, Deputy was chasing someone from the pier and down the boardwalk to the marina, where that person jumped into a boat and zoomed off.
I'm telling you that we need more no-wake signs.
Loretta smacked the table to get her point across.
As the president of the Southern Women's Club, I'm going to bring that to the next town council meeting. The boater was not adhering to the no-wake zone rules.
For the first time in a while, Aunt Maxie was agreeing with Loretta.
Ladies,
Spencer said the word like he was exhausted already, but he pressed on.
You saw this person running from the direction of the...
He cleared his throat.
Scarecrow?
You mean dead person,
Aunt Maxie called a spade, a quality that was annoying but also endearing at times, as were other tendencies of hers.
Yes, the...
Spencer seemed to try to find the right words, but decided to move on.
The person came from the direction of the scream?
I'm not sure, I replied. I just heard a scream, and Deputy took off and bolted out the door. I didn't even think about the scream until Aunt Maxie just mentioned it, because I was so focused on the dead scarecrow. I wasn't quite sure how to say it, but then it just came out. Murdered person.
Murdered?
Spencer asked, as if he already didn't believe it. Unfortunately for him, I'd worked with Spencer so many times that I knew when he was trying to play his hand close to his vest. He was doing that just now. I could feel my litigious side rising to the surface, the need for answers burning within me. You're questioning whether someone decided to dress themselves up like a scarecrow, hoist themselves onto a makeshift cross, and take their own life? I scoffed. I don't think so. Spencer's eyes narrowed, but I continued. So, Sheriff, let me ask you this. What do you think the motive was? Do you think it was personal? Or do you suspect it's connected to the festival somehow? Have you asked anyone but us? I mean, there were a lot of people out there on the boardwalk and the pier when all of this was happening. And where is the person who screamed? Although he opened his mouth to speak, I didn't give him the chance. And what about the boat? Did anyone report a boat missing? Or perhaps there were some unusual transactions at the marina recently?
Roxy, you just told me about the boat.
I kept going. Furthermore, have you considered the possibility that the scream was a diversion? Maybe the person wanted to draw attention away from the pier and create chaos, making their escape easier.
Roxy, you really need to...
Spencer started, but I was on a roll. And what about fingerprints? Have you really secured the scene properly? Collected all potential evidence? Checked the surveillance cameras in the area? His face was growing redder by the second.
Roxy, this is an official investigation. You need to let us handle it.
Oh, I'm sure you will, Sheriff, I said, my tone retaining its edge. But you know how thorough I can be. Missing details can often be the key to solving a case. Clearly exasperated, Spencer rubbed his temples.
Roxy, I understand your concerns, but this is Sheriff's business. We have protocols and procedures to follow.
Aunt Maxie and Loretta exchanged amused glances, obviously enjoying the show. And what about potential witnesses? I continued. Have you questioned everyone who was in the vicinity? Collected their statements thoroughly?
Roxy,
Spencer said, his voice firmer now.
I appreciate your passion, but you need to stay out of this. Let us do our work.
I met his gaze, my own eyes steady. I just want to make sure everything is being done to find out what happened and bring justice to that poor person. Because sitting here, enjoying your scone and cup of coffee is great for business, my business, but the three of us didn't see anything but the back end of that dog. I drove the point home to let him know we knew nothing. Yet. Chapter 5.
That was great,
Aunt Maxie said. She and Bunny had followed me to the kitchen as soon as Spencer left. I wouldn't say it was great, I replied. I was trying to let him know he was wasting his time asking us over and over again if we saw or heard anything suspicious. I turned around to face Aunt Maxie, but she'd already grabbed one of the whiteboards I used for recipes and possible menu items while I cooked. She was erasing it with her bare hand, the dry erase marker clamped between her teeth. "What are you doing?" I asked, knowing fully well what she was up to. "I am not investigating what happened. I've got my hands too full with deputy to even think about adding something else to my plate during the Friendsgiving Harvest Fest." Aunt Maxie gave me a flat look, the one that told me she knew I wouldn't be able to rest until we learned all the particulars about who the dead person was and why they were killed, not to mention the person who really did appear to be running from the scene. Or, at least, the person who deputy made us think was running from it.
"Roxy, you know as well as I do that you can't just leave this alone,"
Aunt Maxie said, scribbling on the whiteboard with quick, deliberate strokes.
"We've got to figure this out. It's not just about the festival. It's about keeping Honey Springs safe."
Bunny chimed in, her eyes wide with excitement.
"And you know how much fun we have when we're sleuthing together. Remember the time we solved that mystery about the missing heirloom jewelry? That was a hoot."
Sighing, I glanced at Deputy, who was lying on the floor, gnawing on a bone. This is different. There's a dead body involved. It's dangerous. Aunt Maxie waved her hand dismissively.
"Danger schmanger. We'll be careful. Besides, you're the smartest person I know. If anyone can figure it out, it's you."
Bunny nodded vigorously.
"And you've got to help us. We'll be your eyes and your ears. Plus, Deputy here seems to have a knack for sniffing out trouble. He might lead us to the answers."
As I looked at the two of them, my resolve wavered. The truth was that the mystery had already started to gnaw at me. Spencer's questions had stirred something inside me, and I knew I wouldn't be able to let it go. "Okay, fine," I relented, throwing up my hands. "But we have to be careful and discreet. The last thing we need is to interfere with the official investigation." Aunt Maxie grinned, her eyes sparkling with mischief.
"Of course. We'll be like shadows. No one will even know we're on the case."
Bunny clapped her hands together.
"Great! Now, where do we start?"
I rubbed my temples, feeling a headache coming on. First, we need to find out who the victim was. Maybe there was something in the town records, or someone might recognize them. Aunt Maxie wrote down, "Identify the victim" on the whiteboard.
"What about the scream? We need to find out who screamed and why."
"Right," I agreed. "And we need to look into that boat. Someone must have seen something or knows who owned it." Bunny bounced on her toes.
"This is going to be so exciting. I'll start asking around about the boat. And I'll check around the town records and see if there are any reports of missing persons that match the victim's description,"
Aunt Maxie added. I took a deep breath, feeling a mix of anxiety and determination. "All right, let's do this. But remember, we need to keep it low-key. No drawing attention to ourselves." Aunt Maxie and Bunny nodded in unison, their expressions serious. "But for now, we need to get these cookies down to our booth at the festival," I told them, knowing Patrick and Sassy were already there setting up. I'd not heard from Patrick, which was a surefire sign he hadn't learned of what I was sure was a murder. "Right," Aunt Maxie said, snapping back into action. She grabbed a tray of freshly decorated cookies, the sweet smell of sugar and icing filling the air. "I'll carry these," Bunny offered, picking up another tray and balancing it expertly despite the tremors of excitement that rippled through her hands. As we headed out of the kitchen, the lively sounds of the festival drifted through the open door. "Are you going to be okay until one of us can get back to help after we take these cookies down to the booth?" I asked Shelley and Shanda, the twin sisters who had been helping me while they were in high school and had graduated this year. "Honestly, Roxy," Shelley said, sounding a bit annoyed. "When are you going to stop asking me that? I'm the manager, and I don't think you'd have given me this title if you didn't think I could step in at a moment's notice." "You're right, but I want to make sure I continue to respect your boundaries." I untied my apron, exchanged it for my jacket, and grabbed Pepper's leash. The festival was going to be too busy to let him roam around, even though he knew exactly where he was going and would stay close. That other people considering him too cute and snatching him up was what worried me. Pepper rushed over and sat down at my feet. "Aw, who put that cute sweater on you?" I asked, knowing perfectly well it was Shanda. Though she worked here part-time, she also worked for my friend Morgan Keyes at Walk in the Bark, the cutest pet boutique. "I couldn't resist," Shanda said with a big grin on her face, looking down at the little yellow sweater with fall leaves crocheted all over it. "He will blend in with the leaves out there." "He sure will." I sighed and focused on Deputy, who was also sitting very patiently at my feet. In fact, he'd been a perfect angel since the little escapade earlier today, so I was going to chalk that up as a rare incident until he proved me wrong. I gulped down the thought because, for some reason, it was hard for me to even believe. "Deputy, it's not fair to you to stay cooped up in the coffee house when you need to get out among the public to find a forever home," I said, clipping his collar on him. He wagged his tail enthusiastically, clearly happy to be going out again. I grabbed the red folder with all his stats in it, knowing I'd need it at the booth when someone walked by and commented on the cute dogs. I wanted to be ready to tell them Deputy was available for adoption. "Ready to go?" I asked Aunt Maxie and Bunny, who were balancing trays of cookies. "Ready!" they chimed in unison. With Deputy and Pepper on their leashes and the red folder tucked under my arm, we left the Bean Hive and headed toward the festival booth. Until Aunt Maxie abruptly stopped and motioned with her eyes for me to look. Kevin Roberts, pushing the church cart, which was technically a gurney he used to transport bodies to his hearse as the county coroner, had stopped just about all foot traffic. Everyone and their mother had stopped to gawk, point, and whisper about why the coroner was there. "I'm guessing I lied to the sheriff," Bunny said, and sucked in a deep breath. She was gripping the tray of cookies. "What would take me and my arthritic hips a minute to walk down to the Cocoon Hotel just might take a bit longer." In no uncertain terms, she was telling us she was staying for the show. I noticed Kevin glancing around. His eyes scanned the crowd until they landed on me. He gave a brief nod and then turned his attention to the task at hand. The hushed whispers grew louder, and the crowd seemed to press in closer, eager for any bit of information.
"Excuse me, folks,"
Kevin said in his deep, authoritative voice.
"Please make way. Official business here."
The crowd reluctantly parted, and Kevin continued with his work. He secured the gurney carefully before heading toward the pier. The sight of him and the gurney approaching the scene of the crime sent a shiver down my spine. I glanced at Aunt Maxie and Bunny. This is not good.
"No kidding," Aunt Maxie said. "We need to find out what he's discovered."
I watched as Kevin spoke briefly with Sheriff Spencer Shepherd, who had arrived on the scene. They exchanged a few words before Kevin lifted the cover on the gurney and revealed the lifeless form beneath, now disguised as a scarecrow.
"What do you think they're talking about?"
Bunny asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Probably figuring out how to handle the situation without causing a full-blown panic," I replied. "But whatever it is, it's serious." Kevin and Spencer continued their conversation, their expressions grim. I could see them gesturing toward the boat dock, and I knew they were piecing together the same clues we had. Sensing the tension, Deputy tugged slightly on his leash and looked up at me with big, expressive eyes. "Easy, boy," I said, giving him a reassuring pat. Kevin finally looked up, catching my eye again. He nodded toward the Bean Hive, indicating he wanted to speak with me. I took a deep breath and handed Pepper's leash to Aunt Maxie. "Hold on to him for me, will you?" I asked, knowing she could handle Sweet Pepper and the cookies better than she could Deputy.
"Sure thing, hon,"
she said, giving me an encouraging smile. Deputy and I made our way through the crowd, feeling the weight of the people's curious stares. As I approached Kevin and Spencer, the gravity of the situation hit me at full force. This was no longer just a festival. It was the scene of a mystery that needed solving.
"Roxy,"
Kevin greeted me, his tone respectful but urgent.
"We need to talk."
"Of course," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "What can I do to help?"
"We're trying to piece together the timeline of events," Spencer said. "Anything you can remember about what you saw or heard could be crucial."
His voice had taken on a different tone than it had when he was in the coffee house. The change got my attention. I nodded and glanced back at Aunt Maxie and Bunny. They were watching from a distance, and I'll tell you everything I know, I said.
"Do you think you can come by the department in the morning?"
Spencer asked. He must have seen my confused expression.
"You know as well as I do how witnesses to crimes often can't remember some of the things they witnessed until their nervous systems have calmed down and their minds process the events."
Oh my, how much Spencer had changed in the last few years, and the transformation was welcome. It was true that 90% of the time, a witness to a crime took days, if not months, to start recalling the facts of the traumatic event. That was our body's way of protecting us, and he was right. Sure, I think a night of sleep and a little time will help me, and even Aunt Maxie and Loretta, process what we saw. I told Spencer and Kevin. Do you know who the victim is yet? Kevin lifted his chin and looked at Spencer as though he was trying to determine whether or not he should tell me. I think my record stands. I began my speech, which they'd heard over and over, but for some reason couldn't get through their thick skulls. I have that face, I said, planting a truly genuine smile on it, that tells people they can trust me. And I also happen to serve the best cup of coffee in town. And as we all know, people love to talk over a good cup of hot joe. I thought that was why I had always been drawn to coffee. Memories of my dad and mama sitting around the table on weekends after long weeks of work made it seem that those times were sacred to them, to me. They would talk about the week's events when during the week they didn't have time. They would tell stories about what they experienced. Mama would tell a little neighborhood gossip, and Dad would let me dip my cookie into his coffee, a beverage that seemed so taboo at the time. Then there was Honey Springs. My dad would bring me here every summer to visit his Aunt Maxie, my great-aunt, and I would beg him to leave me there. Mama didn't like it, but it had all turned out fine now that she, too, lived here. But my dad knew what he was doing. He was giving me a family in Honey Springs so that when he died, it would feel natural to come visit the town. It was during those summer nights, lying around in Aunt Maxie's house, going to the Watershed restaurant with her, and catching the latest gossip at the Crooked Cat bookstore, that she and her book club would not discuss their assigned book, but gossip about the townspeople instead. Loretta Beebe and Bunny Bowowski were two of them. Their talk wasn't just gossip over coffee, but true, genuine conversation among friends. They spoke about friendship, love, and deaths and solved one another's problems. When I got divorced, it was those times in my childhood that I longed for. So showing up in Honey Springs a few years ago was my cozy blanket. It was only natural for me to want to open a coffee house there, and before long, the Bean Hive was open for business. They say time changes things, but it doesn't change conversations over coffee. And that was my superpower when it came to everything Spencer needed to know about what I was sure would be classified as a homicide. He needed my ear to the ground tomorrow morning, when he knew all the citizens of Honey Springs would be stopping in for the latest gossip over coffee. Chapter 6. The Friendsgiving Harvest Fest was in full swing, even though the ribbon ceremony hadn't kicked things off. After agreeing to keep my ears open tonight for the name of the victim, Jennifer Armstrong, I made my way to the Cocoon Hotel. The sidewalk from the boardwalk to the hotel was bustling with people, their laughter and chatter filling the crisp fall air. The smells of roasted nuts and caramel apples wafted through the air, making my mouth water. The bright lights from the carnival rides caught my eye as I proceeded to the Bean Hive's tent. The Ferris wheel turned slowly, its seats filled with happy families enjoying the view of Honey Springs from above. The merry-go-round's cheerful music added a festive touch, and the colorful lights of the merry-go-round blinked in a playful rhythm, creating a sense of excitement and fun. The lawn between the hotel and the beach of Lake Honey Springs was transformed into a lively festival ground. White tents were set up in neat rows, each one offering different treats and crafts. As soon as I smelled the funnel cakes, my mouth watered for a cup of hot cider. It was just that time of the year for me. Children ran around with faces painted like tigers and butterflies, their giggles blending with the distant hum of the carnival rides. The centerpiece of the festival was the stage. It was decorated with autumn leaves, pumpkins, and hay bales, creating a cheerful, rustic atmosphere. A large ribbon stretched across the front of the stage, ready to be cut to signify the start of the ceremony. The mayor, Loretta, and Kami Montgomery sat on the stage, chatting and waiting for the event to begin. I took a deep breath, savoring the mixture of the crisp fall air and the sweet and savory scents of festival food. The sky was a clear, brilliant blue, and the late afternoon sun added to the small town scene.
"There you are,"
Patrick said, walking up to me. He gave me a kiss before he turned his attention to Deputy.
"And this is the man of the hour."
Patrick bent down to Deputy and rubbed his chest, telling the dog he was a good boy.
"I hear he chased off a killer."
Patrick stood up, his deep brown eyes laced with concern.
"Or is that not right?"
"I'm guessing Aunt Maxie and Loretta told you that," I said. "I'm not sure, but do you know Jennifer Armstrong?"
"Aiken Armstrong's wife?"
he asked.
"No."
Patrick gasped. His eyes shot open, and he ran a hand through his salt and pepper hair. I do think his wife is named Jennifer. Quiet type. It was her? That's what Spencer told me. I gave him a brief rundown of the conversation I had with Spencer and Kevin. How did she die? He asked a very good question, with an answer I didn't know. They didn't say, and I'm not even sure if they got her down from the... I waffled on how to say scarecrow position. This guy, true to his name, has some sort of keen nose. Then it hit me. I remembered that Deputy really did hear the scream, and that it sent him into motion to run toward the danger, throw his nose in the air, and pursue the person who had jumped in the boat. Roxanne, I know that look, Patrick warned. Right then, Loretta Beebe's big performance began. Welcome, everyone, to the Friendsgiving Harvest Fest, she announced, her voice ringing out clearly. We are so glad to have you all here today to celebrate friendship, community, and the bounty of the season. Let's make this the best festival yet. The crowd cheered, and the mayor, Kami, and Loretta each picked up a pair of scissors, which they poised to cut the ribbon. The anticipation was palpable, and I felt a sense of excitement and pride for our little town. With a quick snip, the ribbon was cut, and the crowd erupted into applause and cheers. The Friendsgiving Harvest Fest was officially underway, and it was off to a great start. Minus the one murder. Patrick and I walked over to the tent, and I could tell by the way he continued to glance at me that he still wanted to talk about my habit of scratching my curious side, which, in this case, was provoked by Jennifer's murder. But I didn't dare give him a glance. From the corner of my eye, I could see he was itching to ask. Thank you, Aunt Maxie. I hurried underneath the tent to make some sort of conversation with her rather than with Patrick. Aunt Maxie was already bustling around with a big smile on her face. The 3 dogs, Pepper, Deputy, and Sassy, our black standard poodle, were all present, wagging their tails in delight as they took in all the people and sniffs they could explore. Deputy was definitely not staying true to his hound dog behavior when he'd realized there was danger. It looks so good, I told Birdie Beebe, Loretta's granddaughter, who was also an employee of the coffee house. It's a coffee haven, I said to her as I looked around at the autumnal decorations. I walked around and took in all the scattered pumpkins of various sizes and colors and the bundles of dried corn stalks framing the entrance. Under the tent, she'd covered the tables with gingham cloths. The smell of freshly baked goods filled the air, mingling with that of the special Harvest Harmony blend coffee I had roasted for the occasion. I checked the large drink cooler to make sure the iced coffee dispensers were topped off. The cool, refreshing drink was a hit among those bustling around the festival tents, pairing perfectly with the sweet treats we had on offer. Y'all are right on time, Aunt Maxie called out as she arranged a platter of pumpkin spice muffins. These folks are hungry. Patrick helped me display the trays of treats we had prepared, each one looking more delicious than the last. The pumpkin spice muffins were moist and flavorful, capturing the essence of fall. The scones brought bursts of tart cranberry and zesty orange, while the apple cinnamon bread slices offered a spiced delight. The maple pecan breakfast bars, packed with nuts and sweetened with syrup, were both satisfying and easy to grab. Finally, the sweet potato biscuits, perfect for a quick treat, were a hit with everyone who tried them. We had something for everyone. Can I get a cup of that special coffee I've been hearing about? One of the festival goers asked, stepping up to the counter. Of course, I said with a smile, pouring a steaming cup of Harvest Harmony blend. The rich, aromatic coffee was the perfect complement to the treats we had on offer.
"Thank you so much,"
the woman said. She took a sip and closed her eyes in bliss.
"This is amazing."
"I'm glad you like it," I replied, handing her a pumpkin spice muffin to go with her coffee. Patrick and Aunt Maxie were busy serving customers too. Patrick handed out slices of apple cinnamon bread to a group of children, while Aunt Maxie made sure everyone got a taste of the cranberry orange scones. Deputy, Pepper, and Sassy added to the charm of the tent, greeting customers with wagging tails and friendly nudges. Pepper sat obediently next to the counter, his big, dark eyes watching my every move, while Sassy pranced around, showing off her curly black coat. Deputy, ever the charmer, made his rounds, sniffing hands and accepting pats from delighted festival goers.
"Your dogs are just precious,"
an elderly woman commented as she petted Sassy.
"And this sweet potato biscuit is divine."
"Thank you," I said, with a feeling of pride. "We love having them here, and I'm glad you're enjoying the treats." Aunt Maxie handed a plate of maple pecan breakfast bars to a young couple.
"Y'all be sure to try these with some coffee," she said. "It's a match made in heaven."
Because of the seasonal change, darkness fell over our little town before long. The colorful carnival rides, twinkle lights strung all over the trees on the lawn, and a few lit boats on the lake were the only sources of illumination. The pop-up coffee house remained bustling with activity. Laughter, conversation, and the occasional bark from our furry companions filled the air. Moments like these reminded me of why I loved Honey Springs so much: the sense of community, the joy of simple pleasures, and being surrounded by friends and family. The moment almost made me forget about what had happened to Jennifer. Patrick wrapped an arm around my shoulder and pulled me close.
"This is perfect,"
he murmured, resting his chin on top of my head.
"Until I see you drifting off, and you think I don't know what you're thinking."
"Look at him," I pointed out Deputy. He knew the person running had done something wrong.
"What are you saying?"
Patrick asked. Fear clouded his face. I knew that fear. Even in the darkness I could see it. "No, I do not want another dog," I told him, since it was a challenge for me not to bring home every single adoptable animal we took in from the pet palace. But I do think he just might be able to help me with this case.
"This case?"
Patrick didn't like certain terms I used. He called them too lawyery, his made-up word.
"Are you saying Spencer has asked you to help again?"
"Just to keep my ears open. But what if I use Deputy's ears? His nose?" I looked down at the dog, who had finally lain down on his side and fallen asleep. Technically, he wasn't just sleeping. He was dreaming. His paws were moving and his body jerked like he was after someone. Was he dreaming of the person running down the boardwalk? The one who jumped into the getaway boat? "Getaway boat," I whispered and snapped my finger at Patrick.
"Promise me you're going to be careful,"
Patrick said. He had given in. He knew by how I was thinking that I was already all in on the investigation. "Do you have this?" I gestured to the pop-up shop.
"Yeah."
He looked at his phone and checked the time.
"We only have a couple of hours. Let me guess. You're taking Deputy and retracing the chase?"
"I love you, Patrick Kane." I rose up on my toes and gave him a gigantic smooch. I bent down and ran a gentle hand down Deputy's back to wake him from his sleep. He bolted up into a sitting position, as if he understood the call before I even got his leash. "Okay, boy," I said to him on our way out of the tent. "It's time to see if what I think about you is actually true." Patrick gave me a final squeeze before I headed off with Deputy. The festivities remained behind me, but laughter, music, and the occasional bark still filled the air. The lights from the carnival rides flickered in the distance, casting colorful reflections on the lake. Deputy and I walked down the sidewalk that led to the boardwalk, the soft glow of the festival slowly giving way to the darker, quieter stretch ahead. The path was lined with planters filled with vibrant mums, their rich colors muted in the dim light, but still adding a touch of beauty. The crispness of the evening air was invigorating, enhanced by the scent of fallen leaves and the faint hint of wood smoke from nearby chimneys. As we approached the boardwalk, the sounds of the carnival began to blend with the gentle lapping of the lake's water against the shore. The boardwalk was quieter now. The twinkling carriage lights along the path provided a soft glow, casting long shadows that danced with each flicker. Deputy trotted beside me, his ears perked up and his nose occasionally dipping to the ground. The cool breeze ruffled his fur, and he seemed more alert, as if he knew we were heading towards something important. Ahead, the yellow crime scene tape fluttered gently in the breeze, a stark reminder of the morning's grim discovery. The tape cordoned off the area where the pier met the boardwalk, right in front of the Bean Hive. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the task ahead. As we neared the tape, I could see the outlines of the scarecrow still standing ominously in the distance, its form eerily lifelike in the shadows. Deputy's pace quickened slightly, his nose twitching as he picked up a scent. "Okay, Deputy," I murmured, bending down and unclipping his leash. "Show me what you've got." He hesitated for a moment, looking up at me with his expressive eyes, then lowered his nose to the ground and began to sniff around the perimeter marked by the crime scene tape. His movements were deliberate, each sniff and pause indicating he was picking up on something. The air grew colder, and the scent of the lake was more pronounced as we approached the pier. The wooden planks creaked under my feet, a familiar sound that now seemed laden with tension. The gentle hum of the festival in the background was a distant reminder of the world still turning, still celebrating, while we delved into the mystery at hand. Deputy led me closer to the spot where the scarecrow had been found. His tail wagged slowly, a sign that he was on to something. I watched him closely, noting the way he followed a specific trail, his nose remaining pressed to the ground. We reached the edge of the pier, where the water lapped gently against the posts. Deputy stopped, pointed his nose toward the water, and let out a low, questioning whine. I knelt beside him, peering into the darkness, trying to see what had caught his attention. "What is it, boy?" I asked softly, my eyes scanning the water and the surrounding area. Deputy glanced up at me, then back at the water, his body tense with anticipation. He took a few steps closer to the edge, his nose still working in the air, and released another low whine. I took a deep breath, felt the cool air fill my lungs, and stood. As I looked around the pier and the boardwalk, the shadows seemed to deepen, and the sounds of the festival grew even fainter. Whatever Deputy had picked up on, it was here, somewhere in the darkness, waiting to be discovered. "All right, Deputy," I said, my voice steady. "Let's see where this leads us." Together, we continued our search, the quiet night enveloping us as we delved deeper into the mystery that had come to Honey Springs. As Deputy and I continued our search, something caught my eye. Glinting faintly under the moonlight, half hidden by the leaves, was a pen clipped on a business card. I bent down, picked it up, and turned it over in my hand. "Good boy, Deputy," I murmured, scratching behind his ears. It was a business card for Aiken Armstrong's real estate business. My heart skipped a beat. The back of the card had a cryptic note scrawled in a hurried handwriting. "Meet at the pier, noon. Bring the proof." The word sent a shiver down my spine. Why was someone meeting Aiken Armstrong at noon with proof? Proof of what? And why was Jennifer stuffed as a scarecrow instead of Aiken? I ran a finger and the pen over his name as the cold breeze skittered off the lake, along my ankles and up my legs, leaving me with the feeling that Aiken was the first suspect on my list. Chapter 7.
Roxy, I don't think you need to go see Aiken,
Patrick said as he walked into the Bean Hive, carrying empty trays stacked precariously high. He paused, surveying the scene with a raised eyebrow. The wipe-off recipe board from the kitchen, which Aunt Maxie had commandeered earlier in the day, had become the official murder board. Scribbled notes, photos, and timelines were arranged haphazardly under the bold heading, Operation Scarecrow. The coffee house now looked more like a makeshift investigation headquarters. The scents of coffee and baked goods lingered in the air, mingling with the faint aroma of cinnamon and nutmeg from the festival treats we had served earlier.
And you couldn't come up with a better name than Operation Scarecrow?
Patrick asked, a mix of amusement and disbelief in his tone. Just then, Aunt Maxie bustled in, balancing a couple of industrial thermoses in her arms.
And I'm assuming that's not decaf you're drinking,
he said.
Operation Scarecrow? She echoed, her voice tinged with excitement. I'm in.
Eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, she hurried over to the counter. She clapped her hands together and rubbed them vigorously, clearly pleased with the setup.
Perfect title.
Then she playfully smacked Patrick on the arm.
And if anyone sees this, she pointed out, they will think it's about the Scarecrow scavenger hunt.
Patrick shook his head.
I'm not so sure, Maxie,
he said, pointing at a note on the board.
It says killer right here under Aiken's name. I don't think anyone would mistake this for a scavenger hunt.
We keep it in the back anyway, I assured him, giving him some instructions for the trays. Patrick nodded and headed through the pass-through door to the kitchen, his silhouette framed momentarily by the light from the oven. I took a sip of coffee and turned to Aunt Maxie, eager to fill her in on my theory. I was telling Patrick about how Deputy sniffed out the murder at the Friendsgiving Harvest Festival tonight. I began, glancing at Deputy, who was now alert on the couch. Sassy, comfortably sprawled in front of the fireplace, lifted her head lazily, while Pepper remained blissfully asleep in his new pet bed from Chandra. His tiny snores punctuated the quiet. So that might have been a stretch, I admitted, but I honestly believe he picked up some sort of scent. And it got me thinking about if Deputy is true to his name. Decaf? Aunt Maxie pointed at my cup. Yes, right over there. I pointed her in the direction of where I had made a pot of decaffeinated coffee, which wasn't truly coffee in my opinion, but I loved the beverage so much that I had to have a cup to get my head on straight if I was going to look into what happened to Jennifer. More than likely, my belief that coffee made me think more clearly was a mental thingy, but it was my mental thingy, and I was here for it. And so was Aunt Maxie.
And what did you find?
Her eyes widened with interest as she took her cup of coffee over to the coffee bar and doctored it up with all sorts of the extra ingredients we had there. Well, I started, glancing at the board filled with clues and theories. I think Deputy has a knack for this kind of thing. Maybe we can use his skills to our advantage.
Like a canine detective,
Aunt Maxie said, on her way over to look at the board, nodding thoughtfully.
I like it. Now, what do you think Deputy did to help in the investigation?
Deputy, as if understanding he was the topic of conversation, popped his head up from the couch. His alert expression made Sassy lift her head from where she was cozily settled in front of the fireplace, her glossy black coat gleaming in the firelight. Pepper, however, stayed happily unaware, rolling over on his back and snoring softly. Deputy trotted over to us, wagging his tail. I reached down to give him a pat, then turned to Aunt Maxie. Well, he's already proven he's got a knack for this kind of thing. Earlier today, he found this. I handed Aunt Maxie a clear evidence bag that contained the ink pen and business card we had found near the scene. She took the bag, her eyes widening with interest.
An ink pen and a business card,
she mused, holding the bag up to the light to get a better look.
And what's this?
She peered closely at the card, her brow furrowing as she read the cryptic note scribbled on the back. It's a business card for Aiken Armstrong's foundation, I explained. The note on the back mentions a secret noontime meeting.
Noon, as in Jennifer was murdered at noon?
Aunt Maxie's eyes grew even wider. That's when Deputy found her, or a little after. I pointed at the makeshift evidence bag. She's married to Aiken.
Yes, I know. I've known them for years, and sure did hate to hear tonight that it was Jennifer.
Aunt Maxie looked away solemnly.
I sure didn't recognize her with all of her stuffed in that straw.
When I was a lawyer, I used to talk to people who knew the victims, I said thoughtfully, looking at Aunt Maxie. Since you know Aiken and Jennifer, can you tell me more about them?
First off, you're still a lawyer. Since you keep up your certification, you just aren't practicing.
Aunt Maxie nodded, her expression serious.
Aiken had come to me a couple of times to see if I'd sell some of the buildings I own downtown, even this place where the Bean Hive is located, but I declined his offer. He's always been keen on expanding and developing the town to attract more tourists. That's why he's a huge contributor to the events in town. He wants Honey Springs to thrive.
And Jennifer? Did you know her well?
Jennifer was quieter,
Aunt Maxie said, apparently thinking back.
She supported Aiken's ambitions, but stayed out of the limelight. I think she preferred it that way. She was always polite and kind, but I didn't know her as well as I know Aiken.
Aunt Maxie's jaw tensed, and she looked up at me, her eyes wide again. What? I asked, wondering what she'd just remembered.
Did you know Aiken proposed at the town council meeting last month to purchase the Be Happy Spa on the small island in the middle of Lake Honey Springs from Kirk?
She asked, watching my reaction.
Really?
I replied and raised an eyebrow. I didn't know about that. But it makes sense. The spa is a prime location and could draw a lot of tourists. Not that I would like to see my ex-husband and his little family of 3 move out of Honey Springs after he'd moved here, bought some property, and ended up staying. We were on fine terms, but I sure would like to have a life without him in it. And do you think Aiken would go to extreme lengths to get what he wants? I asked, my mind racing with possibilities. And why would he kill his wife? Aunt Maxie sighed, looking troubled.
I don't know, Roxy. He's ambitious, but murder? That's a whole different level. But we can't ignore the evidence Deputy found. There's definitely something more going on here.
I nodded, feeling a mix of determination and unease. We need to find out more about that meeting and what Jennifer knew. It might be the key to solving this, which is why I am going to see Aiken myself. Aunt Maxie and I both picked up our coffee mugs and looked beyond us, like we were both thinking about the possibility of Aiken killing his own wife over a business deal. Chapter 8. The pot-belly stove in the corner was already warming the room, filling it with a crackle of burning wood that would normally make for a relaxing Monday off. But this morning, my mind was filled with the errands I needed to do so I could put on the best Friendsgiving for my own friends and family. I had done that over the last several years. There was no way I would let a murder alter my plans. But if, on my travels today, I just so happened to hear something, or run into someone, say, Aiken, then I would stray from the day's mission for a moment. I sat at the small cafe table, making lists and coordinating plans for the upcoming event. The smell of fresh coffee from the pot on the counter mingled with the scent of the wood burning in the stove. Chilling thoughts ran through my head. Patrick and Sassy were getting ready to leave for work. She was patiently sitting at his feet while he packed his lunch. It was the cutest image. That girl loved her daddy. I didn't blame her. He was pretty amazing.
"What's on your plan for today?"
Patrick poured himself a cup of coffee, came over to the table, and sat down across from me. "Well?" I smiled and watched as he took a sip of the coffee, knowing how much he loved the new blend.
"Oh, this is so good, Rox,"
he sighed. "I'm doing our Friendsgiving planning this morning before I go to the Pet Palace," I said, reminding him that it was my night to go volunteer there.
"Is that all?"
he asked, knowing me so well.
And there's the silence.
"I'm not going to look for anything, but I'm open to finding out information if it's presented to me," I told him. "Have you heard any rumblings about Kirk selling the Be Happy Spa?"
Aiken did come to see me about some renovations for the spa. He had photos of the outsides of some of the buildings. Not only has the lake weather done a number on some of them, but so has just being in the forest foliage.
He took another sip.
I asked him if Kirk was selling, and he mentioned something about trying to get him to.
"But nothing definitive?" I pressed.
"Roxy, I'm not a witness to a murder, and you aren't the district attorney."
In no uncertain terms, he was telling me to stop asking questions. Hearing things in passing was okay with him, but me actually putting myself in danger and actively snooping around was something that didn't sit too well in his gut. Still, he knew I was going to do what I did best: snoop. He got up and walked back over to the coffee pot to fill up his to-go mug.
"I wasn't going to tell you this, but I did go over there to check out the spa as a favor to Aiken, and I saw Kirk talking to Jennifer."
Patrick said that like he was just reporting some Sunday talk. You know, the kind of words you exchanged with someone you saw in passing in the pews in church. That sort of talk. Patrick gave me a kiss on the cheek as he headed toward the door. Sassy trotted obediently by his side. She had a gorgeous glossy black coat. "Whoa, whoa!" I jumped to my feet and planted myself between him and the front door. "You can't just casually say that and leave."
"This is why I didn't tell you."
He cocked his head to the side.
"I didn't hear anything but Kirk fussing after he saw me, and he came up wanting to know what I was doing there."
"Did you tell him?" I asked.
"Of course."
And? I could see I was going to have to pull this information out of him like I would do to a witness on the stand. What did you say exactly, and what was his reaction?
I told him. Aiken sent me over, which isn't a crime. He told me he wasn't selling.
Patrick apparently felt like that was enough for him not to have to answer any more questions. He always took people for however they wanted him to see them. But I knew Kirk and saw him for the low-down, dirty dog, cheating SOB that he was, and I didn't care one bit that he was married and had a child. Only one problem. I liked his wife. Bless her heart. "Do you think Kirk and Jennifer were—" I let the incomplete sentence linger, unable to bring myself even to think he was doing to her what he'd done to me. I mean, she is probably a client of the spa, and he cheated on me with one of our clients. Kirk and I had been married lawyers who started our own law firm. I thought we were solid, doing good, until I went back to the office late one night and saw him doing exactly what he told me he was going to do, working on a client, literally.
I don't know, Roxy, and I don't care.
Patrick reached around me and opened the door. "I care about you and these rascals." He pointed his truck keys at each one of the fur babies, including Deputy. "And no." He protested the look on my face that told him how well Deputy fit into our little family of 4. "Be careful today," Patrick said, his deep brown eyes filled with concern. "And keep an eye on Deputy. He's a good dog, but I don't want him causing any trouble for you." That was his way of telling me not to let the dog sniff out any more clues. "I will," I assured Patrick, giving him a reassuring smile. "You have a good day, too. And don't worry about Deputy. I've got plans for him." Patrick raised an eyebrow, knowing exactly what that meant. "Just don't get yourself into too much trouble." He gave me one last kiss and headed out the door, Sassy following close behind. The front porch creaked as they walked across it, the sound mingling with the soft rustling of leaves in the morning breeze. Deputy and Pepper were staying with me today. Normally, Deputy would be showcased at the Bean Hive for adoption through the Pet Palace, but given recent events, I decided to keep him with me. I had a hunch that his keen sense of smell might come in handy for the investigation. The front porch, with its 2 rocking chairs made by my grandfather, was my favorite spot. Aunt Maxie had given me the key to her storage unit, and I'd found the perfect furniture to fill the cabin. The deep brown ladder-back rockers with outdoor pillows added a welcoming touch to the porch. Inside, the first floor of the cabin consisted of a combination kitchen and dining area, with a bathroom and laundry room tucked away at the back. A set of stairs led up to the loft bedroom, where natural light from skylights and a large window made the room feel inviting. The white iron bed suite from Aunt Maxie's storage unit, adorned with quilts, completed the look. Pepper and Deputy were both lying by the pot-belly stove, soaking in the heat. Deputy looked up at me, his ears perking up as if he knew I was thinking about him. "You're going to be my little detective today," I said to him, giving him a pat on the head. He wagged his tail in response, seemingly eager for the adventure ahead. I turned my attention back to the tablet and jotted down a list of ingredients I needed for Friendsgiving. Bertie and Shelley had opened the Bean Hive this morning, giving me the rare chance to plan for the holiday and focus on the investigation. First on my list was shopping for ingredients. I made a mental note to stop by the park in downtown Honey Springs and purchase some fresh produce from the farmers market there. I also needed to coordinate with friends and family to finalize the menu and assign dishes for the potluck-style dinner. I'd do that with my mom while in town today. She was a realtor, and her office was right across the street from the park. The thought of having everyone gathered around the table, sharing food and stories, filled me with anticipation. But first, there was the matter of the investigation. I looked at the evidence bag, which contained the ink pen and business card we had found near the scene. The cryptic note on the back still puzzled me, and I knew I had to dig deeper into Aiken Armstrong's affairs. Remembering my promise to Kevin and Spencer that I'd stop by the department this morning, I added the task to my to-do list. I stood up, stretching my legs, and walked over to the stove to add another log to the fire. The dogs stirred, but didn't move from their spots. "Come on, boys," I said, grabbing Deputy's leash. "Let's see what kind of trouble we can get into today." Deputy jumped up, wagging his tail, ready for the adventure. Pepper, more reluctant to leave his toasty spot, looked up at me. "Fine, you can stay here this morning," I told the ornery little schnauzer. Since the weather had started to turn a smidgen cooler today, I grabbed a sweatshirt from the laundry room. Then, with my list in hand and a sense of determination, I headed out the door, Deputy trotting beside me. Today would be a busy day, filled with Friendsgiving preparations and a deeper dive into a murder that was far from being solved. Outside, the crisp November air hit us, invigorating and fresh. This kind of weather started out cool, but would heat up to around 60 degrees by the afternoon. According to the forecast, there was still a chance of snow before Thanksgiving. Deputy bounced around in the leaves. Their shades of orange, yellow, and red had created a beautiful mosaic on the ground until he plowed through them. The sky was a clear, brilliant blue, promising a day full of my favorite autumn weather. The farmers' market was held downtown every Monday in Central Park. The location was a 5-minute drive from the boardwalk and a 7-minute drive from the cabin. The summer wildflowers that dotted the park with vibrant purples, pinks, yellows, whites, and blues had been replaced with mums, marigolds, and asters in rich autumnal hues. The flowers were just the beginning of the beauty Mother Nature bestowed upon our town. The courthouse, medical building, and library, along with a few specialty shops, stood in the middle of Main Street and across from the park. So did Mom's real estate office. I found a parking place right behind her car, so I knew she'd be my next stop after I picked up what I needed from Jean Hill. I started my morning errands with a visit to the Honey Bee Company. They had the best tasting honey, which went perfectly with most of my specialty teas. The rich golden liquid with the comb still in the jar was also the best for baking. I grabbed a jar, knowing it would be perfect for the maple pecan bars and the sweet potato biscuits I planned to bake for Friendsgiving. Next, I made my way to the Hill's Orchard stand, owned by Jean Hill. She had the perfect apples for my apple tart. At this time of the year, it was hard to find an apple that had the perfect sweet and tart balance for the special apple pie I made only for Friendsgiving. But somehow, Jean never disappointed. I scanned the table, which was lined with orchard baskets filled with all sorts of freshly picked apples. Their stems and leaves were still on, a testament to the fruit's freshness. "Who is this big guy?" Jean asked as soon as I walked up. "I know this isn't our little Pepper." Before I could answer her, she had walked around the table laden with her perfect picks and up to Deputy. "Deputy," I called to him so he would know to take his nose out of Jean's apron pocket.
"Oh, no, he's fine. You have a good smeller, Deputy,"
she said, hearing that I had called him by his name. She took out a piece of dried sweet potato. All animals were welcome at the farmer's market, so she kept many vegetable treats at her stand. "If you only knew," I mumbled, and picked up a couple of the potatoes to stick in my basket. They would pair well with the beef stew I was planning on making tonight for Patrick to eat a later night this week.
"I heard about Jennifer yesterday at the pier,"
Jean tisked, walking over to me. She placed a hand on my back.
"I heard you and Maxine found her."
"Did you know Jennifer well?" I asked, and ran my hand along some of the other vegetables, trying to play it coy.
"Not too well, but she did come out to the farm more often than the farmer's market to get her items,"
Jean replied, selecting a few more apples for me.
"Though most of the time it was Dana who picked things up for her."
"Dana?" I asked, my curiosity piqued.
"Yes, Dana. She's the chef for the Armstrong family. Lovely woman, always chatting about the meals she was preparing."
"What kind of things did Dana like to cook for the Armstrongs?" I inquired, thinking it might be nice to cook something and take it over to them. Plus, going there might help me learn more about their routine and maybe uncover some useful information. Jean smiled warmly.
"Dana has a real knack for comfort food, especially during the fall. She often buys my butternut squash for soups and casseroles, and she loves heirloom carrots for her stews. But I think her specialty must be the apple cider pork chops. She gets the apples and cider from me and pairs them with the pork chops. It's a dish she said the Armstrongs adored."
"That sounds delicious," I said, making a mental note. "Maybe I'll make that and bring it over to them, to offer my condolences." Jean nodded approvingly.
"I think they'd appreciate that. Here, let me get you a few extra apples for the cider."
She added a few more apples to my basket, then leaned in a bit closer.
Dana mentioned that Aiken likes his pork chops cooked just right. She always sears them first in a hot cast iron skillet to lock in the juices, then slow cooks them in the cider with a bit of rosemary and thyme. It makes the meat incredibly tender and flavorful."
I nodded, grateful for the tip. "Thanks, Jean. I'll make sure to cook 'em just like that. I'm sure it'll mean a lot to Aiken and his family." Before I walked off, I knew I needed to find out where the Armstrongs lived. "Do you know where the Armstrongs live?" I asked, hoping for a straightforward answer.
"Now, let me see. You take that old Honey Hive road. The one that's barely a road anymore?" she asked.
I nodded.
"Follow it till you get to a big old fork in the road. Don't take the left fork. Take the right one, even though it looks like it's heading nowhere. Keep on going down yonder a bit, and you'll see one of them old stone markers they used back in the day for surveying. Turn left there and just keep on going. Can't miss it. Big house with a wraparound porch. Sits back from the road a bit."
I couldn't help but smile at her picturesque directions. "Got it. Thanks, Jean. I'll make sure to follow those to the letter."
"And Deputy, you come back to see me any time,"
Jean said, handing him another sweet potato treat.
"I could use a sniffer like that to find the critters who were eating up all my gardens."
"Well, he is up for adoption at the Pet Palace," I replied. Then I quickly corrected myself. "Soon. I'm just taking him around to see if he's a good-natured dog."
"Honey, you can't get no better nature than that,"
she pointed out, as Deputy sat right down next to her, his sweet eyes staring up at her as obediently as ever.
"You let me know when Louise is ready to let this one go," she added with a smile.
"Oh, I will," I said, feeling a twinge of guilt about not necessarily telling her the whole truth. I genuinely wanted Deputy to help me with the investigation, or at least to sniff out a few more clues. But I had to do what was right. "Actually, you know what?" I turned back to her and handed over the leash. "Why don't you try him out? I'll let Louise know that you're giving him a test run on the farm."
"Are you sure?"
Jean's face lit up, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she took the leash from me and put her other hand on my hand, which she continued to pat. "I'm positive," I said, watching as Deputy perked up too. It was remarkable how an animal knew where they were supposed to go and who they were supposed to live with. Jean knelt down and patted Deputy's head.
"Well, Deputy, looks like you're going to be my new helper,"
she said, her voice soft and affectionate.
"We're going to have a lot of fun together, aren't we? And if you and I get along, you just might stay."
Deputy wagged his tail enthusiastically, his eyes bright and alert. Seeing them bond so quickly warmed my heart. It was almost like he knew he was where he was meant to be.
"Thank you, Roxy,"
Jean said, standing up and giving me a quick hug.
"You don't know how much this means to me, and I promise I'll take good care of him."
"I know you will," I assured her, feeling a sense of relief. Deputy seemed happy, and I was glad he'd found a potential new home with someone who clearly adored him. Plus, it gave me some peace of mind to know he was in good hands while I focused on my own tasks for the day. "You call me if you need me to come back and pick him up. He can be a handful." With a final wave, I headed back to my car to drop off the items I'd purchased, my heart lighter and my to-do list a little shorter. I kept one of the apples with me. But my day would be much longer now that I needed to cook some fancy pork chops and make a pit stop at the Armstrong household to offer my condolences. That meant my little visit with my mom would have to be quick.
What do you mean you have to hurry up?
Penny Bloom, my mother, asked from Ursula Scott's receptionist chair. I had given her an apple as a snack for later, but she grabbed it and took a huge bite out of it. I have some fancy pork chops to cook for the repast for Jennifer Armstrong. I knew she wasn't going to let that slide.
You go to church with them?
She asked, her eyes popping up over Ursula's computer monitor.
Doggone it!
She yelled at the computer and hit the keys much harder than needed.
Why on earth does Ursula take her lunch break at this hour?
Because it's pretty close to lunch? I asked, trying to hide my amusement.
Roxanne Bloom, don't you be sassing your mama,
she spat, and looked at me with mock indignation.
I know you don't go to church with the Armstrongs,
so why exactly are you making and taking them fancy pork chops? Because it's the nice Southern thing to do around here, I said, settling into the chair in front of Ursula's desk. I watched Mom get madder and madder with each aggressive keystroke. What is it you're trying to do?
I'm trying to get on the MLS on her computer because my computer is being worked on.
She sighed, finally mustering the strength to remove her hands from the keyboard. Glaring at the screen, she held the apple up to her lips and bit down with frustration. Trade spots with me, I told her, getting up. I can help you. She raised an eyebrow, but didn't argue, quickly sliding out of her chair.
Fine, but if you can't get it to work, don't say I didn't warn you.
I took her place, feeling a bit like I was about to defuse a bomb. Mom's tech problems always seemed to escalate to near-apocalyptic levels. You know, this reminds me of the time you tried to set up that online dating profile and ended up signing up for a fishing tournament instead. She huffed.
That was one time, and I was multitasking. Besides, I thought casting a wide net was a clever metaphor.
I chuckled, tapping a few keys and bringing up the MLS site with ease. There you go, easy peasy. Mom peered over my shoulder, taking another bite of the apple.
Show off.
I swiveled around to face her. So, how's the real estate market treating you? She shrugged.
Oh, you know, busy as ever. Everyone wants a little piece of Honey Springs. And why wouldn't they? It's the most charming place on earth.
I smiled, feeling a surge of pride for our town. You're right about that. Speaking of charm, have you seen the decorations for the Friendsgiving Harvest Fest? They're even better than last year.
Of course they are. I supervised half of it, she said with a wink.
Now, tell me more about these pork chops. You said fancy. How fancy are we talking? I leaned back and crossed my arms. Oh, you know, just a little maple glaze, some rosemary, and a touch of apple cider vinegar. Southern hospitality at its finest. She shook her head, smiling. You always did know how to impress with your cooking, just like your daddy. Thanks, Mom, I said.
Well, what is it? What do you want? I know you didn't come in here to bring me an apple out of the goodness of your heart.
Especially now that I know about those pork chops. She said goodness of your heart in a condescending way. Fine. I put my hands up. You figured me out, I teased, knowing good and well I wasn't going to keep anything from her. And I am still happy to see you.
Out with it.
She motioned for me to spill the beans. I glanced around Ursula's office, which was filled with framed photos of Honey Springs through the years. Each picture captured a different season. The town looked just as charming in the bloom of spring as it did under a blanket of winter snow. The scent of the half-eaten apple mingled with the faint smell of freshly printed paper, making the room feel both homey and industrious. I kind of told Spencer that I would keep my ear to the ground, and I have been doing that. In fact, I took the plastic evidence baggie out of my purse and laid it on Ursula's desk. I found this near the murder scene. "They're calling it a murder now?" Mom asked. "Not officially, but unless you want to think Jennifer stuffed herself like a scarecrow on purpose, I'd say there's a real good chance it was murder." I flipped the baggie over to show Mom the other side of the note. "I know you do a lot of business with him in the real estate area here, and I wanted to know if you had any documentation of his handwriting. I want to compare the two." "Like one of those handwriting analysis things I've seen on the crime television shows?" Mom's voice rose in volume. "And you think he killed her?" "I guess, but I don't want to be going around and pointing fingers if he wasn't the one writing about wanting to meet someone at the docks," I said. Then I spat out a theory without really pegging Aiken as the murderer, though the killer often did end up being the husband. What if Jennifer knew he was going to meet someone, and that someone saw her there and took her out? "What if I'd had another child, so you weren't an only and had to use that imagination of yours like some mad person?" Mom was never too fond of me being a lawyer or visiting Honey Springs, so I was batting 1,000 with her. She grabbed her phone, which was sitting on the desk. "I'll take a photo of the handwriting and see what I can come up with." She did what she said she was going to do, and then hit a key on the keyboard. The printer on the credenza came to life. "First, I have to go meet a couple up on Nectar Nook. They've been staying in the cabin over there, and it's for sale, so they want me to bring the comps." "The old Perm's cabin?" I asked, knowing it was a total gut, but that someone could come into that property and make it great, because it had a gorgeous view of Lake Honey Springs. "That's the one. It's got a lot of work to be done, but they're asking a fortune. It's the location, and the trees are turning right now, so that only ups the value even more." Mama twisted around, grabbed the paper she'd printed, and stood up. "I'll let you know about the handwriting, and if you get an extra pork chop, you can save it for me for payment." "Are you blackmailing your own daughter?" I asked with a smile as I reached across the desk and picked up the evidence. "No, I just want to see you for more than just a few minutes," she said, and gave me a hug. "I'll be by the coffee house later." Before I jumped back into the car, I looked across the road to Central Park to check on Deputy. Jean was talking to a customer, and Deputy was sitting right by her legs, his tongue lolling out of his mouth. Chapter 9. Though the drive to the boardwalk lasted a mere 5 minutes, I felt like I'd literally just blinked. My mind was so consumed with images of Jennifer that I hadn't even realized I'd already put the car in park. The bustling downtown area of Honey Springs greeted me as I stepped out, the air crisp and filled with the subtle scent of fall leaves. The colorful storefronts, each boasting a bee-themed name, had a whimsical charm that boosted my otherwise somber mood. As I opened my car's back door to get the produce and honey from the back seat, the familiar sounds of the busy boardwalk echoed around me.
"You need any help with that?"
I looked up and saw Big Bib walking toward me. His overalls were covered in what looked like black grease. "Maybe I can help you with some ways to get those clean," I pointed out and smiled. "Busy season, huh?"
"You know it,"
he said, reaching out and taking one of the bags.
"Everyone wants their boats pulled up on the slip lifts and worked on before I have to winterize them. Not complaining. Good for business."
"What time is the next ferry over?" I asked, referring to reaching the island. I needed to talk to Kirk about the interaction Patrick had had with him. It could be a key to the investigation. I wanted to gather as much information as possible before I took anything to Spencer.
In 2 hours, unless you need to go earlier.
He waited for me to lock my car, and then we started toward the steps of the boardwalk, passing the marina. The gentle creaks of the wooden planks under our feet added a rhythmic cadence to our steps. No, I have to make pork chops for the Armstrongs, but I need to go see Kirk, I said.
About Aiken?
Big Bib asked, catching me off guard. Do you know Aiken? I asked. Of course you do. I shook my head. I'm not thinking like a lawyer.
What? Aiken needs a lawyer?
Big Bib asked. This time, it was he who was confused. No. I shook my head. Spencer ID'd the person they found on the pier. It was Jennifer Armstrong, and I forgot they had a boat. As we walked, the scent of the lake mingled with the fresh aroma of pine from the surrounding trees. The sight of children running around, their laughter filling the air, momentarily lifted my spirits. It might seem unusual that Big Bib hadn't heard the rumblings about what had happened. Even though, as far as I knew, nothing had been let out publicly, there was no way to stop the gossip in a small town like Honey Springs. Big Bib never did much of anything other than fishing or boating or working at the marina. He was never one to gossip or even to listen to it, so it didn't surprise me he'd not heard the dead body was Jennifer's. It also didn't surprise me that he knew Aiken and Kirk had some sort of meeting, since Big Bib ran the one and only ferry to the island, where the Be Happy Spa was located, along with one other business, the bee farm. The sight of the ferry, docked and gently bobbing in the water, added to the quaint charm of the area.
I sure hate to hear that. I just talked to him yesterday morning.
Big Bib looked off into the distance. The sounds of the people on the boardwalk faded away as I zeroed in on what he had to say. You did? I asked, curious after having found, or rather after Deputy had found, the pen and business card.
Yeah, he wanted to do a little fishing real early. He said he and Jennifer had gotten into an argument, but you know me, I'd jump at any chance to go fishing on a fancy boat, so we took out around 5 a.m.
He stopped and pointed at me.
In fact, I saw you and Pepper walking down the boardwalk about half an hour before that, and when I heard footsteps at the marina, I almost thought it was you bringing the hotel their coffee and maybe one for me.
But it was Aiken? I asked, wanting to make sure I knew the facts.
Yep, we went fishing for a couple of hours, and it seemed like something was on his mind, but he didn't want to say it.
Big Bib shrugged and caught the handle of the Bean Hive store for me. Such a gentleman. Hi there. I greeted the folks inside as Big Bib and I made our way toward the back of the coffee house. Everything going okay? I asked Bertie, who was cleaning up the coffee station and refilling some of the condiments. Very busy today. She wiggled her brows, letting me know the murder was all anyone was talking about. And we even had to dip into next week's muffins. I'll be right back, I told her, and gestured for Big Bib to follow me back to the kitchen. What? Where's Deputy? Shelley asked. He might have found his forever home with Jean Hill, I said, as she raised her chin. We can put those down right here. I set my bag on the steel kitchen island, and the cool metal surface grounded me. The faster I got those pork chops cooked, the sooner I could go snoop around the Armstrong household and see exactly what was going on under that roof. The kitchen was filled with the familiar clanking of pots and pans, the hiss of the stove, and the hum of conversation from the front of the shop. So, you were saying they had an argument, Jennifer and Aiken? I asked.
Roxy, you know I don't get into no one's business,
he said. From what I heard, Kevin is putting the time of death around noon. So that doesn't put Aiken at the scene that early, unless... I stopped to let Big Bib speak.
It wasn't too long after you and Deputy were at the marina, along with Maxie and Loretta.
Big Bib brought me right back to square one, which had nothing to do with Aiken. All I knew for sure was that Aiken was at the boardwalk, the scene of the crime. Was he staking it out? Was he... I gasped.
What?
Big Bib asked. Nothing. I shook my head, putting aside the thought that possibly it was a murder for hire on Aiken's part. Did he hire the man we saw jump into the boat? Was he staking out the scene that early in the morning? When he saw Big Bib, did he make up a lie about going fishing because he was at the crime scene and needed to explain himself to a witness? I think the guy in the boat killed her, and that's the scent Deputy picked up on. I let that sentence hang there for a moment, knowing Big Bib would make like the fish he caught. He'd bite. Did Aiken ever come to do early fishing? I asked him as I started removing the items from the farmer's market's bags.
Not that I recall, but I don't pay much attention, since people come and go from their boats all the time. But I guess what was odd with Aiken was what he'd told me a couple of days ago when I gave him a ferry ride to see Kirk, that he wanted me to get his boat winterized. Then he showed up a couple of days later wanting to go fishing.
As I listened to Big Bib, my mind started to whirl with theories. If Aiken had asked Big Bib to winterize his boat just a couple of days ago, why the sudden urge to go fishing so early in the morning? That seemed suspicious, especially since he had just had an argument with Jennifer. Could it have been a cover for something else? Had Aiken arranged to meet someone early in the morning to discuss what? An argument with Jennifer? A business deal? Or perhaps something more sinister? Knowing that Aiken had seen Kirk recently also piqued my interest. What was his connection to Kirk? Was it just about the Be Happy spa? Or was there more to their relationship? I knew what Patrick had told me about Kirk seeing him at the spa, but Patrick didn't see Aiken there, just Jennifer, and I wouldn't put it past Kirk to lie. He was very good at it. And then there was the man we saw jump into the boat. Could Aiken have hired him to carry out some dirty work? If so, what was Aiken doing fishing with Big Bib? Was the idea to create an alibi? Or was Aiken making sure he was observed at the scene, but had a witness to vouch for his presence? My mind kept circling back to the fact that Aiken had a meeting set up at the docks. The business card with the cryptic note suggested that detail was important. Had Jennifer found out about the meeting and confronted him? And did this mysterious man, possibly hired by Aiken, ensure she wouldn't be a problem anymore? When I unpacked the apples, honey, and sweet potatoes, I couldn't help but feel that the pieces of the puzzle were there, but I needed more information. I had to talk to Kirk, and I also had to see what other secrets Aiken might be hiding. And I needed to know why Jennifer had been there. I glanced up at the time and saw it was just about noon. Almost 24 hours ago, Jennifer's scarecrow body was discovered, and I honestly was starting to feel no closer to any truth than I was yesterday when I watched that speedboat zoom off around the bend of Lake Honey Springs. "Do you mind giving me a ferry ride over to the island?" I asked.
"You want to go see Kirk about why Aiken was there, don't you?"
he asked. I nodded.
"Why? We don't need 2 stuffed scarecrows."
Chapter 10. Fortunately, Big Bib was a good sport about me putting my nose into Aiken's business and the murder of his wife. He waited for me to put the produce away and let the employees know I had to run over to the bee farm before we headed to the marina. As we boarded the ferry, the gentle hum of the engine started up, and the boat pushed away from the dock. The cool autumn air nipped at my cheeks, carrying with it the fresh, slightly briny smell of the lake. The waters sparkled under the mid-morning sun, reflecting the vibrant hues of the surrounding trees, their leaves a symphony of reds, oranges, and yellows. Big Bib was kind enough to let the other passengers join us early. The gentle lapping of the water against the hull was almost soothing, if not for the turmoil rolling around in my mind. I looked around at the other passengers. A couple of families with children looked excited about seeing the working bees at the bee farm and ticking off another location on their list for the scarecrow scavenger hunt. Their excitement was infectious, bringing a small smile to my face despite the serious mission I was on. Big Bib stood at the helm, his broad shoulders slightly hunched against the chill. He was quiet, seemingly lost in his own thoughts, but his eyes darted toward me frequently, as if he was weighing something in his mind. The island gradually grew larger as the bee farm's docks came into view. They were flanked by the charming, rustic buildings that housed the bees and the honey production. The docks were bustling with activity, workers in their protective gear, tourists eager to learn about beekeeping, and the occasional farmer selling fresh produce. The sight was picturesque, the perfect blend of nature and industry. When Kayla Noro looked over, I waved. She and her husband owned the bee farm. Until they'd gotten a very lucrative offer from the developers to open the Bee Happy Resort, they hadn't been willing to give up any of the land they owned. She gave me a half-hearted smile, one I had seen many times during the fall season. We both knew the money the Noros brought in from the Friendsgiving Harvest Festival would have to last them throughout the hard winter months. Unfortunately, they, like anyone else on the island, could get stuck there during some of the harsh winter days and nights, thanks to the ice that formed on the lake and made it impossible to cross. Sometime this month, Kayla would come over to the mainland and gather up any necessary supplies that she'd then store for the winter.
"Roxy,"
Big Bib called as soon as the ferry docked at the bee farm, his voice breaking through my thoughts. I turned to him and saw the concern etched into his features.
"Do you really think that person in the boat is who killed Jennifer?"
he asked, his brow furrowing as he spoke. I paused, the weight of the question settling over me. I'm not sure, but the timeline fits, and whoever it was wouldn't stop running, I said, my voice steady but tinged with uncertainty. Or stop driving that boat. Big Bib nodded, his gaze fixed on a distant point across the water.
"I got a call from Spencer this morning. I've not returned it yet, but if you think I should give him a call, then I will,"
he said, sounding thoughtful. Yes, any information will help, I told him, placing a reassuring hand on his arm. Text me when you're ready to head back, and I'll be here. He gave me a small, tight-lipped smile, the kind that didn't quite reach his eyes, and nodded again. As I turned to head toward the bee farm, I felt a pang of sympathy for Big Bib. He was a simple man, drawn into a complex situation, and I could tell the weight of it was heavy on his shoulders. While I walked along the dock, the children's laughter and the hum of bees filled the air. I loved seeing the excitement around the bee farm. The sight of families enjoying the day, parents pointing out the bees to their curious children, warmed my heart. At the entrance to the bee farm, a large scarecrow greeted visitors. Dressed in overalls and a flannel shirt, with a straw hat perched on its burlap head, the scarecrow had a friendly expression painted on its face. Around its neck hung a colorful garland of dried flowers and corn husks, making it a creative addition to the farm's festive decor. A family was gathered around the scarecrow, their maps of the scavenger hunt spread out. Kayla stood nearby, handing out stickers shaped like honeycombs. The children were excitedly showing their maps, eager to get their stickers and move on to the next location.
"Did you find our scarecrow?"
Kayla asked, with a bright smile as she gave each child a sticker.
"Don't forget to put the sticker on your map to show you've been here."
One of the kids, a little girl with pigtails, placed her honeycomb sticker carefully on her map, right next to the picture of the bee farm. "We found it!" she exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement. "Great job!" Kayla praised, her smile widening. "Now you can move on to the next stop. Have fun!" After thanking her, the family moved along. The parents chatted animatedly about their plans for the rest of the day. Kayla waved them off, then returned her attention to me, her smile fading slightly as she took in my serious expression.
"Roxy,"
she greeted, her tone tinged with concern.
"I heard about Jennifer. It's just awful. She was just here a few days ago picking up some honey to make some pork chops for some sort of special dinner."
"Special dinner?" I asked, wondering whether it was for Aiken or someone else. "Did she say what it was about?"
"Now that you bring it up, not that I recall, but I do have some of our honey ready for the winter."
She sounded so excited that I didn't have the heart to tell her I'd just picked up some honey from the farmer's market because I had no previous plans to come to the island today, or I wouldn't have bought it there. I followed her into the shop she shared with her husband, which sold anything and everything you could make out of honey.
"You be careful over there,"
Kayla said, referring to the boardwalk. She bagged up the mason jars of honey. She'd even wrapped fall ribbons around them and added downward hanging brown tags with her logo stamped on them.
"Do you know any details?"
She was clearly asking about the murder. I considered Kayla's question carefully. In a small town like Honey Springs, gossip spread like wildfire, but details about the murder were best kept under wraps until the police had a clear picture. I didn't want to fuel the rumor mill, but I also wanted to honor the town's sense of community. "Not too many details," I said, choosing my words carefully. "The police are still investigating, so it's important to let them do their job. But if you hear or see anything unusual, be sure to let Spencer know." Kayla nodded, looking thoughtful.
"Of course, Roxy. It's just so unsettling. Everyone loved Jennifer."
"She was very well liked," I agreed. I didn't know her, but I'd gathered that people liked her from what others were saying. That's why it's so important to find out what happened. We need to make sure everyone feels safe. Kayla handed me the bag of honey, her eyes softening with concern. "You take care, Roxy. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know." "Thank you, Kayla," I said, giving her a reassuring smile. "I'll be sure to keep you updated if there's anything you need to know." With that, I left the shop and headed toward Kirk's office. The path wound through the bee enclosures, the gentle buzz of the bees busy at work setting a peaceful, almost meditative scene. Soon I found myself on a narrow trail that led through the woods toward the Bee Happy Resort. The crunching of fallen leaves under my boots and the occasional snapping of a twig became a pattern as I walked. The vibrant reds, oranges, and yellows of the leaves overhead formed a colorful canopy, with patches of blue sky peeking through. Squirrels darted up the trees, their cheeks stuffed with acorns to prepare for the winter ahead. From high branches, birds chirped melodies that blended with the rustling leaves, creating a serene symphony of nature. The trail was scattered with acorns and the occasional pine cone, evidence of the bustling forest life. I sidestepped a particularly large pile of leaves, knowing that a playful critter might be hiding underneath. The closer I got to the Bee Happy Resort, the more the woods began to thin and the path to widen. The large welcome sign of the resort came into view, its elegant lettering and bee motif fitting perfectly with the surroundings. The resort itself was an impressive sight, with its rustic yet luxurious design blending seamlessly with the natural landscape. The wooden beams and large windows reflected the beauty of the island, while the gentle hum of activity from within the building hinted at the many spa services and wellness programs offered. I made my way to the main entrance, the sound of my footsteps on the gravel path mixing with the distant conversations. The scents of lavender and eucalyptus wafted from the spa, but despite the resort's serene ambience, I couldn't shake the sense of urgency and curiosity that had brought me here. I smiled, recalling the fond memories of when Patrick's company, Kane Construction, had won the bid to build the new structure. They were so excited to make it look more like a treehouse than some sort of concrete edifice. And from what I gathered, they were filled up, which was good for me because it kept Kirk out of my hair. "Roxy!" Jessica, Kirk's new, or maybe I should have said latest, wife called from another path that led to the rooms where people could stay. A group of guests walked past, dressed in fluffy white robes, giggling and chatting as they sipped on what looked like some sort of detox tea. The gentle sound of a gong echoed from the direction of the meditation garden, adding to the resort's serenity. Somewhere in the distance, a wind chime tinkled softly. "Hi, Jessica." I waved and smiled, walking her way. The path to Jessica was lined with pumpkins and gourds, artfully arranged to celebrate the season. A couple paused to admire the display and snap a photo. The entire scene was a beautiful blend of tranquility and festivity, making it hard to believe that anything could disturb such a peaceful place. "How are you?" I asked. It was a shame she was so nice and married to him. But again, all that was behind me, and I wouldn't have the amazing life I had now if it weren't for Kirk. "I'm good," she said. Then she rambled on about family life on the island and how she was glad they moved to Honey Springs. Attributing the life I was living to Kirk sounded very strange. If I were still married to him, I'd never have fled, and I mean fled, to Honey Springs, taken Aunt Maxie's sage advice to open the Bean Hive, and needed to get the ovens fixed, therefore bringing Patrick Kane back into my life. Nor would I have needed a roommate, found that need fulfilled by Pepper, and renovated our homey cabin. See, when I looked at my life from that angle, I was almost grateful for Kirk. Almost. "Do you have an appointment today?" Jessica asked, a handful of towels in her arms. She and I did a dance with the guests, moving right to left on the path to let them pass. Autumn was enchanting. Every few seconds, I got a whiff of eucalyptus and lavender from the spa, mingled with brisk autumn air. A little secret Jessica told me was that they literally had an HVAC system that pumped the smell throughout the resort, leaving guests happy and relaxed. The leaves, their reds, oranges, and yellows vibrant, fluttered gently to the ground. Guests strolled in a leisurely manner, some carrying steaming cups of herbal teas, their fragrant steam mixing with the fresh scents of the season. "Can I get you a special cocktail kombucha?" She referred to a special drink the resort made, one that made my stomach hurt. "No, thanks," I said. "I hope you're taking advantage of the big Friendsgiving Harvest Fest discount. I know you love the mud bath." "I do love a good mud bath," I sighed. "But I'm here to see Kirk. Is he around?" "Sure is. In the office, always crunching the numbers." She hoisted the towels up and adjusted her hip to the right. "With the winter months approaching and all, but we thought we were going to be really set because Aiken Armstrong was going to host their annual employee event here for 2 days. He told Kirk the winter months were slow for the company. Kirk made all these plans and ordered all of this stuff in anticipation, which would have definitely kept us in the black." My head was filling up with all sorts of questions, mostly concerning Kirk. Patrick saw Jennifer with his own 2 eyes. Now Jessica was telling me that Kirk was crunching numbers because Aiken might have pulled out. Now Aiken Armstrong has decided not to have his employee retreat here? I asked. With Jennifer gone, Jessica shrugged. I don't think he would, because she was making all the arrangements. Was that why she was here when Patrick saw her? I just heard Aiken wanted to buy this place. I decided to talk to Jessica about it because she appeared to be a free-flowing fountain of information.
There you are.
Kirk's voice raked over me like nails on a chalkboard.
Hello, Roxy.
Roxanne, I corrected him under my breath. Only friends call me Roxy. Jessica laughed. It was kind of a joke between us. Honestly, she was truly great.
Did you schedule an appointment because that discount is amazing?
He slinked up to us and draped his hand over Jessica's shoulders. No, not today, I admitted. She actually came to see you, Jessica said, and held up the towels. Now that you found him, I have to get these clean towels to the pedicurist. You really should get a mud bath while you're here. Thank you, but I've got a lot to do this afternoon, which is why I'll make this brief. I turned to Kirk, and Jessica left me standing there with Kirk looking at me. Despite the serene surroundings, the tension between Kirk and me was palpable. I could feel my heart rate quicken as I steeled myself for the conversation ahead. We started strolling the grounds, the gravel crunching under our feet as we walked past the neatly manicured flower beds and the softly gurgling fountains. So, why was Jennifer here? I asked, keeping my tone as casual as possible.
You just can't help yourself, can you, Roxy? See, this is why we never worked out. You were always questioning whether or not our clients were guilty and snooping around.
Kirk laughed, and the sound grated on my nerves. No, I shot him a sharp look. I left because you were cheating on me with a client. Or do I need to remind you how I found out? But honestly, it was the best choice of my life. I waved off his remark, trying to maintain a semblance of professionalism. Look at what you and I both have now. So let's just talk about why I came here. Kirk's expression softened slightly, a hint of amusement in his eyes.
For Jennifer? Finding her killer?
He asked. Yes, I lied. I've been hired to find out who did this to her.
By Aiken?
He asked, raising an eyebrow. I didn't respond, letting him draw his own conclusions. His ego would take over from there, filling in the gaps with his assumptions.
Well,
he said with a hint of sarcasm,
when we were together, Aiken has hired you to find out who killed his wife, and you have to eliminate him as a suspect and not just take his word for it.
No, I need to know what was in her head and what she was up to before she was stuffed like a scarecrow, I replied, my voice firm. We walked in silence for a moment. I knew silence between us made Kirk grow nervous, so I just had to wait him out. We approached the scarecrow the resort had created for the festival's scarecrow scavenger hunt. The scarecrow was dressed in a spa robe, with a towel wrapped around its head and cucumbers over its eyes. To see the scarecrow standing there as a sentinel of the spa grounds was both humorous and eerie. The fall decorations around it, pumpkins, gourds, and corn stalks, added to the celebration in Honey Springs. Kirk paused beside the scarecrow, his hand resting on its shoulder.
Jessica didn't mention anything unusual about Jennifer, but she did say Jennifer seemed stressed lately, like something was weighing on her mind,
he admitted. Did she mention what that might be? I asked, scrutinizing his face for any hint of deception.
No,
he said, shaking his head.
Just that she was more quiet than usual, and very particular about the event details. Almost like she was trying to make sure everything was perfect for some reason.
I nodded, taking mental notes. And what about Aiken? Did he seem any different?
Kirk shrugged. Aiken is Aiken. Ambitious, driven, always looking for the next big thing. He didn't say much to me, but I got the feeling he was under a lot of pressure. Maybe from work, maybe from something else. Kirk paused, glancing over my shoulder. His eyes widened slightly. Actually, now that I think about it, he was pretty jumpy when I called him after I saw Patrick here the other day.
Patrick told me he was here to assess some things for Aiken, I admitted, knowing Kirk would know if I was hiding something if I acted like my current husband hadn't informed me of that detail. What did Aiken say about it? Kirk shrugged. Aiken said something about expanding his business empire, turning the resort into a luxury retreat. But if you ask me, it felt like there was more to it. He was really insistent on keeping it quiet. I frowned, processing this new piece of information. So Aiken was planning to buy the Be Happy Resort? I asked.
Not purchase. He's on the board and a main shareholder,
Kirk said, reminding me that a lot of people had taken stakes in the company when Chrissy Lane, the local hairdresser and my friend, had come back from a fancy spa experience and wanted to bring it to Honey Springs. Unfortunately, Chrissy hadn't had the money to open the spa, which was why she started to go to people she'd met in passing, like Kirk, and locals like Aiken who could back her. I didn't know what the percentages were, but I'd always thought Kirk held the most shares.
Drop the act, Roxy.
He glared at me.
You know I didn't and don't have the cash for this place. Don't get me wrong, I do have some great number of shares, but my wife and I also work here, so we get paid. But it's Aiken who is the majority shareholder, and there is a clause that he can change up the place at any moment.
Interesting, I murmured, my mind whirling with possibilities. That Aiken held the majority shares added a new layer to the situation. If he had the power to change matters up at any moment, it meant he had significant control over the resort's future. It also meant that Jennifer's meticulous planning for the event could have been influenced by pressures from or plans crafted by Aiken. So Jennifer was making sure everything was perfect, I repeated, thinking aloud. But for whom? Was she trying to impress Aiken or someone else? He raised an eyebrow.
It's hard to say. Jennifer was always thorough, but this time it seemed different. Almost like she knew something big was coming.
And Aiken being jumpy, I prompted. When did you call him? Kirk hesitated, clearly trying to recall the specifics.
It was the same day Patrick was here, late in the afternoon. Aiken picked up immediately and sounded a bit out of breath, like he'd been running or something. I just figured he was stressed out.
I nodded, the timeline starting to piece itself together in my mind. Did Jennifer ever mention any specific concerns or worries about the event? I continued to ask a lot of the same questions to see if Kirk would reveal any inconsistencies with what he had already told me.
No,
he said, shaking his head. We continued to stroll the grounds, hearing the occasional murmurs of the other guests enjoying their stay. The spa's signature herbal teas were sipped by guests lounging in wicker chairs, their relaxed postures contrasting sharply with the tense conversation Kirk and I were having.
Listen, Roxy.
He stopped shy of the front entrance as we'd made it back full circle to where we'd started.
If I hear anything, I'll call you. I've also grown to love Honey Springs, and I want this solved quickly. If Aiken has asked you to look into it, I'm happy to offer my help where I can. As for the future of the Be Happy Resort, last I talked to Aiken, he decided he had too much on his plate to even think about expanding. He'd also pledged a great deal of money to host the employee retreat here, which would allow us to keep all our staff over the winter, and we both know those are lean months in our little tourist town.
And that pledge, I said, referring to the money, was above and beyond the shares he holds? I needed clarification.
Yes, 2 separate things. He was renting the resort as a business owner, not a stakeholder,
he confirmed. Hey, you two, Jessica called out, a little too loudly. earning a few annoyed glances from resting guests. She quickly apologized, whispering, "Sorry, sorry," as she hurried over to us. Kirk and I stopped. My curiosity was piqued. "I stopped by the office on the way over here, and something very interesting popped up on the reservation screen," she said, holding the phone in her hand. "I have it right here on the online system." She handed the phone to Kirk. He squinted at the screen, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. "What is it?" I asked, leaning in closer. "Jennifer Armstrong made a resort reservation for someone named Arlie Heatman." Jessica pointed at the phone screen, and all three of us crowded our heads together to see the small text. "Jessica, you're a genius." A huge smile crossed my face. I knew exactly what she was pointing out on the screen. Let me guess. He didn't show up. "Nope," she shook her head. "I got the notification on the registration because he was a no-show."
"What's the big deal?"
Kirk asked, clearly not following. "The timestamp," I pointed out, my heart racing, seeing how it aligned with the time frame. "And this." Jessica took her phone back and swiped to the right, bringing up the newly released press conference. "They are looking for a man who was last seen running away from the crime scene, and he had a boat." Excitement surged through me. "And is it a coincidence Jennifer Armstrong had also rented a boat slip for Arlie Heatman?" Jessica's eyes widened with the realization. "I bet not. I bet this is the guy Spencer is seeking." I pulled my phone from my pocket, and my fingers trembled slightly as I scrolled down my contacts and hit Big Bib's name. "Please come pick me up. Hurry," I texted, knowing I needed to get this information to Spencer immediately. The press conference had been a smart move on Spencer's part, and it seemed like the investigation was finally gaining momentum. "Send me that, please," I said, my voice tinged with excitement and determination. We might have just found our next lead. Kirk's expression turned serious.
"You think this Arlie Heatman is the man from the boat?"
"It's too much of a coincidence to ignore," I replied. Jennifer making a reservation for him, the boat slip, it all adds up. And if he's connected to her murder, we need to find him fast. "I'll keep an eye on the system and let you know if anything else comes up." The determination on Jessica's face mirrored my own. "Thank you, Jessica," I said, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. This could be the breakthrough we need. "Oh, give Biscuit a rub for me." I almost forgot to ask about Biscuit, another successful adoption arranged between the Pet Palace and me. The fairy horn sounded in the distance, signaling Big Bib's arrival. I glanced at my phone and saw his response, which read, "On my way." "We'll get to the bottom of this," I promised, more to myself than anyone else. As I hurried toward the dock, my mind raced with the possibilities. The mysterious Arlie Heatman, the boat slip, the missing reservation. Together, they all pointed at something much bigger than we had initially thought. And now, with this new lead, I was determined to uncover the truth, no matter where it led. "Hang tight, Jennifer," I whispered under my breath as I boarded the ferry. "We're going to find out who did this to you." Chapter 11. I hurried off the ferry, my mind buzzing with the new information as I made my way back to the Bean Hive. The familiar scents of freshly brewed coffee and baked goods greeted me, a welcome contrast to the chaos of the investigation. I knew I had to finish the day, since I was on the timesheet, and Shelley and Bertie were heading to the festival to work the booth and relieve the rest of the staff, so I would have the afternoon to collect my thoughts, make the pork chops, and update the murder board. The thought of the murder board delighted Aunt Maxie to no end.
"Roxy, I'm so glad you're back,"
she called as I walked into the kitchen. She was already perched on a stool at the steel workstation. a dry erase marker in hand, ready to jot down anything I had to say on one of the whiteboards. "Hi, Aunt Maxie." I greeted her with a smile, slipping on an apron and setting the bag of honey down on the workstation. "I've got a lot to fill you in on."
"Well, don't keep me in suspense," she urged, her eyes twinkling with excitement. "Does it have to do with Deputy chasing that guy because Spencer is on to him?"
"I think it does, and I have a name," I said on my way to the walk-in refrigerator. I opened its door and retrieved the fresh produce I had gotten from Jean at the farmer's market. I set everything down and grabbed a cutting board and knife. "All right, let's get started," I said, chopping up the sweet potatoes from Jean's stand. "So, we've got a new lead. Jessica found a reservation Jennifer made for someone named Arlie Heatman. He was supposed to stay at the resort, but he never showed up."
"Arlie Heatman."
Aunt Maxie scribbled down the name, her brows furrowing in concentration. "That's the other thing," I continued, slicing the apples. "Jennifer also rented a boat slip for him. It fits the timeline perfectly. Spencer's press release mentioned a man fleeing the scene by boat." Aunt Maxie nodded, jotting down the details.
"And you think this Arlie might be our guy?"
she asked. "It's possible," I said, drizzling the honey from Kayla's stand over the sweet potatoes. "But we still don't know his connection to Jennifer or Aiken. There's something more going on. I can feel it." I glanced over at Aunt Maxie, who was now peeking through the swinging door to the coffee house. Bunny was bustling around, serving customers with her usual cheerful demeanor.
"Bunny seems to have things under control,"
Aunt Maxie remarked, turning back to me.
"So, what else do we have?"
"Well," I said as I moved on to the pork chops, "we know Aiken was planning to use his advantage as a majority shareholder of the resort to turn it into something bigger. Jennifer was stressed about the event, possibly because of Aiken's plans." Aunt Maxie tapped the dry erase marker against the board.
"It sounds like Aiken has a lot to lose. If Jennifer knew something that could jeopardize his plans, that might be a motive,"
she theorized. "Exactly," I said, seasoning the pork chops. "But we need more evidence. We have to find out who Arlie Heatman is and what his connection to Jennifer and Aiken is." As I worked, the kitchen filled with the mouth-watering scent of honey-glazed sweet potatoes and perfectly seasoned pork chops. Aunt Maxie continued to write notes, sneaking occasional peeks at the lively coffee house to ensure Bunny was managing well.
"And don't forget the pen and business card we found,"
Aunt Maxie added, tapping the board with the marker.
"Those could be important."
I nodded, turning the pork chops in the skillet. "I'm planning to take those to Spencer later," I said. "Maybe he can get prints or something off of them." But I knew that I would have to wait between taking the pork chop dish to the Armstrongs' house and volunteering at Pet Palace. The murder board was starting to take shape, each new piece of information adding another layer to the complex puzzle. Aunt Maxie had even drawn a few connecting lines between the different clues, her eyes alight with the thrill of the investigation.
"Do you think Aiken could be working with this Arlie?"
she asked, her pen hovering over the whiteboard. "It's possible," I said thoughtfully. "If Aiken needed to get rid of Jennifer, he might have hired someone to do it. But we need to find out more about Arlie first." "Read me off what we have so far," I told Aunt Maxie as I finished preparing the dish. For some reason, cooking and coffee made room in my brain to help me put things together. Aunt Maxie set the board up on the edges of her knees, as though she was trying to get a better look.
"First, we have the pen and business card we found near the scene. The business card had a cryptic note about a secret noontime meeting," she began, her pen tapping the paper lightly. That note suggested some kind of rendezvous, but we don't know with whom or why."
I nodded, flipping the pork chops and letting their scent fill the kitchen. "And we can't forget the reservation Jennifer made for Arlie Heatman at the resort," I added, "plus the rented boat slip."
Aunt Maxie continued, "Jennifer was under a lot of stress leading up to the event. She was very particular about the details, more so than usual. Kirk mentioned she seemed like she was trying to make everything perfect."
"Right," I said, seasoning the sweet potatoes. "And what about Aiken? What do we have on him?"
"Well, Aiken is the majority shareholder in the Be Happy Resort, and he has a clause that allows him to make significant changes. He's also planning to buy the resort and turn it into a luxury retreat. That could be a big motive if Jennifer found out something that threatened his plans,"
Aunt Maxie explained, scribbling down the connections. "But Aiken is ambitious and driven. We need more concrete evidence to tie him to the murder," I replied, recalling the details. She nodded.
"We also have the fact that Aiken was seen early in the morning by Big Bib, claiming he wanted to go fishing. That could have been an alibi or a way to stake out the scene."
I loved how Aunt Maxie remembered that piece of information, which I'd recounted swiftly because I was so focused on this Arlie guy. I paused, thinking over everything we had so far. What about Jennifer herself? Did we find anything unusual about her or her behavior?
"Just that she was more quiet than usual and seemed very focused on the event details. Jessica mentioned Jennifer was making sure everything was perfect, almost like she knew something big was coming,"
Aunt Maxie said. "And we can't forget the potential connection between Jennifer and Kirk." I placed the finished pork chops on a platter. Patrick saw them talking at the resort, and it seemed tense. Aunt Maxie wrote down the additional potential connections we'd discussed, her eyes narrowing in concentration.
"So, in summary, we have Aiken's ambitious plans, the mysterious Arlie Heatman, Jennifer's unusual behavior, and the potential connection to Kirk, plus the pen and business card with the cryptic note."
"And don't forget the scarecrow," I added, plating the sweet potatoes alongside the pork chops. Jennifer was found stuffed like one, which seems very symbolic and personal. Aunt Maxie looked up from her notes, and her eyes met mine.
"Do you think we're missing anything?"
I wiped my hands on a towel, taking a moment to think. We need to figure out who Arlie Heatman is and why Jennifer made the reservation. And we need to find out more about Aiken's plans for the resort. If we can connect the dots, we might get closer to understanding why Jennifer was killed. Having finished writing on the murder board, Aunt Maxie scanned over the notes and links we had made.
"I hate to leave this right now, but I've got to head over to the festival," she said, giving me an apologetic smile. "It's quitting time for Bunny. She's been so great, but she needs to get going too."
"Don't worry, Aunt Maxie," I reassured her. "I'll handle things here. Thanks for all your help." She nodded, gathering her things and giving me a quick hug before heading out the door.
"Good luck with everything. Keep me posted."
I watched her go, then turned my attention to the tasks at hand. The Bean Hive would close early today because of the festival, so I needed to make sure everything was in order before shutting down. It was already close to 6 p.m., and the soft golden light of the setting sun shone through the windows. Bunny, still hustling around cheerfully, came over to give me a quick update.
"Roxy, everything's been going smoothly. We've had a steady stream of customers, but it's starting to quiet down now."
"Thanks, Bunny," I replied with a grateful smile. "You've been a huge help today. Why don't you head out and enjoy the festival?"
"Are you sure?"
she asked, her eyes bright with excitement.
"I don't mind staying a bit longer if you need me."
"I'm sure," I assured her. "You've done more than enough. Go have fun." Bunny beamed, wrapping me a quick hug before grabbing her coat and heading out. With the coffee house now quiet, I set to work on the closing chores. First, I refilled all the condiments in the coffee station and the tea station, making sure everything was stocked and ready for the next day. The familiar scent of coffee beans and various teas filled the air, providing a calming backdrop to my thoughts. Next, I moved to the display case and carefully removed any remaining items. I placed the pastries and muffins in airtight containers to keep them fresh for tomorrow. I wiped down all the tables, feeling the cleaning cloth run smoothly over the wood surfaces. The rhythmic motion was soothing, allowing my mind to process the day's events. The clues, the suspects, and the mysterious Arlie Heatman swirled in my thoughts. Each piece of the puzzle demanded attention. While working, I kept glancing at the murder board Aunt Maxie left on the counter. The connections we had made were clear, but there were still so many unanswered questions. Who was Arlie Heatman? What was his connection to Jennifer and Aiken? And why was Jennifer found stuffed like a scarecrow? I moved to the coffee pots and cleaned each one thoroughly. After cleaning the coffee pots, I wiped down the counters, making sure everything was spotless. The Bean Hive was welcoming, and I wanted to make sure it stayed that way, even in the chaos of the investigation. With the closing chores nearly done, I took a moment to stand back and survey the coffee house. I found myself appreciating the familiar routine, which was why Pet Palace would be another good place for me to comfort my soul and mind. Until I got a text and then a call from Mama. Chapter 12.
"Did you see that image I sent you?"
Mom's voice rang out through my car's Bluetooth speaker. "I did," I said, gripping the wheel before backing out of the parking spot. Instead of backing out, I did a slow drive by the edge where the parking lot met the Cocoon Hotel, so I could get my eyes on the coffee house's pop-up tent. The air was crisp, and the sun had just dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced eerily in the fading light. I was happy to see the press conference given by Spencer hadn't kept folks from coming out to enjoy all the events the Town Council and Southern Women's Club had planned for the Friendsgiving Harvest Festival. The slight wind kicked up the arms of the large scarecrow, and as I passed, it seemed to be looking straight at me with its faulty grin, as if it were mocking me. A shiver curled up my spine, making my knuckles go wider and my fingers tighter around the steering wheel. Bare branches of trees along the roadside looked like skeletal arms reaching out, their shadows creeping over the road like phantom fingers.
"And did you see what I wrote?" Mom asked. "It's not Aiken's handwriting on that note. It's Jennifer's."
"I know," I acknowledged. My heart beat faster than my mind, keeping me from seeing through all the confusion I was feeling, because I thought Aiken was the one who had arranged a secret meeting.
"What do you think it means?" Mom asked.
"Well, I think she was going to have some sort of meeting with someone, and whether that someone was the one who killed her, I'm not sure. But I do know that she didn't write the note to herself and carry it around." I was really thinking out loud, but theory seemed pretty good, so I continued. "And I'm going to have to get it to Spencer so he can analyze it for fingerprints."
"That's good, Roxy," Mom said, "but you've got to be careful. Do not let anyone know you found it."
"I will, I promise." I could almost hear her sigh of relief from the other end of the phone. "What is the document you sent with Jennifer's handwriting from?"
"They purchased a piece of property from me a year ago. They turned the old place into an Airbnb. I remember how kind she was from the meeting," she said. "When a potential buyer comes in to see me, I have a packet I give them to fill out.
Things like what they are looking for, must-haves, what's okay if they don't get, those kinds of things. Something men generally don't fill out, and the women do. I was listening to Mom and trying to remember Jean Hill's directions to the Armstrong house on Honey Hive Road at the same time. The dark, winding road was lined with trees that seemed to lean in closer as the night deepened, their branches rustling like whispers in the cold night air. "Thank you, this is super helpful," I told her. "I'm so glad you keep these." "Oh, I do. You never know when they try to tell you they didn't say something, and I've seen it so many times. The realtor gets dinged. No way, not gonna happen to me." She was very proud of how she ran her business. "And that's why I sent it to Spencer, too." "You did?" I turned in the opposite direction of my house and the downtown area so I could get to Honey Hive Road. The moon was starting to peek through the clouds, casting a pale light over the bare trees. Now the branches made them look even more like skeletal fingers reaching for the sky. Sure did. I can't have you running all over Honey Springs with a killer on the loose. They wouldn't think twice about killing you," she said. "I'll be fine. As a matter of fact, I'm on my way over to the Armstrong house now to drop off those pork chops," I said. I could hear her suck in a breath, but before she could talk, I continued. "And yes, I did make you an extra pork chop, and you can stop by the coffee house tomorrow to get it." "You're a good daughter, Roxanne Bloom," she said, leaving off my married name. "I'll see you in the morning." I kept my eyes on the road and made sure to continue driving slowly so I could see the visual markers Jean had told me to look for in her quirky directions. The road to Honey Hive Road was eerily quiet. The only sounds were the hum of my car's engine and the occasional rustling of leaves, whispering secrets to the night. The darkness seemed to deepen, the bare branches of the trees arcing over the road like a gnarled tunnel, reaching out menacingly. The houses along the way were dark, their windows like empty, soulless eyes staring out into the night, shrouded in shadows. An owl hooted from a nearby branch, its call ringing through the still air and sending a chill down my spine. Every now and then, the scurry of tiny paws across the forest floor would break the silence as nocturnal critters went about their secretive business. The moon, hidden behind thick clouds, offered little solace, barely piercing the oppressive darkness. Each turn of the road felt like a descent deeper into an unsettling, almost otherworldly realm, where the line between reality and nightmare blurred. I didn't have to see the numbers on the mailbox to know the house was the Armstrongs. All the cars parked along the road and in the driveway and grass told me. The entire house was lit up, and I could see people milling about in each window, most of them carrying a plate of food. A sense of sadness and relief fell over me, because I knew no matter how much their cook had made these pork chops to help ease the hurt of Jennifer's death, it was the townspeople who really helped to dull the pain with their signs of support. Again, that was just another reason I loved living in a small town. Since I had a little four-door car, I was able to squeeze it into a tight spot that didn't require me to walk too far to the house. Not that I cared about walking. I loved walking. Usually. I didn't love walking when it was creepy out and a killer was around somewhere. Trust me when I say the killer, 9 times out of 10, would show up to public gatherings or events for the victim. It was some sort of sick something or other they enjoyed, and I could never be too careful. With the pork chops in my arms, I walked up to the front door. I raised my hand and knocked, and the sound resonated in the still night. "Here goes nothing," I murmured to myself, steeling my nerves for whatever lay ahead. "Hi," I said when the woman answered the door. "I'm Roxanne Bloom from the Bean Hive Coffee House on the boardwalk." The woman didn't seem too impressed. Her eyes were empty, hollow. She visibly sniffed the air, and her expression softened slightly. "Are those my pork chops?" she asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. "Where did you get the recipe?" "I'm sorry if I imposed," I said quickly, "but we have a mutual friend, Jean Hill, and she told me how you made the Armstrongs' favorite dish. Though it's not exact, I know you're in as much mourning as the rest of the family, so I wanted to offer not only comfort for the family, but also for you." Dana's eyes softened further, and she opened the door wider. "Come in," she said, stepping aside to let me through. "Thank you. It means a lot." I walked into the bustling house, the smell of food and the hum of quiet conversations filling the air. Dana pointed me toward the kitchen, where I could place the dish. As I made my way through the crowd, my eyes fell on someone I didn't expect to see. Kirk, of all people, standing by the kitchen counter, talking to a group of people. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly composed myself, knowing I had to stay focused on why I was there. "Thank you again for the pork chops," Dana said softly, giving me a nod of appreciation before she turned and attended to another guest. I took a deep breath, steadying myself as I approached the kitchen counter, ready to face whatever surprises lay ahead. "Roxy," Kirk called over to me, "come here. I want you to meet some people." I forced a smile, doing my best to appear friendly and composed. As I walked over, I couldn't help but glance at the spread of food laid out on the long dining table. The repast was a true Southern feast. Fried chicken, collard greens, macaroni and cheese, cornbread, and an array of casseroles. The desserts like pecan pie, banana pudding, and peach cobbler were plentiful. I picked up a small plate and helped myself to a deviled egg and a slice of cornbread before heading toward Kirk and the group he was speaking with. "Everyone, this is Roxy," Kirk said as I approached. "Roxy owns the Bean Hive on the boardwalk. She's also my ex-wife." The introductions were swift and slightly awkward. "Roxy, this is Evelyn Taylor, Aiken's secretary." He pointed at a sharp-looking woman with short, stylish hair. "And these are a few members of the board from the Be Happy Resort. Gary Adams, Susan Bennett, and Marcus Lee." Gary, a middle-aged man with a distinguished air, spoke first. "Roxy, I've been to your coffee house several times. You make the best cappuccino in town." "Thank you, Gary," I replied, appreciating his compliment. It's always nice to see familiar faces from the community. Susan, a petite woman with kind-looking eyes, chimed in. "I adore your pumpkin spice muffins. I often grab one on my way to the office." "That means a lot, Susan," I said with a genuine smile. "I'm glad you enjoy them." Marcus, a tall, stoic man, simply nodded, his expression softening slightly. "I've been there too. Great place." "Thank you, Marcus," I said, feeling a bit more at ease than I did before. "We try to make it a cozy spot for everyone." "I've heard so much about your place. I'll have to stop by soon." Evelyn, Aiken's secretary, stepped forward. "Please do," I encouraged her, feeling the tension loosen a bit more. "I'd love to see you there." Kirk's grin widened as he added, "In fact, Roxy is the one who found Jennifer." I saw a flash of surprise and concern in Evelyn's eyes. "Oh my, that must have been quite a shock," she said. "Yes, it was," I replied, keeping my tone neutral. "But I'm glad I was there to help in any way that I could." Gary Adams leaned in slightly. "We appreciate everything the community does for one another. It's a difficult time for us all." Susan Bennett nodded. "Jennifer was always so diligent and committed. Her loss is a big blow." Marcus Lee, though still reserved, added, "She was a key part of our team. This has hit us all hard." I took a bite of the deviled egg and savored its tangy richness as I tried to gauge the dynamics among the group. By the way their shoulders hung, I could see how Jennifer's death clearly affected them all deeply.
Well, if anyone can get to the bottom of what happened.
Kirk put a hand on my shoulder, and I stiffened at his touch. He must have noticed, because he immediately removed it.
Roxy has a way of finding things out, he said. I have to say, she was ruthless as any co-lawyer of mine when it came to finding evidence on our team.
Oh, Kirk, I said, trying to stop him.
No, really. Aiken is really hired a top lawyer with you,
he said. I looked up at the group and could see everyone appeared confused to hear Aiken had hired me. In reality, he hadn't, and the idea stemmed back to the tale Kirk had made up in his own head when I talked to him this morning at the spa, which I didn't correct him about. Am I going to regret that? I thought as I planted a smile across my lips. Kirk's gaze was intense as he watched me. The others excused themselves.
It's nice of you to have come,
Kirk said with a genuine tone. I managed to keep my expression composed. Thank you, I said, though the statement hung in the air, laden with unspoken implications. I watched the board members and Aiken's secretary as they worked their way around the room. Kirk gave me a knowing look before he excused himself to speak with another guest. I took the opportunity to slip away from the main gathering. With the house full of people, it wasn't difficult to blend in and disappear into the quieter parts of the Armstrong home. The hallway was dimly lit by the soft glow from the wall sconces. I moved silently, my ears tuned to the distant hum of conversation, the clinking of dishes, and mainly to any noise that would get closer to me. The smell of fresh flowers made my stomach curl. Something about funeral flowers didn't smell appealing, and not an inch in the house was without some sort of arrangement. I approached a closed door at the end of the hallway. Taking a deep breath, I turned the knob, pushed it open, and revealed a small office. Papers were neatly stacked on the desk, and a bookshelf lined one wall, filled with an assortment of business books and personal mementos. I began to sift through the papers, looking for anything that might provide a clue. Primarily, I was hoping to find Jennifer's day calendar, if she had one. As I rummaged through the desk drawers, I found a file labeled Event Planning. Inside were detailed notes about the upcoming events at the resort, including Jennifer's meticulous planning for the employee event that was now canceled. I snapped a few photos with my phone for later review, and to make sure the handwriting matched that on the back of the business card. I believed Mom, but I wanted to have more than enough evidence when I presented it to Spencer. A creak from the hallway made me freeze. I listened intently, but the noise didn't repeat. Moving quickly but quietly, I checked the bookcase, running my fingers along the spines of the books. One caught my eye, an old journal with Jennifer's name embossed on the cover. I slipped it into my bag, deciding to look through it later. I sucked in a deep sigh, wondering when true detective work crossed the thin line into stealing. I turned to leave the office, but a voice stopped me in my tracks. "What are you doing in here?" I spun around to see Dana, the cook, standing in the doorway. Her eyes narrowed, and she seemed unusually tense. I was just looking for the restroom," I lied, hoping my voice didn't betray my nerves. Wearing a sharp gaze, Dana stepped into the room. "The restroom is down the hall and to the left. This is private property. You shouldn't be snooping around." "I'm sorry," I said, trying to sound apologetic. "I must have gotten turned around. It's such a big house." Dana didn't seem convinced, her eyes flicking to the desk and then back to me. "Make sure you go straight to the restroom and then back to the gathering. We don't need any more trouble tonight." Her tone left no more room for discussion. "Of course," I said, nodding. "Thank you." I brushed past her, feeling her eyes on my back, as I walked down the hall. My heart was pounding in my chest. Once I was out of sight, I took a moment to compose myself. Dana's reaction was odd, too guarded. She was definitely hiding something, my instincts told me. I decided to take a quick detour to the restroom as a cover before heading back to the main room. As I washed my hands, I glanced at my reflection in the mirror. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was getting closer to something significant, but I needed to be careful. After giving myself some time, I was almost embarrassed that I'd gotten caught, so I decided it was time to exit. But I continued to repeat the board members' names in my head. It wouldn't be a bad idea to check them out. Who knew? Maybe Jennifer was meeting one of them. As with most things in Honey Springs, there was always a shortcut, and I knew of a connector road that led me to Pet Palace, which was also a distance from town. Pet Palace, Honey Springs' answer to a local SPCA, was run solely by volunteers and funded through donations. When I first signed up to volunteer there, I envisioned it as a fun and fulfilling experience. In reality, it was hard work, involving cleaning kennels and feeding and playing with the animals. But it was worth every moment. The parking lot was empty as always when I got there later in the night. The staff were long gone, but they knew I would be there to finish the final chores. Using my key, I let myself in and locked the door behind me. I checked my phone and noticed Patrick had sent me a text over an hour ago, asking me to let him know when I was on my way home. The front of the Pet Palace had a welcome feel, thanks to the fireplace. I walked over and flipped on the switch to turn on the gas logs to warm my hands. For a moment, I got lost looking at the flames before a few yips and barks from the dog kennels caused me to smile as if they were reminding me why I was there. I found my way back to the employee room where I had a small cubby that contained my apron. I took off my jacket and slipped the apron over my head before I made my way to the back where the kennels were lined up. The dogs greeted me with excited barks and wagging tails, their eyes full of anticipation. "Hey there, Dolly," I said, scratching a large black Labrador behind the ears. "You ready for dinner?" I moved from kennel to kennel, making sure each dog had fresh food and water. As I worked, I chatted with the animals, which I found oddly therapeutic. "Rosie, you look like you've had a long day," I murmured to a small terrier mix, who responded with a happy bark. The cats in an adjacent room were less vocal, but just as eager for attention. I cleaned out their litter boxes, refilled their food dishes, and made sure they had plenty of water. A tabby named Mittens rubbed against my leg, purring loudly. "Don't worry, Mittens, I'll give you some extra treats," I promised, reaching for the bag of catnip treats. With the basic chores finished, I took a moment to sit by the fireplace until I heard the sounds of the animals settling down for the night. That was a sign they were all getting to sleep and that it was okay for me to leave. I took a deep breath, feeling a sense of peace wash over me. I took one last round through the kennels, saying goodnight to each animal. "Sleep tight, everyone. I'll see you next week," I whispered before closing the door behind me and returning to the employee room to get my coat and other possessions. I took my phone out and sent Patrick a quick text to let him know I had finished up and would be home shortly. "Ugh," I groaned when I saw the text was having a hard time being sent. The Wi-Fi around here wasn't the best, and the night was turning out to be foggy, so I knew the message probably wouldn't make it before I got home. The fog had rolled in thick and heavy, shrouding the outside lights of the building in a hazy mist and muffling the typical nighttime sounds. I shivered as I walked to my car, the damp chill of the fog seeping through my coat. The night seemed darker than usual, the shadows stretching longer and deeper. Just as I reached for my car door, someone clamped a hand over my mouth and yanked me back. A cold, sharp blade pressed against my neck, freezing me in place. My heart pounded in my chest, and my breath came in shallow, panicked gasps.
"Stop snooping around, or you'll end up like the scarecrow in your front yard."
A low, menacing voice hissed in my ear. Fear surged through me, my mind racing. I couldn't see the person behind me, only feel their breath on my ear and the knife's blade biting into my skin. I wanted to scream, to fight, but terror had paralyzed me. Suddenly, headlights cut through the fog, illuminating the parking lot. The person holding me tensed, then dropped the knife and shoved me away. After stumbling, I caught myself on the hood of my car as the attacker disappeared into the darkness. I gasped for breath, my hands shaking as I touched the spot on my neck the knife had touched. The headlights grew closer, and I recognized the car as it pulled up next to mine. The driver's side window rolled down, and I saw Sheriff Spencer Shepard's concerned face.
"Roxy, are you okay?"
he called out, worry etched in his voice. Someone attacked me. They had a knife." Spencer jumped out of the car and rushed to my side.
"Did you see who it was?"
I shook my head, still trying to steady my breathing. "No, they came out of nowhere and whispered a threat. They told me to stop snooping around." His eyes widened, his jaw tightening.
"Let me check you out,"
he said, his voice firm but gentle. He quickly scanned me for any injuries, his hands steady and professional.
"You're not hurt, right?"
I shook my head, feeling the adrenaline continue to course through my veins. "No, I'm fine. I'm just shaken."
"Okay,"
he said in a decisive tone. He reached for his radio.
"This is Chief Spencer. I've got a situation at the Pet Palace. Need backup immediately. Possible suspect on foot, armed and dangerous."
He turned back to me, his expression serious.
"Get in my car, Roxy. You'll be safe there."
I nodded, allowing him to guide me to the sheriff's car. He opened the door for me and helped me inside. The interior of the car felt secure, a stark contrast to the vulnerability I'd felt moments before.
"Locking you in for safety,"
Spencer said as he closed the door firmly behind me and engaged the locks.
"Stay here. I'll be right back."
Through the windshield, I watched as Spencer disappeared into the fog, with his hand on his holstered gun, his silhouette barely visible in the thick mist. The red and blue lights of his car flashed silently, casting an eerie glow over the scene. As I sat alone in the car, the events of the night replayed in my mind. The fog outside seemed even more menacing now, every shadow a potential threat. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. Minutes felt like hours as I sat and scanned the fog for any sign of movement. The fear that had gripped me was slowly succumbing to a determination to find out who was behind Jennifer's murder and why they wanted to silence me. I started to mentally review the clues I had gathered so far. There were the pen and business card with the cryptic note, Jennifer's stressed behavior leading up to the event, and the reservation for Arlie Heatman. The connection to Aiken's plans for the resort, Jennifer's strange involvement, and her rental of a boat slip. Then there were the new details from Kirk and Jessica, Aiken being jumpy and Jennifer making everything perfect for some unknown reason. Who had the most to gain from Jennifer's death? Could it be one of the board members I had just met? They all had stakes in the Be Happy Resort, and Aiken was the majority shareholder with the power to make significant changes. Evelyn Taylor, Aiken's secretary, had access to all his plans and could potentially manipulate situations to her advantage. Gary Adams, Susan Bennett, and Marcus Lee each had reasons to try to ensure the success of the resort, especially if Jennifer knew something that could jeopardize those plans. But then there was Dana, the family cook. She had seemed particularly shifty when she found me snooping around. Was that just because of grief, or did she know more than she was letting on? Was she involved in something deeper, something that Jennifer had stumbled upon? My mind continued to race. As I was trying to connect the dots, the headlights of another car cut through the fog. Spencer returned and opened the door.
Couldn't find anyone, but backup is here, so they'll keep looking. Let's get you inside where it's safe for now,
he said, helping me out of the car. He led me back into the pet palace, where the familiar sounds of the animals provided a slight sense of security. Inside the employee room, Spencer rummaged through a cupboard and found a packet of instant coffee. He prepared a cup quickly and handed it to me.
It's not Roxy Bloom coffee, but it should help calm your nerves,
he said, offering a sympathetic smile. I took the cup, the heat warming my hands. Once I sipped the instant coffee, the familiar taste began to soothe my frazzled nerves. Coffee had always had that effect on me. It was like a friend, grounding me and helping me focus. Each sip brought a little more clarity and steadiness, allowing me to gather my thoughts. After a minute or two, Spencer's phone buzzed. He glanced at it and then looked up at me.
I called Patrick. He's on his way here now,
he said, his tone reassuring. I nodded, feeling a bit more at ease knowing Patrick was coming. I texted him before I got attacked, but my cell's reception is spotty up here, I told Spencer.
Now, I need to ask you some questions,
he replied, his tone turning serious again.
Anything you can remember might help. How tall was the person who attacked you? Male or female?
I don't know. It happened so fast, and it was so dark. I shook my head, frustration evident in my voice. I added, I was so caught off guard.
Okay, take your time, Spencer encouraged. Did they seem fit? Were they easily able to contain you?
I thought back to the attack, trying to recall any details. They seemed taller than me, but I'm not sure by how much. I blinked several times to get my mind working. They were strong, that's for sure. I couldn't break free. Spencer nodded, jotting down notes.
Did they have any distinguishing features? A scent, maybe? Anything you noticed?
I didn't see them. They were behind me. I closed my eyes, attempting to remember. They smelled like, I don't know, maybe cologne? It was faint, but there.
Good, Spencer said, writing that down. Did they say anything else besides the threat?
No, just that I needed to stop snooping around, I replied, my voice steadying. Spencer continued with his questions, probing for any potentially useful detail, regardless of its size.
What about their clothing? Did you see anything specific?
I shook my head again. No, it was all just a blur. I'm sorry, Spencer. I wish I could be more helpful, I said tearfully.
You've been helpful, he assured me. Every little detail counts.
The door to the pet palace opened, and Patrick rushed inside, his expression a mix of worry and relief when he saw me.
Roxy!
I stood up, feeling a surge of relief as he enveloped me in a protective hug. I'm okay, Patrick. Just a bit shaken, I said, and nuzzled into his neck.
We'll get through this, he declared, his eyes meeting Spencer's. What's the plan? Right now, we need to make sure Roxy is safe. We'll get a patrol to keep an eye on your place tonight. And Roxy, I want you to keep your phone on you at all times. If anything feels off, you call me immediately.
Spencer sighed. Chapter 13. When the sheriff of your own town stationed a deputy outside of your house, to keep you under surveillance after you've been attacked, it was a little nerve-wracking. That's why I was so tired when my alarm sounded at 4 a.m.
Just call someone else to come in,
Patrick urged me from a sleepy state from the comfy bed. I usually love to lie in that bed and keep safe in his arms there. But last night I'd gotten up every 15 minutes to peep out the bedroom window to see if the deputy was still out there and awake. Though it was dark outside, I could see the officer's face glowing in the reflection of the phone in his hand, and I was happy to see that. Just not happy enough to be able to fall asleep. "I'll be fine," I told Patrick, whom I gave a kiss, before I pushed up to the side of the bed and slipped my feet into my slippers. Pepper perked up and jumped down. He wasn't going to let me go without him today, like I'd done yesterday. Besides, I walked over to the side of his bed and ran my hand along his salt and pepper hair. My heart fluttered as I smiled. A feeling of gratitude swept over me, and for a moment it hit me that I could have been killed last night. I feel safe when I'm at the coffee house, and I only have to tell Bunny about the attack last night for the entire community to come to find out what happened. No one is going to attack me in front of a room full of townsfolk with hot coffee in their hands.
"You make sure you keep that coffee hot and flowing,"
he teased, running his fingers down my arm.
"I'll stop by around lunch."
On my way out the bedroom door, I gave Sassy a good pat on top of her head, but she barely opened her eyes. She let out a little groan, stretched her legs out in front of her, and proceeded to roll over on her side, which took up my half of the bed, only to fall right back to sleep. Every morning before I went to work, I had a specific routine, one I had fallen into over the years. Get out of bed, head down the steps to the guest bathroom, where I kept my toothbrush and makeup, go to the laundry room and change into my Bean Hive uniform, grab a cup of coffee to go, and head out the door with Pepper. Today took a lot longer than usual, since my mind was a flurry of jumbled up mush. Get your head on right, I told myself. I would have to be my own hype woman. I wasn't about to let someone who'd pressed a knife against my neck keep me from doing what I knew was right. "We are going to keep looking," I told Pepper, who was guarding the door so he wasn't left behind. I swung open the cabin door, and the deputy standing guard had jumped out of his car. "I'm going to work," I told him, and glanced at my bike, knowing it would allow me a really great ride to the boardwalk, but also leave me a sitting duck for someone who wanted to grab me. And I had Pepper to think about. I'd never want him harmed. "I'm taking my car, so I'm sure I'll be okay if you want to go," I told the deputy.
"Sorry, ma'am,"
he said, almost offending me by using that word. I reserved that term for women my Aunt Maxie's age, but we were in the South, and it wasn't uncommon for all the folks here to say ma'am.
"I've got orders and a job to do."
"Suit yourself," I groaned, and moved past him, Pepper on my heels, as I opened the car door for us. Once inside, I started the car. Before I could even put it in drive, the deputy's vehicle was already on my tail. His headlights blasted through the rear-view mirror. "Not this morning," I told Pepper, as he pawed at the passenger side window for me to open it so he could stick his head out into the fresh morning air. His bushy brows stuck up over his beady little black eyes, appearing to question me. I rubbed my hand down his back, and he settled for sitting in the seat during the big 3-minute drive. That trip usually took us 5, but today I might have had a bit of a heavy foot.
"You were going a bit fast back there, weren't you?"
the deputy asked me after I parked the car and started proceeding to the boardwalk. You never know, right? I just didn't feel like having someone on me this morning. I felt safe and fine, but I wasn't going to make waves. Yet. I glanced back when I realized the deputy wasn't following us and quickened my steps. Pepper had already bolted up to the boardwalk, and I had no doubt he was sitting by the coffee house door, ready to settle next to his food bowl. Wow, you almost beat me. My thoughts of having any time to myself this morning vanished when I was greeted by Sheriff Spencer Shepherd, who was waiting for me by the steps of the boardwalk near the marina. He gave a slight wave over his head, signaling to the deputy he could go. "I'm fine," I said, clearly not convincing him, because he kept up with me the entire way across the boardwalk and into the Bean Hive. I barely had time to unlock the door, enter the room, and turn on the lights before he was on me like skin.
"We're making progress into the investigation,"
Spencer said. He leaned against the counter and watched me as I walked down the line of industrial coffee makers and flipped them on to make them start brewing.
"We've called in Jennifer's friends, checked her phone records, and interviewed her colleagues. No known enemies. Quite the opposite, in fact."
I nodded, listening as I prepared the first batch of coffee for the coffee bar. The rhythmic hum of the grinder and the hiss of the espresso machine provided soothing background noise for our conversation.
"And the knife that dropped from the attacker on you last night had the same serrated edges that marked Jennifer's wounds,"
Spencer continued. "She was stabbed?" I asked, my hands pausing just before I placed the coffee grounds into the machine. I hadn't heard how she was murdered.
"Yes,"
he confirmed, his expression serious.
"We've sent the knife off to a forensic pathologist, and it's about all the evidence we have, except for her phone."
"You have her phone?" I asked, my interest piqued. Then I took a scoop of Pepper's kibble and put it in his bowl. "That's huge."
"With Kevin's help, we used facial recognition to get it open. I've retraced her steps according to her GPS."
I poured the first cup of coffee. "And?" I asked, setting the mug in front of him.
"Thank you."
He picked up the mug to take a few sips while I headed to the fireplace to get the fire started.
"We also put in a request with the town council to obtain all surveillance footage from 4:30 a.m. to 12 o'clock p.m.,
he said.
"There is video surveillance of Jennifer on the boardwalk, and it looks like she has something in her hand. What appears to be a manila folder or something like that. We can't make out what it is, but it doesn't seem to match anything that was identified at the crime scene."
As he continued to tell me everything he and his colleagues had been doing, I busied myself fluffing up the pillows on the couches, straightening the coffee table magazines, and recentering the creamers in the middle of all the cafe tables, making everything perfect at the Bean Hive. Even if I wasn't feeling perfect, I knew I could make the Bean Hive inviting.
"I've got a few more deputies working on the victimology,"
Spencer added, his speech becoming more methodical.
"You know, understanding her life, her routine, her relationships. Was this her first marriage? Her second? Did she have any children with Aiken? We need to really get into who she was in case she had a hidden life, something that wasn't obvious on the surface."
"Hidden life?" I gulped, remembering the pen and the business card. "Spencer, I took a deep breath and decided to come clean. "I might have something important for you." I hurried over to the coat tree, where I'd hung my purse, and replaced the apron there with my jacket. Then I got my phone and the baggie containing the pen and business card out of the pocket. Spencer's eyes widened as he took the baggie. He turned it over and read the message.
"Why on earth didn't you give me this before?"
he asked, his tone sharp with irritation. "Because I wasn't sure if it was even relevant until my mom—" I reached into the pocket of my apron and got my phone, verified it was Jennifer Armstrong's handwriting. I scrolled through the photos and showed him the picture. Spencer's expression softened slightly as he examined the handwriting.
"This could be a significant lead,"
he said in a more measured voice.
"We'll need to analyze this and see if it connects to any of the other evidence we have."
The bell over the door rang, and Bunny shuffled inside.
"My goodness, already?"
she asked, peeling the box hat off her head. Her pocketbook swung from the crook of her arm as she waddled across the coffee house.
"No rest for the weary,"
she said, and hung her shawl on the coat rack. "See, Bunny is here, and I'm fine," I said, patting her when she walked behind me and got a treat for Pepper out of the jar.
"Oh, yeah,"
Bunny joked, and Pretend flexed her arm.
"I'll protect Roxy."
She bent down to give Pepper the treat and whispered just loudly enough for only me to hear,
"With the gun in my pocketbook."
"Here," I said, and turned around to make Spencer a cup of hot coffee to go. Carefully, I used the pads of my fingers to seal the lid before I handed the cup to him. "Go, enjoy your coffee while checking on all those leads." Bunny pushed through the swinging door of the kitchen, leaving Spencer and me alone in the coffee house. "I'll walk you to the door and lock it behind you until we open." I led him to the door, where I did everything I told him I would do.
"Do not be sticking your nose into things. Just listening,"
he said loudly through the door's glass, which was now between the two of us. I smiled and walked away, even though I heard him holler,
"I mean it, Roxy."
"I mean it, Roxy," I snickered in a mocking way, knowing this matter had gotten very personal now, and there was no way I would let it go.
"I'm assuming that was about the attack last night."
Bunny wasted no time after I'd come back through the swinging door. I was hoping to find her getting all the dishes in the oven to heat up so we could put them in the display cases before opening. Nope. She was huddled over the murder board and had written in big, bold letters with the red dry erase marker, "Attempted murder on Roxy." "How did you know?" I asked.
"Your husband called me this morning after you left the cabin to make sure I was going to be with you today."
Vivaciously, she circled what she'd written a few times.
"And it only lights me up."
Yeah, me too. I found myself looking away from what she'd written. But we still have the Bean Hive to run, and I'm sure once the news of the attack gets out, we will be slammed. And slammed we were. From the time we flipped the sign to open, and Bunny had texted her list of friends to let them know what happened to me, even though she didn't tell me she had, the coffee pots nearly became worn out from the amount of coffee we made. Kami Montgomery had to come get her complimentary coffee because we didn't have a moment to sneak a breath, much less walk the coffee down to the cocoon. My heart pounded as I tried to keep my composure among all the activity. "How can I help you?" I asked the next person in line, before looking up to see who it was. "Aiken," I gulped. "Mr. Armstrong." Aiken Armstrong's face was a mask of barely concealed anger. His secretary, Evelyn Taylor, stood beside him, her own expression a mix of concern and apology.
"I need to speak with you, Roxy,"
Aiken said, his voice low and threatening.
"In private."
I glanced around the busy coffee house. "We can talk here. What's on your mind?"
"Stop your investigation,"
he demanded, leaning over the counter.
"Stop telling people you've been hired by me, or you'll find yourself face to face with my lawyer."
"But don't you want to find out who killed your wife?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Aiken's jaw clenched, and his teeth ground audibly.
"Stop snooping around and let the sheriff handle it,"
he said through gritted teeth. Evelyn stood silent, her eyes filled with another unspoken apology. "But, Aiken," I started.
Enough, he snapped, turning to his secretary. Come on, Evelyn.
They both stalked out of the coffee house, and all eyes in the room followed them. As the door swung shut behind them, the chit-chat among the customers resumed, albeit in hushed tones. I could feel the weight of everyone's stares. Bunny sneaked up behind me, her voice dripping with southern snark.
Well, bless his heart. He sure seems awfully suspicious, don't you think?
I sighed, shaking my head. He's definitely hiding something, but we need more proof. Bunny nodded, her eyes twinkling with mischief.
We'll get to the bottom of this, Roxy. Just you wait.
Just then, the bell over the door rang again, and another wave of customers entered. The rest of the day passed in a blur of coffee orders and whispered conversations about the morning's drama. By mid-afternoon, I finally had a moment to breathe. Bunny was chatting with a group of regulars, and I took the opportunity to slip into the back room, my mind once more racing with possibilities. I knew I needed to talk to Spencer about Aiken's reaction. Clearly, Aiken was nervous about something, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was getting closer to the truth. Pepper trotted over and nuzzled my leg. His presence provided a heartening reminder that I wasn't alone in this. I bent down and scratched behind his ears, my thoughts whirling. There had to be a connection among Jennifer, Arlie Heatman, and Aiken's frantic behavior. Lost in thought, I didn't hear the door open until Bunny poked her head in.
Roxy, you've got a visitor.
I glanced over my shoulder, and there stood Dana, the Armstrongs' cook. Chapter 14.
Sorry to bother you, Dana apologized, handing me the glass dish I'd made the pork chops in. I wanted to return this to you.
You didn't have to do that. I never intended to get it back, I said, taking the dish from her. But thank you. And trust me, I got the message loud and clear this morning when Aiken, my mouth dried. Mr. Armstrong came in. Dana glanced around, her eyes darting nervously.
Can we talk outside for a moment?
She asked. I raised an eyebrow, curious about her sudden, secretive behavior. Sure, let me just grab Pepper's leash and tell Bunny I'm taking him for a walk, I said, and headed over to the coat tree. Dana nodded, her shoulders relaxing slightly. I retrieved Pepper's leash from the back room. He wagged his tail eagerly, sensing a sniff walk. Bunny, I'm taking Pepper for a walk, I called out.
All right, be careful, Bunny replied, her eyes narrowing at Dana. While you're taking him for a walk, can you take these to the festival?
Bunny handed me the fresh Autumn Harvest Delight blend we'd brewed in the industrial coffee pots. Sure thing, I agreed, balancing the coffee pots as I adjusted Pepper's leash. Fortunately, Dana stepped up to take one of the pots. I led Dana and Pepper outside, where the cool autumn air was a stark contrast to the snug Bean Hive. Winter is on our doorstep, I told her, as the chill ran down my neck and settled on my arms, though I was wearing my jacket. As we walked, Dana's nervousness became more apparent. I thought making small talk with her might help. I love this time of year, I said, stopping every few feet so people could pat Pepper. I'd gotten used to that, and so had he.
I think everyone in Honey Springs loves the fall, but dreads the winter months,
she said faintly. The boardwalk was alive with the buzz of the Friendsgiving Harvest Festival, making it difficult for us to really talk. We can drop these off first, I told her, and continued straight to the Bean Hive pop-up after we walked down the steps of the boardwalk and toward the Cocoon Hotel. On our way, we passed by booths where kids were getting their faces painted with festive designs, and others where children were busy decorating pumpkins with vibrant colors and glitter. Another group of children laughed and ran around with scarecrow maps, eagerly searching for the next clue in the scavenger hunt.
"There's a lot of kids here," Dana pointed out.
"Yes, they're out for Thanksgiving break," I told her. Some of the high school-aged employees I'd recruited from the school's home economics classes were happy to work the pop-up shop, which left Bunny, Chandra, Shelley, Bertie, and me to work the coffee house. "Look, there's the pumpkin painting station," I pointed out to Dana as she walked by a group of kids hunched over tables, their hands smeared with bright orange and green paint. "And the scarecrow making contest is just up ahead. They really went all out this year." Dana didn't mention what she wanted to discuss with me until after we took the coffee to the pop-up and I'd given her a cup of coffee to take on our walk back. Dana smiled faintly, but her eyes were still clouded with worry. "What was it you wanted to tell me?" I asked, knowing it was coffee that helped soothe the tension.
"Jennifer found something out,"
Dana began, her voice barely above a whisper.
"I think it might be important to the investigation, but I can't go to the sheriff or anyone else. I need my job, and if Aiken finds out I'm talking, I could lose everything."
I nodded, encouraging her to continue. "What did Jennifer find?"
"Recently, Jennifer and I were cleaning out the office and came across a letter from about a year ago. It was from a woman with an unusual name, Prudence Thorne. She revealed she'd had a son 30 years ago, but never told Aiken. In the letter, she mentioned the son's name, Arlie Heatman." My mind raced. This news was huge. Jennifer had found out about Aiken's love child, whose name matched the reservation Jessica had found. "Do you have any proof of this? I can't go to the sheriff without it." I concealed everything I knew about Arlie, including that I'd heard of him at all, because I had to investigate the facts before I told Dana anything. Dana hesitated. She reached into her coat pocket and pulled out an old yellowing letter. "Here, take this. It's the letter Jennifer found."
With slightly shaking hands, I took the letter and slipped it into my jacket pocket. This letter could be the key to everything. If Jennifer had discovered this secret, it might explain why she was so stressed and why someone wanted to silence her. As we walked, Dana continued,
"Jennifer was planning to reveal Arlie at the big spa employee meeting. She thought it would be a big surprise for Aiken. I didn't think it was a good idea, because a couple of weeks ago, I heard Jennifer telling Aiken how he needed to meet his son now that Prudence Thorne had passed."
"As in, died?" I asked.
"Yes. I overheard Jennifer on the phone with someone. From what I gathered, it was Prudence Thorne. Jennifer had her on speaker in the office, and I heard Prudence tell Jennifer the reason she sent the letter was because Arlie was an only child and Prudence never married. She had no family, and she was living on borrowed time." Dana's voice drifted off. Both of us knew what borrowed time meant. Pepper dragged me back along the boardwalk that led to the Bean Hive, sniffing every single post along the way. "Prudence wanted Jennifer and Aiken to give him a family. She also revealed to Jennifer that she told Arlie of his father, and Arlie had sought him out."
Dana looked off into the distance, her eyes filled with tears. "I'm so sorry you're having to go through this." I paused, offering her some space to do the same, but she kept talking.
"Aiken wouldn't hear of it. He told Jennifer he didn't want to know Arlie and wasn't going to go on a letter about some one-night stand he'd had when he was younger. But Jennifer insisted they meet him. Aiken refused it."
Dana stopped shy of the Bean Hive to finish her story, clearly not wanting to go in. The way her eyes flicked toward the coffee house's windows made me think she feared someone might see us talking.
"The last thing he said was what made me want to come forward with the information,"
Dana said.
He told Jennifer that Arlie was never to be spoken of again and that he would make sure she took it to her grave.
My eyes widened. Those were the last words I thought I'd hear from her mouth. Do you know if Arlie ever met up with Jennifer? I asked. Dana blinked a few times, her gaze shifting to the ground.
Jennifer got in touch with him through an email, the one provided in the letter from Prudence.
Her eyes shifted to the jacket pocket in which I had tucked the letter.
She told him about a cabin they'd purchased here in Honey Springs. She and Aiken were fixing it up as a rental for tourists, but she didn't take any reservations. She had me drive there and sent me a business card with a handwritten note on the back to meet her at the pier on the boardwalk at noon with the date on it.
I found that at the scene. My voice cracked at the realization that Arlie was possibly the killer and the one deputy had chased. Can you tell me how to get to the cabin? I asked.
That's an issue.
She pinched her lips together, looking even more anxious.
It's only by boat, and Jennifer had purchased a boat for the rental.
Thank you, Dana, I said sincerely, knowing I had to get in touch with Mom. I needed to get to that cabin. I patted my jacket's pocket. This is really important. I'll make sure the sheriff gets it. Dana looked relieved.
Just be careful, Roxy. There are a lot of secrets in that family, and not everyone wants them to come out.
I will, and thank you for trusting me with this. I nodded and watched Dana slip back into the crowd. She blended in as she walked away. I knew I had to find Arlie and piece together what really happened to Jennifer. This letter could be the breakthrough I needed. Back inside the coffee house, Bunny was busy with customers, but she glanced up as we entered, eyes questioning.
"Everything okay?"
she asked. I nodded, unclipping Pepper's leash. Yeah, just got some new information. We're one step closer to finding out the truth. Just saying that out loud made it feel more real than ever. Chapter 15. Back in the kitchen of the Bean Hive, Bunny and I stood at the workstation, looking at the murder board, adding the latest details, and trying to piece together the puzzle of Jennifer Armstrong's murder. I called my mom and left her a message to call me back, I said, pinning up Prudence Thorne's letter.
"Good. Maybe she can help us with the cabin situation."
Bunny nodded, her brow furrowed in concentration. I took a step back and surveyed the board. All right, let's go through what we have so far. My eyes scanned the evidence before me.
"Let's start with Aiken Armstrong,"
Bunny suggested, tapping the photo of Jennifer's husband.
"He's our top suspect."
Right, I agreed. Aiken is ambitious and driven, and he has a lot to lose if the secret about his love child comes out. He was clearly angry this morning and has been acting suspiciously.
"Not to mention his threatening behavior towards you,"
Bunny added, her tone serious.
"He's definitely hiding something."
I nodded, jotting down a few notes. And then there's Arlie Heatman. We need to find him and figure out his connection to all of this. She crossed her arms, looking deep in thought.
"If Jennifer found out about him and wanted to introduce him to Aiken, that could have upset Aiken enough to do something drastic."
I glanced at the section of the board dedicated to Arlie. And if Arlie was at the pier to meet Jennifer, that makes him a potential suspect too. We need to track him down.
"We can't forget Kirk,"
Bunny said, pointing at the photo of my ex-husband.
"He was involved with Jennifer and the resort. There could be more to this connection with her."
True, I agreed, but we need more concrete evidence to link him directly to the murder.
"And Dana," Bunny added. "She's nervous and secretive, but she gave us crucial information. We need to keep an eye on her, too."
As I pinned up the new notes we'd made, I felt a sense of progress. All right, So Aiken's motive is protecting his business and reputation. Arlie's motive could be anger and frustration over being kept a secret. And Kirk, we need to dig deeper into his relationship with Jennifer. Bunny nodded, writing more notes.
What about the knife? Spencer said it had the same serrated edges as the one used on Jennifer.
Right, I said, turning and looking at the board. That's another piece of evidence we need to follow up on. And there's Jennifer's phone. Spencer said they're analyzing it. Just then, my phone rang, startling both of us. I quickly pulled it out and saw my mom's name on the screen. "Hey, Mom," I answered.
"Roxy, it's the same cabin," she said without preamble. "The one you were asking about. And I've got a little dinghy tied up at the marina if you want to go check it out."
I felt a surge of excitement and urgency. "Thanks, Mom. That's perfect. I'll head over there soon." After hanging up, I turned to Bunny, my heart racing. It's the same cabin, and my mom has a dinghy we can use to get there. Bunny's eyes widened.
"Well, what are you waiting for? Go!"
She pointed for me to leave the Bean Hive.
"Go where?"
Aunt Maxie caught the tail end of our conversation as she walked through the swinging door. "I'll tell you on the way," I said, knowing Aunt Maxie would be a great companion. I picked up a very sharp knife from the kitchen island. "We might need protection," I said, holding it up in the air. The blade glinted in the light of the kitchen.
"We better get a move on then."
Aunt Maxie hustled on over to the door. Her hair stuck up all over like she'd just gotten out of bed, but I knew better. That was her usual look, only today she seemed to have on 3 different shades of orange eyeshadow, scarecrow earrings, and a bracelet to match. She also wore a patchwork skirt that hung down to her ankles and some sort of cowboy boots. I wasn't sure if she was trying to be a rodeo clown or if the strangeness of her look was intentional. Either way, I kept my mouth shut. Maybe her appearance would throw off Arlie if he was where I thought he would be. As we approached the marina, I couldn't help but chuckle when I saw Mom's dinghy tied up at the dock. It was a sturdy little boat, no more than 12 feet long, and it had seen its fair share of adventures. The flat-bottomed hull was made of weathered fiberglass. Its once bright blue paint now faded and chipped in places, revealing patches of white underneath. The dinghy had a simple, open design with no frills or fancy features. 2 wooden seats, worn smooth from years of use, stretched across the width of the boat. A small outboard motor was mounted at the stern, its metallic surface gleaming under the early morning light, promising a reliable ride across the lake. I noticed the oarlocks on the sides, though the oars were neatly tucked away. I had full intention of using the small power motor. The boat bobbed gently in the water, tied securely to the dock with a thick, weather-beaten rope. Although the dinghy wasn't much to look at, it was exactly what we needed for our little undercover operation. I looked over at Aunt Maxie and pointed for her to get into the boat. She adjusted her scarecrow earrings, a determined look on her face. As she approached the edge of the dock, the dinghy bobbed up and down, making the stride between the dock and the boat a bit tricky.
"Whoa, Nellie!"
Aunt Maxie exclaimed, clutching her patchwork skirt with one hand while reaching out for the boat with the other.
"This thing's got more bounce than a bullfrog on a hot skillet."
I held on to the rope, trying to steady the dinghy as best I could. "Just take it slow, Aunt Maxie. I've got you." She gave me a determined look, and with a deep breath, took a cautious step forward. The boat dipped slightly, but she managed to plant one foot inside.
"Well, color me a pumpkin and call me a pie,"
she huffed, finally making it into the boat with a triumphant grin.
"I didn't think I was going to make it there for a second."
Big Bib was waiting nearby, a grin of his own spreading across his face as he saw us approach.
"Now, where do you 2 think you're going in that at this time of day?"
he asked, appearing to be joking. I need to head out to the Armstrong cabin. I held the rope tight and tried not to look at his face, which had turned from jocular to serious.
In that?
He asked. A boat full of folks was waiting for him on the ferry.
I thought you were just going to pop over to the festival or something.
He pointed at the Friendsgiving Harvest Festival, only a few feet away.
Nope, she and I are going undercover.
Aunt Maxie nodded and perched up on the bench seat in the little boat.
Sneak up on 'em real quiet-like.
One problem. I gnawed my lip, the lines between my brows deepening. I have no clue where it is.
There's no lights on this.
Big Bib pointed at the boat and then looked at his old watch with the broken glass.
It's gonna get dark soon. It gets darker out on the lake than on shore because of the trees in the forest.
We will be fine, I assured him. Do you know where the cabin is? He sighed, huffed, and puffed. But he gave in. Big Bib scratched his head as he looked at the dinghy. The slow shake of his head spoke volumes about his disapproval.
Now, you'll want to head out from the marina and keep to the right,
he began, pointing in the direction we needed to go.
Stay close to the shoreline, and you'll soon pass the Cocoon Hotel. You'll be able to see the Friendsgiving Harvest Festival from the water. Just follow the beach until you see a small cove. That's where the cabin is.
I nodded, trying to memorize his directions. Got it. Go right from the marina, past the Cocoon Hotel, and look for the cove, I repeated.
Exactly,
he said, nodding.
You be careful now. That lake can get choppy.
We will, I promised, with a final nod to Big Bib. He gave us a hard push as I started up the motor, which was really a little troll motor. I couldn't help but admire the view. The shoreline was alive with the sights and sounds of the Friendsgiving Harvest Festival. From the lake, the festival looked like a scene from a postcard. The hotel was draped in twinkling lights, and the colorful tents and booths bustled with activity. Children laughed and ran around, their faces painted with whimsical designs, while families gathered around tables where I knew they were decorating pumpkins and making scarecrows. Festival goers waved at us from the beach. Of course, Aunt Maxie had to draw even more attention to us by waving back with both arms over her head. By doing that, she got Patrick's attention. He came out from underneath the Bean Hive pop-up with his hands in the air, as if he were gesturing to say, "What on earth are you doing?"
Uh-oh.
Aunt Maxie turned back to look at me.
You've done it now.
My phone rang from my jacket pocket before I could even say anything to her. With one hand guiding the tiny boat, I used the other to take my phone out. The call was from Patrick. "Hey, Patrick," I answered, trying to sound nonchalant.
What on earth are you doing, Roxy?
He asked, his voice a mix of concern and exasperation.
Or do I not want to know?
I found out Aiken has a love child who's staying at their cabin here on Lake Honey Springs. I need to see if I can find any more clues, I said, glancing at Aunt Maxie, who was gripping the sides of the boat as it gently rocked. The silence on Patrick's end told me he was trying to process what to say to me. And I took Aunt Maxie to help. She can say we're here to welcome him or something, I said, making up something that sounded like a genuinely good cover. The sun was starting to set. Patrick sighed. "I've got Aunt Maxie with me," I replied, trying to reassure him.
"That's what worries me,"
he said, a hint of a smile in his voice.
"I'll be watching to see when you're on your way back. Call me if you need anything."
"I will," I promised. "We'll be fine."
"Be safe, Roxy,"
he said, knowing he couldn't say much. Aunt Maxie and I were already out here and almost past the festival where he could see us. But the smells of caramel apples and roasted nuts drifted over the water, trailing behind us. The gentle hum of music floated across the waves, adding to the festive atmosphere. We could see people strolling along the boardwalk, sipping on steaming mugs of hot cider and chatting with friends. The whole scene was a beautiful blend of autumn colors and joyful celebration. Aunt Maxie was all twisted around, looking over her shoulder at the edge of the boat, waving to a group of kids who pointed at us excitedly as they ran along the shore to follow us.
"Look at 'em, Roxy! They're having the time of their lives!"
I smiled, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Yeah, it's magical, isn't it? We passed the Cocoon Hotel, its lights reflecting off the water in a dazzling display. Hotel guests were out on the balconies, enjoying the festival from above. The shoreline was dotted with bonfires, where groups of people were gathered, roasting marshmallows and telling stories.
"Almost there," Aunt Maxie said, her voice soft in the stillness. "Exactly what are you going to do once we get there?"
As we approached the cove Big Bib had mentioned, the noise from the festival started to fade, replaced by the quiet lapping of the water against the boat. The trees along the shore were tall and imposing. Their bare branches reached out. I took a deep breath, considering the best way to explain everything. Okay, let me fill you in. Remember Dana, the Armstrongs' cook? She came to see me at the coffee house earlier today. Aunt Maxie nodded, causing her scarecrow earrings to bob.
"Yes, I remember. Sweet woman. Very nervous."
"Right," I agreed, steadying the boat as it bobbed gently on the water. Dana told me something important. She and Jennifer had found a letter from a woman named Prudence Thorne. The letter revealed that Prudence had a son with Aiken 30 years ago, but she never told him. Aunt Maxie's eyes widened in surprise.
"A love child?"
"Exactly," I confirmed. The son's name is Arlie Heatman, the same name as the man Jennifer made the resort reservation for. Prudence passed away recently, and she wanted Aiken to know about Arlie. Jennifer was trying to arrange a meeting between them, but Aiken refused.
"And you think this Arlie might be involved in Jennifer's murder?"
Aunt Maxie sounded serious. "It's possible," I said. Jennifer was planning to reveal Arlie at the spa's big employee meeting. She thought it would be a big surprise for Aiken. Dana said Jennifer had contacted Arlie and asked him to meet her at the pier. That note I found at the scene had to be meant for him. Aunt Maxie nodded, processing the information.
"So, what's the plan?"
"We need to see if Arlie is at the cabin and find out what he knows," I explained. "If he's there, he might have more information about what happened to Jennifer. But we need to be careful. If he's the killer, we don't want to tip him off." The shoreline grew darker as we approached the cove. I cut the small motor, slid the oars from their spot, and handed one to Aunt Maxie. "We'll paddle in quietly from here," I told her. Aunt Maxie took the oar, her grip steady despite the slight tremor in her hands.
"All right, let's do this."
She gave a hard nod. We paddled silently into the cove, the water around us rippling gently with each stroke. The cabin, a small structure nestled among the trees, came into view. The building looked peaceful, almost idyllic, but I knew better than to trust appearances. We approached cautiously, the boat gliding silently toward the shore. "Once we get there, we'll need to stay out of sight and observe for a while," I whispered. "If Arlie's there, we need to see what he's up to before making our move." Aunt Maxie nodded, her eyes scanning the area.
"Got it. Let's just hope he's alone."
When we slid past the small dock, I noticed the boat. The same boat I had observed zooming away from the scene the afternoon we found Jennifer stuffed into that scarecrow. Aunt Maxie and I reached the shore, secured the boat, and slipped quietly onto the sand. The cabin was just a few yards away, its windows dark and silent. We moved toward it, staying low and using the cover of the trees to hide our approach. As we reached the edge of the clearing, I paused, listening intently. There was no sound from the cabin, but that didn't mean it was empty. "Let's circle around and see if we can get a look inside," I suggested in a voice I kept low. Aunt Maxie nodded, and we moved together, our steps careful and deliberate. The cabin loomed ahead. "I'm going to make him see me," a demanding voice said from the cabin's open windows, sounding hard and resolute. Just then, the screen door on the front porch flung open, and a man stepped outside. Focusing on the cabin, Aunt Maxie didn't see the branch underfoot. With a loud snap, she stumbled and fell, letting out a yelp of pain. Her ankle twisted awkwardly beneath her. The man on the porch, clearly startled, turned his gaze sharply toward us. "Who's there?" he called out, suspicion and irritation lacing his voice. I rushed to Aunt Maxie's side and tried to help her up. "Are you okay?" I whispered urgently, my heart pounding. She winced, clutching her ankle. "I think I twisted it," she replied through gritted teeth. Now off the phone, the man started towards us. "What are you doing here?" he demanded, sounding menacing as he approached. I stood protectively in front of Aunt Maxie, my mind racing for an explanation. "We didn't mean to intrude," I said quickly, trying to sound calm. "We were just, hiking and got a bit lost." "Hiking? At this time of night? Near my cabin?" "It's not your cabin," Aunt Maxie muttered through her pain. He didn't hear her. Yeah, we were at the festival and thought we'd take a walk," I stammered, desperately hoping he'd believe us. "Who are you?" he asked, stepping closer. The moonlight illuminated his face, revealing a look of intense scrutiny. I took a deep breath. "I'm Roxy, and this is my Aunt Maxie. We really didn't mean to bother you." His gaze flickered to Aunt Maxie, who was still on the ground holding her ankle. "Looks like she's hurt." "Yep," Aunt Maxie said, trying to sound casual despite the pain. "Just a little fall. No big deal." He glanced around, then back at us. "All right, let's get her inside. You can't stay out here like this." "I'm not going inside with anyone until we are introduced properly," Aunt Maxie said, and I could see she was trying to cover up the grimace on her face. "Arlie," he said, "now let's get her inside." I hesitated, but the urgency in his voice left little room for argument. "Okay," I agreed, helping Aunt Maxie to her feet. Arlie had Aunt Maxie put her arm around his neck. He held her up with his arm secured around her waist. My eyes quickly scanned the room and took in every detail. The living area was small and cluttered, with mismatched furniture and piles of newspapers scattered across the worn-out rug. A single lamp on a side table provided the only source of light. On the counter, a butcher block caught my eye. Most of the knives were neatly in place, but one slot was conspicuously empty. My heart skipped a beat. Could the missing knife be the one used to stab Jennifer and to threaten me at the Pet Palace? I didn't say anything, but the realization sent a shiver down my spine. While he helped Aunt Maxie to the worn-out sofa, my mind raced with questions. The man leaned against the wall, his arms crossed. "You really shouldn't be wandering around these parts at night," he said, his tone still skeptical. "It's not safe." "We'll be more careful," I assured him, my eyes darting around the room for anything that might give us a clue about who he was and why he was here. "Good," he said, his gaze piercing, "because people around here don't take kindly to strangers snooping around." He walked back over to Aunt Maxie and slipped her cowboy boot off her foot. After eyeballing her ankle for a couple of seconds, he stood back up and walked off. "Where are you going?" Aunt Maxie asked. I'm an EMT. I'm going to get my bag," he called before he left the room. Aunt Maxie and I looked at each other.
"Now what? Darn ankle!"
Aunt Maxie spat. She smacked her leg. "Let me think, and you just follow my lead," I told her, quickly taking out my phone and hurrying over to snap a photo of the butcher block with the knives. "Are you okay?"
"No, my ankle is as big as your head."
She pointed down at the injury.
"This should help,"
the man announced before walking back into the room with an emergency kit in one hand and a bag of ice in the other. He bent back down beside Aunt Maxie, his movements careful and precise. Upon opening the emergency kit, he pulled out an elastic bandage and began wrapping her swollen ankle with practiced ease. The bag of ice was placed gently over the wrap, and he looked up at her with a hint of a smile.
"This should help with the swelling,"
he said, his voice softer now.
"Try to keep off it as much as possible."
Aunt Maxie winced slightly, but nodded.
"Thank you. I appreciate it."
As I watched him work, I couldn't help but notice the genuine concern in his eyes. He seemed very different from the man who had first confronted us. Could he really be capable of murder? My mind raced, trying to reconcile the two sides of this man. "What's your name?" I asked, trying to maintain my cover.
"Oh, I think you know who I am,"
he said, looking up at me with narrowed eyes.
"We sure do,"
Aunt Maxie piped up, her tone sharp.
"You're Arlie, Aiken Armstrong's son, who came here to kill Jennifer because you thought your life was miserable, and somehow you blamed it on her. I've seen it so many times, how people like you do other people in on them television shows."
Shocked, Arlie looked at me.
"You really think I killed the woman who was going to introduce me to my father? Who gave me a place to stay?"
He glanced around the cabin, his eyes softening with a hint of sadness.
"I recognized you both from the boardwalk that afternoon. I found Jennifer dead at the end of the pier and took off running after I realized it wasn't going to look good
if anyone found out who I was and why I was in town." Aunt Maxie and I exchanged glances. The words she had just spoken hung heavily in the air. "Then why didn't you go to the sheriff?" I asked, my voice steady but curious. Arlie shook his head, frustration and fear etched on his face.
"Because I panicked. I knew it would look bad, me being there with her body, and I thought if I could just figure out who did this, I could clear my name. Jennifer was kind to me, and I didn't want her memory tainted by my involvement."
"But running makes you look guilty," I told him.
"I know," he admitted, his shoulders sagging. "But I didn't know what else to do. I thought maybe I could find some clues that would lead me to the real killer."
I sighed, understanding his fear, but knowing it didn't excuse his actions. "You need to go to the sheriff, Arlie. Tell him everything you told us." Chapter 16.
"Why did you call me to the hospital?"
Sheriff Spencer Shepherd asked. We were outside of the sliding glass doors of the small emergency hospital on the outskirts of Honey Springs. It was one of those satellite hospitals you went to for ailments like the flu, needing x-rays, twisted ankles. "I found Aiken Armstrong's love child," I said, watching the sheriff's face contort with all sorts of emotions until it finally settled on shock.
"Love child?"
he echoed, still trying to process the information. "Yes, this is Arlie Heatman," I introduced, gesturing to Arlie, who was standing beside Aunt Maxie and helping her into a wheelchair provided by the hospital staff. Spencer's eyes widened as he looked Arlie up and down, then returned his gaze to me.
"What is this about a love child? And what happened to you?" "One question at a time, Sheriff," Aunt Maxie said. "Now, don't be fussing with me. This young man has something to say."
Arlie took a deep breath, clearly nervous, but determined to explain.
"It's a long story, Sheriff. My mother, Prudence Thorne, always told me my father had died when I was a little boy. I believed her until her will was read after she passed away. In her will, she left me a letter revealing that she knew my father all along. She didn't want to tell me while she was alive because she was afraid of how it would affect me. He paused, glancing at me for support. I nodded, encouraging him to continue. That's when I started to dig into Aiken Armstrong, Arlie said. By then, Jennifer had already been looking for me because she found the letter Prudence had written to Aiken. Jennifer reached out to me, and we started communicating. She was the one who told me Aiken didn't want to know me, but she felt like he would come around in time. She sent me directions and keys to a boat for me to stay in their secluded cabin, away from people, until she could tell Aiken. Spencer listened intently, his expression softening slightly. Go on. Arlie took another deep breath. I thought Aiken had come around after I got the business card to meet her at the pier. Jennifer had initially set the meeting for 8 a.m., saying she didn't want people to notice us and that the boardwalk wouldn't be too busy then. But when she changed the meeting time to noon, I was shocked, but I came anyway. Spencer rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So, you went to the pier at noon? Yes, Arlie confirmed. But when I got there, I found her dead. I panicked. I knew it would look bad, me being there with her body, so I ran. Why didn't you come to me right away? Spencer asked, sounding both concerned and frustrated. I was scared, Arlie admitted. I didn't know what to do. I thought maybe I could find some clues that would lead to the real killer and clear my name. Spencer sighed, shaking his head. Running made you look guilty, Arlie. But now that you're here, we can start to piece this together. Do you have any proof of your relationship to Aiken? Arlie nodded and pulled out the letter from Prudence. This is the letter my mom left me. It explains everything. Spencer took the letter, which he scanned quickly. All right, we'll need to verify this, but it's a start. We're going to need you to stay in town while we investigate this further. And no more running, he said, looking up at Arlie from underneath his brow. Relief washed over Arlie's face as he nodded. I understand. Spencer turned to me, his expression serious. Thank you for bringing him in, Roxy. This could be the key to solving Jennifer's murder.
Maxine Bloom!
A woman's voice resounded from inside the emergency room. She held a clipboard and glared at us from the reader glasses perched upon the bridge of her nose.
Right here, sugar,
Aunt Maxie called, lifting her arm in the air and pointing her finger at herself.
Honey, what kind of trouble did you get yourself into?
The woman asked, cheerfully coming out and getting Aunt Maxie's wheelchair. She gestured for us to follow her in.
That warrant's the sheriff.
We was snooping around, Aunt Maxie said, before we walked through the doors to the emergency room. Snooping around? Spencer asked, putting up his hand as my mouth opened. I said listen, not snoop. Specifically, not snoop. That made Arlie chuckle. I'm kind of glad you did. Arlie nudged me, and we both laughed. Once Aunt Maxie was wheeled away for her examination, I slipped into a quiet corner in the waiting area. Spencer took Arlie off to the station to give an official statement and said he'd get him back to the cabin. As I sat in the waiting area, my mind raced through the points I'd been collecting, trying to piece together the puzzle. Jennifer's meticulous event planning. She had been highly stressed and focused on making everything perfect. Why? What was driving her so hard? Aiken's threatening behavior. He was angry and protective of his secrets. What lengths would he go to for the sake of keeping those secrets hidden? Arlie's own secret and the letter from Prudence Thorne. Jennifer had found out about Arlie, Aiken's love child. That revelation could have turned everything upside down for Aiken. Jennifer's handwritten note on the back of the business card. The note indicated a secret meeting. Who else knew about this meeting, and why had it been kept so secret? The missing knife from the cabin. It could have been the murder weapon. Could it have been used by the same person who threatened me at the Pet Palace? Aiken's business card and the meeting at the pier. Arlie was supposed to meet Jennifer at noon. Why did she change the time from 8 a.m. to noon? What happened in those crucial hours? Dana's information about Jennifer and Arlie's planned introduction. Jennifer had been trying to connect Arlie and Aiken. Was that the final straw for Aiken? My thoughts swirled like leaves caught in an autumn breeze. The pieces were all there, but fitting them together was proving difficult. Why would Jennifer change the meeting time? Had she learned something new or been threatened? I glanced up as the nurse wheeled Aunt Maxie back into the waiting area, her ankle wrapped in a bandage and an ice pack resting on top of it. "How are you feeling?" I asked, standing up to help her.
"I've been better, but I'll be fine," she replied, wincing slightly. "What's our next move?"
We need to figure out why Jennifer changed the meeting time. Something must have happened between 8 a.m. and noon, I said, taking over as the driver of the wheelchair and heading out to the car.
"We'll get to the bottom of this, Roxy," she said, and looked up at me as soon as I stopped next to the passenger door.
Her eyes were sharp despite her pain.
"We always do, but I just want to get home and go to bed. This is a real conundrum."
"Yes, ma'am." I saluted her and helped her into the car. After I dropped Aunt Maxie off, the autumn landscape lit up by the moon zipped by in a blur. My thoughts raced faster than the car. I pulled the car over in front of Central Park, took out my phone, and began to draft a text to Spencer. "Spencer, something isn't adding up. Arlie said Jennifer initially set the meeting for 8 a.m., but changed it to noon. We need to find out why she changed the time." I sent the text and leaned back in the seat, trying to fit all the parts of the case together. What could have prompted Jennifer to alter the meeting time? Was she trying to buy more time for some reason? Did she learn something new that made her wary? While I waited for a response, my mind wandered back to the scene at the pier. Jennifer's urgency, the change in meeting time, and the way everything seemed to spiral out of control. I couldn't shake the feeling that a crucial piece of the puzzle was still missing. As much as I hated to do it, I would have to get in front of Aiken Armstrong and fire off my questions to him. Chapter 17. Patrick and I had stayed up too late, discussing what Aunt Maxie and I had learned. Mom called to let me know she wasn't too happy I'd put Aunt Maxie in danger. But Aunt Maxie sure didn't care. She beat me to the Bean Hive this morning. "My goodness," I muttered to myself as I locked up my bike and unhooked Pepper's leash. I had decided not to let the threat I'd experienced ruin the pleasure Pepper and I took in our bike ride to the boardwalk on these early fall mornings. Fog hung low over the lake, creating an eerie but beautiful landscape. Crickets chirped their morning song, and the occasional rustle in the bushes signaled a critter starting its day.
"We've got a murder to solve,"
Aunt Maxie declared, greeting me and Pepper from the bench outside the coffee house, her leg propped up on a small stool and heavily bandaged from ankle to knee. Her skirt was even more colorful today, adorned with sequined patches of pumpkins and scarecrows. She wore a bright orange shawl over a green sweater, and her scarecrow earrings swung as she turned her head to greet me. Her hair, as wild and untamed as ever, stuck out in all directions, giving her an eccentric but endearing appearance. "How's the leg?" I said, concern lacing my tone. I went to help her up, but she swatted me away.
"Oh, it's just a little sprain."
She waved me off, her eyes twinkling with determination. Then she pushed herself up to stand and used a cane to waddle to the door.
"Nothing that's going to stop me from helping you solve this murder."
"Let's get inside and get the coffee brewing," I said, unlocking the door and letting Pepper lead the way. Inside, the familiar scents of coffee beans and baked goods welcomed us. The Bean Hive was still dark, but the quiet hum of the equipment broke the silence. Aunt Maxie followed me in, her limp more pronounced, but her spirit undeterred. "We've got a lot to discuss," she said, settling at our usual prep table. I nodded, my mind already whirling with the information we had gathered. "Yes, we do. But first, coffee." I set about grinding the beans, and the daily routine helped to focus my thoughts. Pepper had gobbled up the kibble I put in his bowl. My thoughts were so consumed as I worked my way around the coffee house that I'd not even heard him munching away. He'd licked the bowl so clean that it gleamed, catching my eye. Even Aunt Maxie was silent, while she updated the murder board, which she'd retrieved from the kitchen and brought out into the coffee house. She had removed all of the items from one of the cafe tables and laid the board on top of it. The cap of the dry erase marker was in her mouth. Aunt Maxie always preferred the autumn harvest blend coffee iced, no matter the season. "It keeps me cool-headed," she'd joke. She picked up the plastic cup, her eyes scanning the board as she took one long suck from the straw. "Looks like we've got us an iced coffee corruption." She tapped her temple. "Huh?" I asked, a couple of glass dishes filled with quiche in my hand. "Usually this is my brain juice, but I'm coming up a little empty on this murder." She continued to scan the board while I got the quiche in the oven. "Okay, I've got the food in the ovens to heat up and the industrial pots on brew, and the cocoon coffee is finishing up." I walked over with a cup of Autumn Harvest Delight blend in my hand. "Let me take another look." Both of us stood back a little from the board. "We have Aiken Armstrong, who I believe had a strong motive to have killed Jennifer," I said. "His wife?" Aunt Maxie cried out, her brows pinched. "Yes, he needs to protect his business and reputation. If the secret about Arlie came out, it could damage his standing. And he came in here and stood right there." I nodded to the counter. "He told me to stop snooping, acting suspicious and angry." "What about Arlie?" Aunt Maxie pointed at his name, which was on the board. "He has motive. He's probably got a little bit of anger and frustration over being kept a secret from his father. Jennifer was supposed to introduce him to Aiken, which could have upset Arlie enough to frame him. He claims Jennifer was dead when he got there, but what if she told him that Aiken refused to meet him?" They had an argument and it escalated. My eyes grew big. "He killed her. There was a knife missing from the butcher block on the counter in the cabin." I wondered if Spencer had gotten any results from the forensics test on that weapon. "Have you wondered about that cook?" Aunt Maxie's eyes shifted and narrowed as she stared at me from the corners of her eyes. "Dana?" I asked. She scribbled Dana's name and talked as she wrote next to it. "She was very nervous. She was secretive, not wanting anyone to know she was funneling you information. And she has pointed the finger at Arlie and Aiken, trying to take the suspicion off herself. She knew about the love child. She overheard Aiken and Jennifer arguing about it, and she's pretty darn loyal to her job. Maybe she's really loyal to Aiken. After all," she said, beginning to mock how Dana talked, "he does love her pork chops." I took another glance at all the details Aunt Maxie had listed. "That's quite a list," I said. I took a sip of the harvest blend and savored its comfort. "Let's go over the clues we have so far." Aunt Maxie nodded, leaning in closer to the murder board. "First, Jennifer's meticulous event planning," I started. "She was stressed and focused on making everything perfect. We can pretty much deduce she was going to have Arlie there, so she wanted it to be amazing for Aiken. Then we have Aiken's threatening behavior," I continued. "He was angry and protective of his secrets. He told me to stop snooping, which only makes him look more suspicious." "And don't forget the letter from Prudence Thorne," Aunt Maxie said, tapping the board.
Jennifer discovered Aiken's love child.
Jennifer's handwritten note, I added. It indicated a secret meeting, and that's a big red flag. Now Aunt Maxie's eyes widened.
And the missing knife from the cabin. Could it be the murder weapon?
Possibly, I said, my mind racing once more. Then there's Aiken's business card and the meeting at the pier. He was supposed to meet Jennifer at noon. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and looked for the photo I'd taken of the knife set. Once I found it, I hit the print button, and the printer behind the counter whizzed to life.
Which brings us to Dana's information, Aunt Maxie said. Jennifer and Dana found a letter revealing Arlie's existence and his connection to Aiken. Dana's been secretive, and we know she's very loyal to her job. Maybe too loyal.
Good point, I agreed. I took the printed photo of Jennifer's note about the secret meeting and taped it to the board. But there are still unanswered questions. Why did Jennifer change the meeting time from 8 a.m. to noon? What was in the manila folder Jennifer was seen carrying? I tapped the photo with my finger.
And we can't forget how you were held at knife point.
Aunt Maxie's voice sent a shiver up my spine. Even though Aiken threatened me to keep out of it, I sucked in a deep breath and wondered if I was really going to regret this. I don't see any other choice than going to see him. An eerie silence fell between us, unusual for Aunt Maxie, whose vibrant personality typically filled every room. The weight of our decision hung heavily in the air, making the quiet even more unsettling. But soon that would all change.
"Hello, Bertie,"
Aunt Maxie greeted the person who walked through the door. Pepper jumped up from his bed and met Bertie on her way across the shop. "What are you two doing up this early in the morning?" Bertie bent down, patted Pepper with one hand, and wagged a finger from her other hand between Aunt Maxie and me. "I thought I was opening?" "Oh, you are," I said, "but I couldn't sleep, and let's just say I had some things I needed to process." I picked up the murder board so she wouldn't see. I never wanted the staff to be as involved as I was when it came to situations that involved my lawyerly side. The employees were here for a job, not to play detective. "Thank you," she said as I pushed through the swinging door of the kitchen. I took one last look at the board before I slid it back into its place with the other whiteboards beside the kitchen's workstation. Before I headed back out into the coffee house, I checked on the items in the oven and noted that they would take a few more minutes. "Do you care if I leave Pepper here this morning while I run a few errands?" I asked Bertie and looked around for Aunt Maxie while I put my jacket on again. "Where's Aunt Maxie?" "She left, filled up a cup to go, and took off." Bertie shrugged and wrote the menu items and specials for the day on the chalkboard. "I'd love to have Pepper's company this morning." "Great! You're a lifesaver," I told her, and walked over to grab the industrial thermoses so I could take them to Kami at the Cocoon Hotel. He refused to stay home this morning. "I'll be back." She walked me to the door, and when I stepped out, I heard the door lock behind me. There was still another hour before the Bean Hive opened, and in the light of all the activity going on, thanks to the murder, the coffee house would be hopping again today. No doubt in my mind. The fog was still heavy, and the lapping of the waves below the boardwalk sounded a little too scary for this time of the morning. Thoughts of Jennifer continued to batter my mind. Why did Jennifer change the meeting time from 8 a.m. to noon? What was in the manila folder she was seen carrying? Did the surveillance footage have any evidence? What could be found at the cabin? Those questions were ones I couldn't forget. No matter how hard I tried to figure out a way to get the answers, I always circled back to one person, Aiken Armstrong. When my phone rang, I nearly jumped out of my skin. Then I reached into the pocket of my jacket. "Good morning, Spencer," I said, honestly surprised. I had thought the caller would be Patrick. "You're up and at 'em," I noted, hoping that was a good thing. "I'm headed out this morning.
to see about the forensics on the knife your attacker dropped,"
he said, his voice clear, sounding focused.
"I wanted to fill you in on a few things before I get started."
"Go ahead," I replied, balancing the thermoses and trying to listen carefully.
Aiken gave his statement yesterday. He claims he was at the Be Happy Spa the entire morning and only left around noon to head to the marina,"
Spencer began.
"We checked the surveillance footage from the spa, and it does show him arriving at the marina a little before noon, just like he said."
I frowned, processing that information. "So his alibi holds up?"
"It appears so,"
Spencer confirmed.
"But there's more. Kevin, the coroner, came back with the report on Jennifer. She was stabbed sometime between 7:30 a.m. and 9 a.m.
The implications hit me hard. I stopped in my tracks. That's much earlier than noon. Aiken couldn't have done it if he had just pulled up at the marina. I was glad Kirk was able to do one thing right, have CCTV.
"Exactly,"
Spencer said.
"Which means we need to look at other suspects more closely. And we need to figure out why Jennifer changed the meeting time from 8 a.m. to noon."
"Did you find anything in the surveillance footage around the boardwalk?" I asked, hoping for more clues.
"We're still going through it,"
Spencer admitted.
"But nothing stands out so far. The problem is all this fog we've been having. People know how to hide in all the shadows. We're focusing on the time frame between 7 and 9 a.m. to see if we can spot anything unusual."
Even though he couldn't see me, I nodded. "What about Aiken Armstrong?" I kept my thoughts about Aiken to myself.
"We're headed out there later today," Spencer said. "I'll keep you updated on what we find."
"Thanks, Spencer," I said, thinking that later today gave me ample time this morning to stop by and see Aiken on my own. We hung up the phone. Our little chat had gotten me to the sidewalk leading up to the Cocoon Hotel. As I walked down the sidewalk, I passed through the empty festival grounds. The fog added an eerie beauty to the scene. Vendor tents lined the walkway, all closed with their flaps down and silent for now. Banners and signs advertising various treats and crafts fluttered gently in the breeze. I smiled, imagining the bustling energy that would fill this space in a few hours. Families would stroll through, children tugging at their parents' hands, eager to visit each and every booth. The aromas of caramel apples, roasted nuts, and other fairground goodies would mingle with the crisp autumn air. In the distance, the corn maze loomed, a faint mist still hovering over the tops of the bales of hay that formed its walls. The orange twinkling lights strung along the path. I could picture what the maze would become later in the day, filled with laughter and the occasional shriek of surprise as children and adults alike navigated its twists and turns. I approached the grand entrance of the Cocoon Hotel, its historic white mansion standing proudly against the backdrop of Lake Honey Springs. Built in 1841 and maintained lovingly by Kamey's family for generations, the hotel had an air of timeless elegance. Kamey had enlisted Kane Construction to help reconstruct the old structure into an amazing hotel, and they'd been able to keep its cozy character. The two-story white brick building, with its double porches spanning both stories, was something to behold. Each porch was adorned with rocking chairs and hanging baskets of vibrant flowers, which added a welcoming touch to the stately facade. The intricate detailing around the windows and the charming shutters, painted a soft pastel blue, gave the hotel a quaint yet regal appearance. I paused for a moment, taking in the serene view of the lake just beyond the hotel. The fog had started to lift, revealing the calm, glassy surface of the water reflecting the morning light. The scene was so picturesque that it was easy to forget the reason I was here. With a deep breath, I adjusted my grip on the industrial thermoses and headed up the front steps. The creak of the wooden porch under my feet was reminiscent of the many mornings I'd spent delivering coffee to the hotel. Upon pushing open the heavy front door, I was greeted by the Cocoon Hotel's lobby. The interior was a blend of historic charm and modern comfort, with plush armchairs, antique wooden furniture, and fireplaces. The scent of freshly polished wood and a hint of lavender from the floral arrangements filled the air. Kami sat behind the front desk, her face lighting up when she saw me. "Morning, Roxy. You're a lifesaver with that coffee," she said, coming around to help me with the thermoses. "Morning, Kami," I replied with a smile. "I hope it's enough to get everyone through the festival rush this morning." "Oh, it will be," she assured me, taking one of the thermoses and setting it on the counter. "Let's get these set up in the hospitality room." Kami suddenly wrapped her arms around my chest and pulled me into a tight hug. Of course, my hands were occupied with the thermoses, making it a bit awkward. "Oh my gosh, I am so glad you're alive," she exclaimed, her grip strong. "Who on earth would want to rob Pet Palace?" She pulled away from me until she stood at arm's length, her beautiful crimson hair cascading over her shoulders. Kami wore a pair of dark jeans and a cream-colored sweater that highlighted her figure. A sapphire necklace hung around her neck, adding a touch of elegance to her casual outfit. "It wasn't about Pet Palace," I said to reassure her. "I'm fine, really. It's a long story." Kami's concerned expression softened, but the worry didn't completely leave her eyes. "Well, let's get these set up, and then you can tell me all about it. You need a break anyway." She led the way into the hospitality suite across the hall, an inviting room filled with plush couches, elegant credenzas, and comfortable chairs. A large fireplace dominated one wall. The scent of polished wood and the gentle crackle of the fire made the room feel like a safe haven. We set the thermoses up on a side table, and Kami quickly made a cup of coffee for each of us. "Here, sit down and relax," she said, motioning to one of the couches. I sank into the cushions. Kami settled into a chair across from me, her cup cradled in her hands. "Now," she said, leaning forward with genuine concern, "tell me what happened. Why would someone attack you?" I took a deep breath, the warmth of the coffee cup seeping into my hands. "It's connected to Jennifer's murder," I began, glancing at Kami to gauge her reaction. "I've been looking into it, and someone didn't like me snooping around." Her eyes widened. "Jennifer's murder? Oh, that's awful. But why you? Why not let the sheriff handle it?" "Because there are things that only I can find out," I replied. "Jennifer was supposed to introduce Arlie Heatman, Aiken Armstrong's love child, to him. There's a lot more going on than meets the eye." Kami shook her head, her crimson hair catching the light. "That's so much to take in. But you have to be careful, Roxy. This sounds dangerous." "I know," I said. I paused and sipped my coffee. "But I can't stop now. I need to get to the bottom of this, for Jennifer and for Honey Springs." Kami reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "Just promise me you'll be careful. We can't afford to lose you." "I'm fine. I'll be fine," I told her. "And they really didn't want to hurt me," I confessed. "They just wanted to scare me." "From the way you're acting, I can tell it didn't work." She raised a brow. "It means I'm getting close to something, possibly the truth about who or even why someone killed Jennifer," I said, and softly clapped my hands together. "Anyway, I need to get going. Tell Walker hello and give Amelia a hug for me." Walker was Kamie's husband and the guardian of his granddaughter, whom he and Kamie were now raising. There was no safer place for a child to grow up than Honey Springs, and I was determined to keep our homey little town just that. Safe. Chapter 18. Between Kamie and me, we both had the gift of gab. I had spent too long there catching up and reassuring her that I was fine and would continue to be fine. I knew I needed to get to Aiken before he began his day at his office, or did whatever it was he did, since the coroner had yet to release Jennifer's body. When he appeared at the Bean Hive and threatened me yesterday morning, he looked like he was going to work in his fancy suit, especially since his secretary was with him. That caused another alarm to sound off in my head. One would think Aiken would want everyone trying to find out who murdered Jennifer, and would be happy that someone was investigating her death. That was not the case, and I aimed to find out why. The fog had lifted more on my way back to the coffee house, and I could tell by how fast it was burning off that today would be another gorgeous fall day here in Honey Springs. Instead of going inside the coffee house to check in, I put my face up to the window. Through it, I saw Bertie and Bunny waiting on customers, and Pepper lying next to the fireplace, and everything looked good. I unlocked my bicycle and decided to bike to town instead of going to the cabin to get my car. Aiken Armstrong's office was in downtown Honey Springs, not too far from Central Park. Heck, nothing was too far in Honey Springs. Most destinations were a bike ride away, which was the preferred mode of transportation. Since the sun had popped up, I felt safe to ride my bike. I passed the other bike riders and pedestrians, all heading toward the boardwalk and Cocoon Inn, probably on their way to the Friendsgiving Harvest Festival. The festival was in full swing. I could hear faint laughter and music drifting through the air. The town was waking up, the streets beginning to fill with people eager to enjoy the festivities. Shop owners were setting up their displays, and children skipped along, their excitement palpable. As I neared Central Park, I couldn't help but think about my shift at the Bean Hive booth tonight. The festival was always a highlight of the season, and our booth was a popular stop for many. The evening would be busy, but for now, my focus was on Aiken Armstrong and the answers he might hold. I parked my bike outside Aiken's office and took a deep breath, preparing myself for the confrontation. The town's charm and the beauty of the fall morning soothed my nerves momentarily, but the urgency of learning the truth about Jennifer's murder pushed me forward. I took a deep breath and pushed open the glass door to Aiken Armstrong's office. The lobby was tastefully decorated, with dark wood paneling and plush leather chairs arranged neatly around a low coffee table. Framed photographs of local landmarks and historical documents adorned the walls, giving the space a sense of prestige and history. A thick, rich carpet muffled my footsteps as I walked up to the front desk. Behind the desk sat Evelyn Taylor, Aiken's secretary. Her expression shifted from surprise to thinly veiled disapproval when she saw me. Her short, stylish hair was perfectly in place. Her tailored blazer screamed professionalism. "Good morning, Evelyn," I greeted her with as much cheer as I could muster. "Morning, Roxy," she replied, her tone cool. "Mr. Armstrong made it very clear he didn't want to see you." I offered her my best pleading smile. "I know, but it's really important. Could you just let him know I'm here? I won't take long, I promise." Evelyn pursed her lips, clearly weighing her options. "I don't think that's a good idea." "Please, Evelyn," I urged. "It's about Jennifer. I really need to speak with him." Her eyes softened slightly at the mention of Jennifer's name. With a reluctant sigh, Evelyn stood up from her desk. "All right, wait here. I'll see if he's willing to talk to you." As she disappeared down the hallway, I glanced around the office. The rich wood paneling continued all the way around the space, giving it a dignified feel. A large window behind the desk offered a view of the bustling downtown area, with the park's trees providing a splash of autumn color. The hum of the air conditioning and the faint scent of polished wood filled the air, adding to the office's serenity. My gaze wandered to a closed door on the opposite side of the room. A brass nameplate gleamed in the light. Jennifer Armstrong. My heart skipped a beat. Jennifer had once had her own office here, a space that now seemed frozen in time, a stark reminder of the life that had been so abruptly taken. I couldn't help but wonder what secrets that room held, what pieces of the puzzle might be hidden behind that door. But for now, my focus was on Aiken and the answers he might provide. The sound of footsteps approaching made me snap out of my thoughts. I turned back toward the hallway, bracing myself for whatever was about to come. Aiken emerged from the hallway, his expression hardening as soon as he saw me. He was dressed impeccably in a dark suit, his face set in a mask of irritation.
"Roxy,"
he greeted me curtly, his tone barely masking his frustration.
"I thought I made it clear that I didn't want to see you."
"I know, and I appreciate that," I said quickly, trying to sound as earnest as possible. "But it's important, Aiken. Please, I just need a few minutes of your time." His eyes narrowed.
"I don't see how anything you have to say could be of importance right now. I'm very busy."
"Look," I said in a lowered voice, "I used to be a lawyer, and I know how these things look. By refusing to answer questions or even show an interest in finding out who did this to Jennifer, you're making yourself look very suspect." His jaw tightened, and I could tell an internal battle was raging in his mind. After a tense moment, he let out a sharp breath.
"Fine,"
he said, clearly irritated.
5 minutes. Follow me."
He went to the door with Jennifer's name on it. The brass nameplate gleamed under the hallway lights, a solemn reminder of her presence. He opened the door and gestured for me to enter. The office was a small but elegant space. Dark wood furniture matched the paneling in the lobby, and a large window let in natural light that illuminated the room. Shelves lined the walls, filled with books and framed photos. A small vase of fresh flowers sat on the desk, a poignant touch in the otherwise somber room. Aiken closed the door behind us and leaned against it. His arms crossed, he said,
"All right, Roxy, what is it you need to know?"
I took a deep breath, gathering my thoughts. First, thank you for taking the time to talk to me. I need to know why you were so resistant to meeting Arlie Heatman. Jennifer was supposed to introduce him to you, and now she's dead. It's a connection we can't ignore. His eyes flashed with anger, but he kept his voice controlled.
"I didn't know anything about Arlie until we got the letter from Prudence. It was a shock, to say the least. I wasn't prepared to deal with it."
His voice was hard. "But Jennifer was," I pressed. "She believed that introducing you to Arlie was important. Why did she change the meeting time from 8 a.m. to noon?" Aiken's brow furrowed.
"She didn't tell me about the change. I assumed she just wanted more time to prepare."
"What about the manila folder she was carrying?" I continued. "Do you know what was in it?" He shook his head.
"No, I don't. Jennifer was very meticulous with her work, but she didn't share every detail with me. I trusted her judgment."
Aiken moved aside. The door swung open, and Evelyn entered, carrying a tray with 2 coffee mugs on it.
"Thank you, Evelyn,"
he said to her. He looked at me and gestured to a mug. "No, thank you," I said. "Owning the Bean Hive, I get plenty of coffee." "Have you been down to the marina lately?" I asked, and he looked at me. "I heard you've been fishing with Big Bib." Aiken's eyes hardened at my mention of Big Bib.
"I did go fishing that morning. I told Spencer everything. He knows my alibi.
he said. Evelyn, who had been setting the tray down quietly, looked up and her eyes met mine. She took a deep breath and then spoke, her voice calm but firm. Aiken, Roxy is right. We need to be transparent. Jennifer's murder has shaken this town, and people are looking for answers. If we want to clear your name and find out who did this, we need to cooperate fully. Aiken's gaze flickered to Evelyn, and for a moment his resolve seemed to waver. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. All right, he said in a softer tone than before. What do you want to know? I need to understand more about your relationship with Jennifer, I said. You mentioned that you were shocked by the letter from Prudence. Can you tell me more about that? He nodded, taking a seat in the chair. Prudence Thorne was a name I hadn't heard in decades. When Jennifer showed me the letter, it was like being hit by a freight train. She claimed Arlie was my son, born from a brief affair we had. I didn't even know she was pregnant. And Jennifer wanted you to meet him, to acknowledge him, I prompted. Yes, he said, his voice heavy. She believed that Arlie deserved to know his father, and that I had a responsibility to him. But I wasn't ready for that. My life, my business, everything was carefully constructed. This revelation threatened to unravel it all. But why the secrecy? I asked. Why not be upfront about it? Aiken sighed again. Jennifer wanted to handle it delicately. She didn't want to throw everything into chaos. She planned to introduce us privately before making any announcements. She thought it would give me time to adjust before introducing him this winter at our employee retreat. And the manila folder? I pressed. Any idea what was in it? He shook his head. I honestly don't know. Jennifer handled all the details. She was meticulous, as I said. Whatever was in that folder, she kept it to herself. I turned to Evelyn, hoping for more insight. Evelyn, do you know anything about the folder? Or any other details Jennifer might have been working on? She, too, shook her head, her expression sincere. Jennifer was very private about her plans. She mentioned wanting to bring Arlie into the company, but she never shared the specifics with me. She was determined to do things her way. But I guess it could have been about the employee retreat. Evelyn, you've been by Aiken's side for 15 years, I said gently. You must have some insight into their relationship and what might have led to Jennifer's murder. Evelyn looked thoughtful for a moment and then spoke carefully. Jennifer was ambitious and driven. She had big plans for the company and for Aiken. She wanted to modernize, to expand, but she also wanted to honor the past, which included acknowledging Arlie. I think she believed that bringing him into the fold would secure Aiken's legacy and give him a chance to be the father he never knew he could be. Aiken's face softened at Evelyn's words. Jennifer was always thinking ahead, he murmured. She saw things I didn't. I took a deep breath, sensing the vulnerability in his voice. Aiken, I know this is difficult, but we need to keep digging. There's something we're missing, and it's crucial to find out who killed Jennifer. Is there anything, no matter how small, that could help us? He closed his eyes for a moment. Then he looked at me with a determined expression. I'll do whatever it takes to find out who did this. Jennifer deserves justice. His voice cracked. She was the love of my life. I nodded, feeling a sense of progress again. Thank you, Aiken. We'll find the truth. I promise. Before you leave, Evelyn will give you my phone number. My personal phone number. Call me if you think of any more questions, Aiken said. His change of heart made me feel somewhat better. He didn't seem as high on my suspect list as he once did. Thank you, Aiken, I said to him after we'd walked out of the office and Evelyn wrote down his number. I took the slip of paper bearing his number from Evelyn and put it in my pocket. As I left the office, my mind was already racing once more, this time with new questions and possibilities. There was still so much to uncover, but what was I missing? The laughter from the farmer's market at Central Park caught my attention, and for a moment distracted me from thoughts of Jennifer. The park was transformed into a festive fall wonderland. Cornstalks lined the walkways, and pumpkins of all sizes and colors were artfully arranged in clusters. Scarecrows in various outfits stood proudly, adding a delightful touch to the scene. The large gazebo in the middle of the park was draped with garlands, and twinkling lights hung down. I saw Jean Hill over at her stand, a bright smile visible even from a distance. Next to her, Deputy stood, watching her arrange baskets of apples and jars of honey. I decided to push the bike over there and check on them.
"Morning, Roxy,"
Jean called out, waving me over.
"How are you holding up?"
"I'm all right, Jean. Just taking it one step at a time," I replied, parking my bike and walking over to their stand.
"Deputy's been a big help today,"
Jean said, patting him on the back.
"He's got a knack for organizing, don't you, Deputy?"
His tail wagged furiously, and he barked in agreement. I couldn't help but laugh at his enthusiasm.
"I'll see you tonight at the Friendsgiving Harvest Festival for my final answer about Deputy,"
Jean reminded me with a twinkle in her eye.
"And keeping him."
"I look forward to hearing your decision," I assured her. "I'll be there." Jean leaned in closer to me, her eyes sparkling with mischief.
"You know, I've got a funny story about Deputy. Last night, he decided to help himself to the apples at the farm. He must have thought they were the best thing ever. I found him sitting right in the middle of the orchard, surrounded by half-eaten apples, looking up like he was in heaven. It took me a good hour to clean up the mess he made."
I laughed, picturing the scene. He does have a way of finding the best snacks. Jean nodded, still chuckling.
"That he does. He's a good boy, always ready to lend a paw."
Jean's light-hearted story was a welcome break from the tension of the investigation. For a few moments, I allowed myself to enjoy the fall decorations and the sense of community that pervaded the air. There was no reason to rush back to the Bean Hive, and I didn't have to be at the festival until later. As I looked around the park, taking in the vibrant colors and cheerful faces, my phone rang. "Hey, Spencer," I answered after seeing his name on the screen.
"We got prints on the knife, Roxy."
His voice was serious, lacking its usual reassurance.
"They belonged to Arlie Heatman."
Chapter 19. "Can you believe it?" I asked Aunt Maxie and Patrick after I told them about the forensic evidence Spencer had gotten from the knife. We were at the Bean Hive pop-up at the Friendsgiving Harvest Festival, surrounded by the hustle and bustle of the festival goers. The pop-up was decorated with autumn leaves, pumpkins, and twinkling fairy lights, but the cozy aesthetic seemed at odds with the serious conversation we were having. Aunt Maxie, with her leg propped up and scarecrow earrings swinging, was taking orders with a smile.
"I still can't wrap my head around it. Arlie insists he didn't kill Jennifer, yet his fingerprints were on the knife,"
she said, handing a steaming cup of coffee to a customer. Patrick was busy serving up pumpkin spice muffins and apple cider donuts, his expression thoughtful.
"Spencer's keeping Arlie in jail on charges of threatening you, Roxy. He admitted to that, at least. Said he didn't want you ruining his chances to meet Aiken,"
he added, passing a tray of treats to a group of kids. I nodded, handing a latte to a waiting customer. But if he didn't kill Jennifer, who did? And why would his prints be on the knife? I asked. I wasn't buying anything Arlie Heatman had told Spencer. Aunt Maxie shook her head and glanced around to make sure no one was eavesdropping.
"At least he's in jail and not here."
Patrick sighed, running a hand through his hair.
"I'm just glad he didn't hurt you,"
Patrick said. A customer approached, and I quickly put on a smile and served them a cup of our special Autumn Harvest Delight blend. "Thank you for your patience," I said, before turning back to Patrick and Aunt Maxie. As we continued serving the festival goers, the conversation kept returning to Arlie, Aiken, and the mysterious circumstances surrounding Jennifer's death. The festivities around us felt almost surreal, a stark contrast to the dark mystery we were trying to unravel. But amid the laughter and joy, our resolve to find the truth only grew stronger. Finally, during a lull, I asked, "I wonder if Aiken knows." Then I pulled out the piece of paper Evelyn had given me, the one with his phone number on it. "I have his phone number. I think I'll call him." I stepped away from the pop-up and walked toward the corn maze, finding a quiet spot to make the call. I dialed the number, my heart pounding with anticipation. After a few rings, the call went to voicemail. "Hi, you've reached Evelyn Taylor. I'm not available right now. Please leave me a message and I'll get back to you as soon as possible." I frowned, ending the call and looking at the number again to make sure I had typed it in correctly. As I scrutinized the paper, something caught my eye. The numeral 8 in the phone number looked eerily familiar. It was in the same distinctive style as the 8 on the business card. A cold shiver ran down my spine as realization dawned. Evelyn had written the message on the back of the business card, which she had access to. She was connected directly to the suspicious note. My fingers trembled slightly as I dialed the number again. The phone rang twice before Evelyn's voice came through. "Hello?" Her tone was cautious, almost wary. "Evelyn, it's Roxy. The line crackled, cutting me off. "Evelyn, can you hear me?" I tried again, but the connection was getting worse. "Roxy? What?" Her voice faded, replaced by static. "Evelyn, I need to—" I started, but the phone crackled loudly, and then the call went dead. I stared at the screen in frustration. My mind raced. Something wasn't right. Evelyn was clearly hiding something, and I needed to find out what. I looked back to the pop-up, where Patrick and Aunt Maxie were waiting on a line of customers, but I knew I needed to get to the bottom of this mystery. I hit the redial button and put the phone up to my ear, glancing around. As luck would have it, I saw Evelyn in the distance, close to the corn maze. She was looking at her phone before she put it back in her pocket and continued walking. My heart skipped a beat as I watched her disappear into the crowd near the corn maze. I hit redial again, my eyes staying on her. The phone rang, and I saw her pause to pull it out of her pocket. "Hello?" she answered, sounding slightly irritated now. "Evelyn, it's Roxy. Why did you hang up on me?" She looked around, scanning the area. "Roxy, now isn't a good time. The line crackled again, and she fumbled with her phone, frustration etched on her face. Then she shoved the phone back into her pocket and hurried away. I ended the call and quickly proceeded through the crowd, weaving between families and festival goers. The colorful tents and booths blurred as I focused on keeping Evelyn in my sight. She walked briskly, her head turning every so often, as if she was checking to see if anyone was following her. As I got closer to her, I slowed down, trying to blend in with the crowd. Evelyn slipped onto a narrow path leading to the back of the corn maze, a secluded area that was rarely used. I followed her, making sure to keep a safe distance. The tall stalks of corn rustled in the breeze, creating an eerie whispering sound. The path twisted and turned, and I had to take care not to lose sight of her. The festival noises faded into the background, replaced by the rustling of the corn and the crunch of leaves underfoot. Finally, Evelyn stopped in a small clearing and pulled out her phone again. Seeming agitated, she glanced around nervously before she hurried around to the front of the maze. I hesitated, watching her disappear into the corn maze's entrance. The towering stalks of corn and the faint, distant sounds of the festival provided a discomforting backdrop as I followed her. The path twisted and turned, the corn towering above, creating a labyrinth that seemed to close in around me. In the maze, the scent of hay mingled with the earthy smell of corn and the distant smell of caramel apples and kettle corn from the festival. Each step I took was cautious, the crunch of dried leaves and the rustle of corn stalks beneath my feet punctuating the muffled sounds of laughter outside the maze. As I turned the corner, I saw Evelyn ahead, her movements hurried and frantic. She looked over her shoulder, her eyes wide with paranoia. I ducked behind a thick clump of corn stalks and held my breath as she scanned the area. When she resumed her path, I continued my pursuit, staying close enough to keep her in sight, but far enough away to avoid detection. The maze winded around, each path looking almost identical to the last. The occasional scarecrow peered out from the corn, adding to the maze's unsettling nature. Evelyn stopped again, this time near a particularly dense section of the maze. She glanced around one more time, ensuring she was alone. Slowly, she reached into her purse and pulled out something that glinted in the dappled sunlight filtering through the corn. My heart pounded as I watched her take out a knife, its serrated edges catching the light. With another quick, furtive glance around, she began to push the knife into a nearby hay bale, trying to conceal the weapon. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. She was getting rid of the murder weapon. I stayed hidden, my breath shallow, as Evelyn continued her task. She shoved the knife deeper into the hay, her hands shaking slightly. This was the evidence we needed, and I had to act fast before she covered her tracks completely. My mind whirled back to the questions I'd asked earlier. Who had the most to gain from Jennifer's death? Could it be one of the board members I had met? They all had stakes in the Be Happy Resort, and Aiken was the major shareholder with the power to make significant changes. Evelyn Taylor, Aiken's secretary, had access to all his plans and could potentially manipulate situations to her advantage. Gary Adams, Susan Bennett, and Marcus Lee, each of them had reasons to try to ensure the success of the resort, especially if Jennifer knew something that could jeopardize those plans. As I watched Evelyn bury the knife in the hay bale, everything started to fall into place. Evelyn, who had been loyal to Aiken for years, had witnessed all the changes Jennifer wanted to make, changes that included bringing Arlie into the fold. Evelyn had access to Aiken's business cards and could have easily written the message on the back, luring Jennifer to her death. Jennifer's meticulous event planning and her stress over making everything perfect were signs that she was preparing for something significant, introducing Arlie to Aiken. Aiken's threatening behavior toward me and his insistence that I stop snooping were now making more sense. He wasn't just protecting his business, he was protecting Evelyn, someone he deeply trusted. The knife from the cabin was missing, not because Arlie used it to kill Jennifer. He used it on me in hopes of meeting his father by threatening me to keep quiet. That knife was in evidence at the sheriff's department. The connection was clear. Evelyn was trying to hide the evidence, the knife that killed Jennifer, ensuring that no one could link her to Jennifer's murder. And then there was Dana's information about the letter that revealed Arlie's existence. Evelyn had access to all of Jennifer's correspondence and could have easily intercepted or manipulated it. As Evelyn stepped back from the hay bale, satisfied with her work, I knew I had to act. I backed away carefully, pulling out my phone to call Spencer. This was the break we needed, the proof that Evelyn was involved. My heart raced. Confronting her here and now would be too dangerous. I needed backup. "What do you think you're doing?" Evelyn asked. Clearly, I wasn't quiet enough. "Roxy, I suggest you drop your phone to the ground." I froze, my phone slipping from my grasp and falling to the ground. Evelyn's eyes blazed with both fear and anger as she approached me, now holding the knife firmly in her hand. "You just couldn't leave it alone, could you?" she hissed, the knife gleaming in the dim light that filtered through the maze. My heart pounded, my breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. "Evelyn, you don't have to do this. We can talk about it." "Talk?" She released a laugh devoid of humor. "It's too late for that. You've already seen too much." I took a step back, mentally scrambling for a way out. The rustling of the hay, the distant sounds of the festival, and the overwhelming sense of earth and straw filled my senses, but I had to focus. I couldn't let her get away with this. Evelyn lunged forward, aiming the knife at my midsection. I twisted to the side, barely avoiding the blade, and felt a sharp pain as I collided with the maze's rough wooden framework. "You're not going to get away with this," I managed, my voice trembling but defiant. "We'll see about that," she spat, advancing again. Her movements were quick and precise, showing a side of her I hadn't seen before. This woman was fighting for her survival. I ducked under her next swipe, feeling the rush of air as the knife passed dangerously close. Desperation surged through me. I had to disarm her, but she was strong and clearly determined. With a sudden burst of adrenaline, I grabbed a handful of hay and threw it in her face. Evelyn recoiled, coughing and blinking furiously. Seizing the moment, I tackled her, knocking the knife from her hand. We struggled on the ground, kicking up dust and hay. Her nails raked across my arm, and I cried out in pain, but I held on to her. Using every ounce of strength I had, I fought to keep her pinned. "You think you're smart?" she snarled, twisting beneath me. "You think you can just expose me?" "I won't let you get away with murder," I gritted out, feeling her squirming and trying to gain the upper hand. My muscles screamed in protest, but I held on. Just as Evelyn managed to roll off me, a flash of movement caught my eye. Aunt Maxie came charging through the maze, her cane raised high in the air. "Get off my niece, you varmint!" Aunt Maxie yelled, bringing the cane down in a swift, decisive swing. The cane connected with Evelyn's head, and she crumpled to the ground, unconscious. I scrambled to my feet, breathless and wide-eyed. "Aunt Maxie, what are you doing here?" "Thought you could use some backup," she said with a triumphant grin. She straightened her hat, which was slightly askew from her hurried run. "Looks like I was right." I couldn't help but laugh, feeling the tension break in the most surreal way. "You certainly have a knack for timing." Aunt Maxie chuckled, nudging Evelyn with her cane to make sure she was truly out. "Well, like my mama always said, when in doubt, whack 'em with a stick." I shook my head, still catching my breath. "I owe you one, Aunt Maxie. Big time." "You just make sure this whole mess gets sorted out," she said, helping me to steady myself. "And maybe next time, don't go chasing murderers alone." I nodded, looking down at the unconscious Evelyn. "You're right. Let's get Spencer over here to take care of this." In a quick call to Spencer, I informed him of the situation. He assured me he was on his way with backup. As we waited, Aunt Maxie and I stood guard over Evelyn, the tension slowly ebbing as the sounds of the festival continued to drift through the maze. Aunt Maxie patted me on the back.
You did good, kid. Real good. Now, let's get you a nice strong cup of coffee."
I smiled, grateful for her unwavering support and unique brand of humor. I think I'd like that very much. Chapter 20. The evening was perfect. The sky was painted in hues of orange and pink as the sun began to set, and twinkling lights hung from the trees, casting an inviting glow over our porch and yard. Fall leaves danced in the gentle breeze, creating a picturesque setting for our Friendsgiving celebration. The outside of the cabin was adorned with autumn decorations, pumpkins of all shapes and sizes, hay bales, and corn stalks. The smell of roasting turkey and fresh apple pie came from the kitchen.
"Everything looks beautiful, Roxy," Mom said, her eyes sparkling as she took in the scene.
She gave me a hug, her warmth and love making me feel even more grateful for this moment. "Thanks, Mom," I replied, hugging her back. I wanted tonight to be special for everyone. Aunt Maxie, her legs still bandaged but her spirit undeterred, was busy directing people to their seats. She wore a bright orange shawl over a green sweater, and her scarecrow earrings swung as she moved.
"Don't you just love this weather?" she called out to no one in particular.
Her laughter was infectious. Bunny Bowowski and Loretta Beebe were helping set the table, their laughter filling the air. Birdie, Shelley, and Shanda were putting the final touches on the food, making sure everything was perfect. It appeared as if everyone had momentarily set aside their differences to celebrate our annual Friendsgiving. Patrick walked over, his arm around Jean Hill, who had finally decided to keep deputy. Our dogs, Sassy and Pepper, ran around the yard, their excitement adding to the moment. Kami and Walker were chatting near the porch, their faces lit up with smiles, while Amelia played with some of the fallen leaves, her laughter ringing out like a sweet melody. "Everyone, gather round," I called out, holding up a glass of sparkling cider. The conversation quieted, and all eyes turned to me. "I just want to thank you all for being here tonight to celebrate Friendsgiving. These past few days have been tough, but we made it through together." Murmurs of agreement and nods of appreciation arose from the guests. "We were able to uncover the truth behind Jennifer's murder," I said. Patrick squeezed my hand, giving me the courage to continue.
"Aiken Armstrong, despite his faults, was not the murderer," he said. "Nor was his son, Arlie Heatman, who I'm happy to say has connected with Aiken and is spending Thanksgiving with him."
"Jennifer's real killer was Evelyn, Aiken's secretary," I announced. She couldn't bear the thought of Arlie Heatman, Aiken's son, coming into the picture and disrupting Aiken's life as he had told Jennifer he would. She'd been his secretary so long that she felt like she knew what Aiken needed better than his own wife.
"Who would have thought?"
Loretta Beebe asked, shaking her head. "Evelyn's plan was intricate," I explained. She intercepted the letter from Prudence Thorne, manipulated the meeting time, and used Arlie as a pawn in her game. But thanks to Aunt Maxie's timely intervention, I added with a smile in her direction, we were able to catch Evelyn in the act of hiding the murder weapon. Spencer has her in custody now, and justice will be served. A round of applause and cheers erupted from the group.
"To Aunt Maxie," Kami toasted, lifting her glass.
"To Aunt Maxie," everyone else echoed, raising their own glasses. Aunt Maxie blushed, waving her hand dismissively.
"Oh, stop it! It was a team effort. Me and my cane."
She waved it in the air. I laughed, feeling the love and camaraderie of all the people around me. "Here's to friendship, family, and the strength of our community. Happy Friendsgiving, everyone," I yelled. "Happy Friendsgiving!" the whole group shouted in unison, clinking their glasses together. As we sat down to enjoy the feast, I looked around the table, my heart full. Despite the challenges, we had come together, stronger and more united than ever. The twinkling lights, the falling leaves, and the support of my loved ones made this moment perfect. This was what Honey Springs was all about: community, love, and resilience. And as the night continued, filled with laughter, stories, and the delicious food we had all prepared, I knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, we would face them together. Recipes from the Bean Hive: pumpkin spice muffins, sweet potato biscuits, maple pecan breakfast bars, Roxy's Special Harvest Harmony Coffee Blend. Pumpkin spice muffins. Ingredients: dry ingredients: 1 3/4 cups all-purpose flour, 1 teaspoon baking soda, ½ teaspoon baking powder, ½ teaspoon salt, 1 1/2 teaspoons ground cinnamon, 1 teaspoon ground ginger, ½ teaspoon ground nutmeg, 1/4 teaspoon ground cloves. Wet ingredients: 1 cup canned pumpkin puree, not pumpkin pie filling, ½ cup vegetable oil, 2 large eggs, 1 1/2 cups granulated sugar, 1/4 cup milk, 1 teaspoon vanilla extract. Optional toppings: ½ cup chopped walnuts or pecans, 1/4 cup pepitas, pumpkin seeds, a sprinkle of coarse sugar. Instructions: 1. Preheat the oven. 2. Preheat your oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. Line a 12-cup muffin tin with paper liners or grease the cups with non-stick spray. 3. Mix dry ingredients. 4. In a medium bowl, whisk together flour, baking soda, baking powder, salt, cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, and cloves. Set aside. 5. Combine wet ingredients. 6. In a large bowl, whisk together the pumpkin puree, vegetable oil, eggs, sugar, milk, and vanilla extract until smooth and well combined. 7. Combine wet and dry ingredients. 8. Gradually add the dry ingredients to the wet ingredients, stirring gently with a spatula until just combined. Be careful not to overmix. The batter should be slightly lumpy. 9. Fill muffin cups. 10. Divide the batter evenly among the 12 muffin cups, filling each about 3/4 full. If desired, sprinkle the tops with chopped nuts, pepitas, or coarse sugar for added texture and flavor. 11. Bake. 12. Bake in the preheated oven for 20 to 25 minutes, or until a toothpick inserted into the center of a muffin comes out clean. The top should be lightly golden and spring back when touched. 13. Cool. 14. Allow the muffins to cool in the pan for about 5 minutes. Then transfer them to a wire rack to cool completely. 15. Serve and enjoy. 16. Enjoy your pumpkin spice muffins warm or at room temperature. They pair perfectly with a hot cup of coffee or tea. Notes: storage. Store muffins in an airtight container at room temperature for up to 3 days or freeze for up to 3 months. Add-ins. Feel free to mix in ½ a cup of chocolate chips, dried cranberries, or raisins to the batter for extra flavor. Enjoy these delicious fall-inspired pumpkin spice muffins, perfect for any cozy occasion. Sweet potato biscuits. Ingredients: Dry ingredients: 2 cups all-purpose flour, 1 tablespoon baking powder, ½ teaspoon baking soda, ½ teaspoon salt, 1 teaspoon ground cinnamon, optional for added flavor, 1/4 teaspoon ground nutmeg, optional for added flavor. Wet ingredients: 1 cup mashed, cooked sweet potato, about 1 medium sweet potato, ½ cup buttermilk, 1/4 cup unsalted butter, melted and slightly cooled, ½ tablespoon honey, optional for a touch of sweetness. For brushing, 2 tablespoons melted butter. Instructions: 1. Preheat the oven. 2. Preheat your oven to 425 degrees Fahrenheit. Line a baking sheet with parchment paper or a silicone baking mat. 3. Prepare the sweet potato. 4. Peel and cut the sweet potato into chunks. Boil or steam until tender, then mash until smooth. Measure out 1 cup of mashed sweet potato and let it cool to room temperature. 5. Mix dry ingredients. 6. In a large bowl, whisk together the flour, baking powder, baking soda, salt, cinnamon, and nutmeg until well combined. 7. Combine wet ingredients. 8. In a separate bowl, mix together the mashed sweet potato, buttermilk, melted butter, and honey until smooth. 9. Combine wet and dry ingredients. 10. Make a well in the center of the dry ingredients and pour the sweet potato mixture into the well. Stir gently with the spatula until the mixture just comes together. Be careful not to overmix. The dough should be slightly sticky. 11. Knead the dough. 12. Turn the dough out onto a lightly floured surface and gently knead it a few times until it holds together. Pat the dough into a 1/2 inch thick rectangle. 13. Cut out biscuits. 14. Use a floured biscuit cutter or glass to cut out biscuits. Place the biscuits on the prepared baking sheet, leaving about 1 inch of space between each one. Gather the scraps, pat them out again, and cut more biscuits until all the dough is used. 15. Bake. 16. Brush the tops of the biscuits with melted butter. Bake in the preheated oven for 12 to 15 minutes, or until the biscuits are golden brown and cooked through. 17. Cool and serve. 18. Allow the biscuits to cool on the baking sheet for a few minutes, then transfer them to a wire rack to cool slightly. Serve warm with a pat of butter, a drizzle of honey, or your favorite spread. Notes: Storage. Store the biscuits in an airtight container at room temperature for up to 2 days, or freeze for up to 2 months. Reheat in a warm oven before serving. Variations: Add 1/4 cup of chopped pecans or walnuts to the dough for added texture and flavor. Enjoy these delightful sweet potato biscuits, perfect for a cozy breakfast or as a comforting side dish. Maple Pecan Breakfast Bars. Ingredients: Dry ingredients: 2 cups rolled oats, 1 cup whole wheat flour, 1/2 cup chopped pecans, 1/2 teaspoon baking soda, 1/2 teaspoon salt, 1/2 teaspoon ground cinnamon. Wet ingredients: 1/2 cup unsalted butter melted, 1/2 cup pure maple syrup, 1/4 cup brown sugar packed, 1 large egg, 1 teaspoon vanilla extract. Topping: 1/4 cup chopped pecans, 2 tablespoons pure maple syrup. Instructions: 1. Preheat the oven. 2. Preheat your oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. Line a 9 by 13 inch baking pan with parchment paper. leaving some overhang on the sides for easy removal. 3. Mix dry ingredients. 4. In a large bowl, combine the rolled oats, whole wheat flour, chopped pecans, baking soda, salt, and ground cinnamon. Mix until well combined. 5. Combine wet ingredients. 6. In a separate bowl, whisk together the melted butter, maple syrup, and brown sugar until the sugar is dissolved. Add the egg and vanilla extract and whisk until smooth. 7. Combine wet and dry ingredients. 8. Pour the wet ingredients into the dry ingredients. Stir until well combined and the mixture is evenly moistened. 9. Spread the mixture. Transfer the mixture into a prepared baking pan. Press it down evenly with a spatula or your hands to ensure it is compact and level. 11. Add topping. 12. Sprinkle the chopped pecans over the top of the mixture. Drizzle the 2 tablespoons of maple syrup evenly over the pecans. 13. Bake. 14. Bake in the preheated oven for 20 to 25 minutes, or until the edges are golden brown and a toothpick inserted into the center comes out clean. 15. Cool and cut. 16. Allow the bars to cool completely in the pan on a wire rack. Once cool, use the parchment paper overhang to lift the bars out of the pan. Transfer to a cutting board and cut into squares or bars. 17. Store. 18. Store the bars in an airtight container at room temperature for up to a week, or freeze for up to 3 months. Notes. Optional add-ins. You can add a 1/4 cup of dried cranberries or raisins to the mixture for an extra burst of flavor. For a softer texture. If you prefer a softer texture, reduce the baking time by a few minutes, keeping a close eye to avoid underbaking. Enjoy these delightful maple pecan breakfast bars as a perfect grab-and-go breakfast or a tasty afternoon snack. Roxy's Special Harvest Harmony Coffee Blend. Ingredients: coffee beans, 1 cup green coffee beans, preferably a mix of medium-bodied beans such as Colombian, Guatemalan, and Ethiopian. Flavor add-ins: 1 teaspoon ground cinnamon, 1/2 teaspoon ground nutmeg, 1/2 teaspoon ground allspice, 1/2 teaspoon ground cloves. Equipment: a baking sheet or coffee roasting pan, a wooden spoon or spatula, a colander or mesh sieve, a coffee grinder, airtight container for storage. Instructions: 1. Preheat the oven. 2. Preheat your oven to 450 degrees Fahrenheit. 3. Prepare the coffee beans. 4. Spread the green coffee beans in a single layer on a baking sheet or roasting pan. Make sure they're evenly distributed for a uniform roast. 5. Roast the beans. 6. Place the baking sheet in the preheated oven. Roast the beans for about 10 to 15 minutes, stirring every 5 minutes to ensure an even roast. Keep a close eye on the beans, as they can go from perfectly roasted to burnt quickly. The beans will go through various stages of color change and aroma development. 7. First crack. Around the 8 to 10 minute mark, you will hear the first crack. This is a popping sound, similar to popcorn. This indicates that the beans are reaching a light roast. If you prefer a medium roast, continue roasting for a few more minutes. For a dark roast, wait until you hear the second crack, but be cautious not to over-roast. 9. Cool the beans. 10. Once the beans have reached your desired roast level, remove them from the oven and transfer them to a colander or mesh sieve. Stir them continuously to cool and remove any chaff, the thin outer layer that comes off during roasting. 11. Add spices. 12. While the beans are still warm, sprinkle the ground cinnamon, nutmeg, allspice, and cloves over them. Stir well to ensure the spices are evenly distributed and coat the beans. 13. Rest the beans. 14. Allow the beans to rest in an open container for 12 to 24 hours. This resting period allows the flavors to develop and the gases to escape. 15. Grind the beans. 16. Once the beans have rested, grind them to your preferred consistency using a coffee grinder. For a standard drip coffee maker, a medium grind is ideal. 17. Store the coffee. 18. Store the ground coffee or whole beans in an airtight container in a cool, dark place to preserve the flavors. Brew and enjoy. Brew your Harvest Harmony blend using your preferred method: drip coffee maker, French press, pour over, or, like Aunt Maxie, with ice. Notes: customization. Feel free to adjust the spice quantities to suit your taste preferences. You can also experiment with other spices like ginger or cardamom for a unique twist. Even ice like Aunt Maxie. Bean selection. The suggested blend of Colombian, Guatemalan, and Ethiopian beans provides a balanced flavor profile, but you can use your favorite beans for this recipe. Enjoy your special Harvest Harmony coffee blend, perfect for cozy fall mornings. Books by Tonya. Southern Hospitality with a Smidgen of Homicide. Camper and Criminal's Cozy Mystery Series. All is good in the camperhood until a dead body shows up in the woods. Beaches, Bungalows, and Burglaries. Deserts, Driving, and Derelicts. Forests, Fishing, and Forgery. Christmas, Criminals, and Campers. Motorhomes, Maps, and Murder. Canyons, Caravans, and Cadavers. Hitches, Hideouts, and Homicides. Assailants, Asphalt, and Alibis. Valleys, Vehicles, and Victims. Sunsets, Sabbatical, and Scandal. Tents, Trails, and Turmoil. Kickbacks, Kayaks, and Kidnapping. Gear, Grills, and Guns. Eggnog, Extortion, and Evergreen. Ropes, Riddles, and Robberies. Paddlers, Promises, and Poison. Insects, Ivy, and Investigations. Outdoors, Oars, and Oath. Wildlife, Warrants, and Weapons. Blossoms, Barbecue, and Blackmail. Lanterns, Lakes, and Larceny. Jackets, Jack-o'-lantern, and Justice. Santa, Sunrises, and Suspicions. Vistas, Vices, and Valentines. Adventure, Abduction, and Arrest. Rangers, RVs, and Revenge. Campfires, Courage, and Convicts. Trapping, Turkey, and Thanksgiving. Gifts, Glamping, and Glocks. Zoning, Zealots, and Ziplines. Hammocks, Handguns, and Hearsay. Questions, Quarrels, and Quandary. Witness, Woods, and Wedding. Elves, Evergreens, and Evidence. Moonlight, Marshmallows, and Manslaughter. Bonfire, Backpacks, and Brawls. Killer Coffee Cozy Mystery Series. Welcome to the Bean Hive Coffee Shop, where the gossip is just as hot as the coffee. Scene of the Grind. Mocha and Murder. Freshly Ground Murder. Cold-Blooded Brew. Decaffeinated Scandal. A Killer Latte. Holiday Roast Mortem. Dead to the Last Drop. A Charming Blend Novella. Crossover with Magical Cures Mystery. Frothy Foul Play. Spoonful of Murder. Barista Bump Off. Cappuccino Criminal. Macchiato Murder. Pour Over Predicament. Ice Coffee Corruption. Holiday Cozy Mystery Series. Celebrate Good Crimes. Four-Leaf Felony. Mother's Day Murder. A Halloween Homicide. New Year Nuisance. Chocolate Bunny Betrayal. 4th of July Forgery. Santa Claus Surprise. April Fool's Alibi. Kenny Lowry Mystery Series. Mysteries so delicious it'll make your mouth water and leave you hankering for more. Fixin' to Die. Southern Fried. Axe to Grind. 6 Feet Under. Dead as a Doornail. Tangled Up in Tinsel. Diggin' Up Dirt. Blowin' Up a Murder. Heavens to Bribery. Magical Cures Mystery Series. Welcome to Whispering Falls, where magic and mystery collide. A Charming Crime. A Charming Cure. A Charming Potion novella. A Charming Wish. A Charming Spell. A Charming Magic. A Charming Secret. A Charming Christmas novella. A Charming Fatality. A Charming Death novella. A Charming Ghost. A Charming Hex. A Charming Voodoo. A Charming Corpse. A Charming Misfortune. A Charming Blend crossover with a Killer Coffee Cozy. A Charming Deception. Mail Carrier Cozy Mystery Series. Welcome to Sugar Creek Gap, where more than the mail is being delivered. Stamped Out. Address for Murder. All She Wrote. Return to Sender. First Class Killer. Post-Mortem. Deadly Delivery. Red Letter Sleigh. Maisie Doss Mystery. Sleight of Hand. Tangled Lies. Grave Deception. About Tonya. Tonya has written over 100 novels, all of which have graced numerous bestseller lists, including the USA Today. Best known for stories charged with emotion and humor and filled with flawed characters, her novels have garnered reader praise and glowing critical reviews. She lives with her husband and a very spoiled rescue cat named Ro. Tonya grew up in the small southern Kentucky town of Nicholasville. Now that her 4 boys are grown men, Tonya writes full-time in her camper she calls her shamper, She Camper. To learn more about her, be sure to check out her website, TonyaKappas.com. Find her on Facebook, Twitter, BookBub, and Instagram. Sign up to receive her newsletter, where you'll get free books, exclusive bonus content, and news of her releases and sales. If you liked this book, please take a few minutes to leave a review now. Authors, Tonya included, really appreciate this, and it helps draw more readers to the books they might like. Thanks. Cover artist, Mariah Sinclair, The Cover Vault. This book is a work of fiction. The characters, incidents, and dialogue are drawn from the author's imagination and are not to be construed as real. Any resemblance to actual events or persons, living or dead, is entirely coincidental. Cover artist Mariah Sinclair. The Cover Vault. Editor Red Adept. Copyright 2024 by Tonya Kappas. All rights reserved. Printed in the United States of America. No part of this book may be used or reproduced in any manner whatsoever without written permission, except in the case of brief quotations embodied in critical articles and reviews. For information, email TonyaKappas@TonyaKappas.com. This has been Ice Coffee Corruption, Killer Coffee Mystery Book 15, written by Tonya Kappas, Narrated by Christina Sagnameni. Copyright 2024 by Tonya Kappas. Production copyright by Tonya Kappas.